Well, good morning and welcome to the Kart Championship for a brand new season in 2026 here in Sunderland in the Northeast at Warden Law. And well, my name is Jake Peach and it is so great to introduce myself to you into the new karting world and get underway with all the amazing action we have in store for you today across our Bambino Kart Championship, Cadet Kart Championship, Junior Kart Championship and our Senior Kart Championship, which makes the Kart Championship family now, which has been going for a number of years, a growing championship, becoming all the more popular all the time here at Warden Law Karting Northeast for round one then on this, well, slightly colder morning than yesterday in qualifying. It was much warmer, looking maybe to change the setups, particularly as we head out onto the track today for all of our sessions, for all of our super heats that you'll see today, where they've been qualifying for yesterday. And of course, if they do well in the super heats, they'll then go towards the grand finals. So very excited to be here. Make sure as well throughout the day, all of you watching on the Alpha Live streams and on the Kart Championship YouTube live streams as well on those channels, you get in touch on the live chats and I can shout you out as well and who you're rooting for today. I can already see a lot of you put your comments there. Here we are then at Karting Northeast at Warden Law, 1200 metres in length, 12 turns, elevation change of 5 feet, established back in 96 as you can see there, and a couple of track changes here at Warden Law. If you were here last season and were aware of all of what's been going on, they've made a couple of the corners, well, a bit wider, a bit sharper, and hopefully some more great overtaking opportunities. Particularly, I can talk you through some of them throughout the races today. Weather looking pretty overcast at the moment, a lot less sunny than yesterday. We've got a little bit of a mild wind out there particularly, but let's see how that plays into things into turn one particularly. Not too windy and quite shielded from all of the weather conditions and the elements around, but yes, much colder today. So it'd be interesting to see how that progresses throughout the day, and maybe by lunchtime, maybe looking to warm up slightly, but we'll see how that all progresses. Many people in the awnings. You can see the paddock there just as the start-finish straight. The awnings are to the right of the picture here that I'm showing you at the moment. Everyone's getting ready. I've seen all the carts this morning up on the jacks and up on the trolleys, getting them all ready. As you can see, everyone starting to make their way to the grid to get these first races underway. So yeah, very, very excited. It's who knows what's going to happen, particularly with the new corners here at Warden Law. We've got, well, let me talk you through some of them now. We've got two of our corners, Senna 1 and Senna 2, you'll probably be aware of here. Senna 2 is the first of the track changes, particularly, which gives you a bit of a wider line to make a manoeuvre into there, but much, much tighter as well to comprehend. And the undulation around here, it kind of don't really notice until you do the track walk just how much of a camber there is to a lot of the corners. Gasworks is a lot higher than you'll see, which is one of the penultimate turns at this Warden Law track, and will make for very, very great racing today and hopefully keep you on the edge of our seat. So lots to get underway with, and our first race today, looking forward to getting into that and all of the different classes we'll have for you throughout today. Bambinos, Junior Rotax, Honda Cadet, our Rotax into Senior Rotax, and of course our Junior Primo as well. There'll be the lunch break as well later on around about 1:15, so flat out racing today until then. We'll have our Paddock show as well. Got to do my first Paddock show here at Warden Law yesterday. So that was great to go round and meet all of the teams, all the different mechanics, all the drivers that have travelled from everywhere. Myself, I've come up from Essex if you're watching in the UK, and lots of things going on there. So looking forward to it. Alright then, so as you can see, the grid coming round then for Mighty Bambino in this Super Heat 1. And of course, the intriguing thing about all of these go-karts is that they are fully electric, unlike some of our other classes here at Warden Law this weekend. You can see they're all filtering into the tram lines, into their grid positions, and mums, dads, mechanics, and all friends, supporters alike on the grid to get those karts ready. Mighty Bambinos will of course have a standing start as one of the classes here, and coming around all to get ready. And here we are then for our very first race of the coverage of the day here at the Kart Championship in 2026. They're going to have the formation lap first of all to get a bit of a feel for the circuit, which of course they've already have a little bit here on the Saturday to try and get familiar with the new changes and find out where the grip is. Would have been a lot more grip out there yesterday if you had a certain setup. A lot colder, so they might struggle for a bit of grip out there. And we are away into the first race of the Kart Championship in 2026. It's a great start there from pole position from Luca Pede, and then Jules Nash, and then Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse as we make our way round the track here, coming into the dogleg section and getting into the more technical sector too for this first race. Nice gap then built out front by Luca, then sort of got a nice, what it seems, gap there, and we can see the number 20 Rafe Verdi going slightly wide there as we come then into the first Senna 1 and coming towards the first track change and alteration of Senna 2, coming out of that here into the chicane, the Dunlop chicane, and out onto this back straight. They can really open up their mighty Bambino down this back straight and into a very tight gasworks bend, but as you can see, if you can see, it's doing justice there with the cameras going downhill. It's much more cambered than you think it is, and try and get a good run here. And then now coming into through the horseshoe and into Paddock bend, it's a lot tighter than it used to be, so hopefully some great overtaking opportunities here. But as you can see, right out in the lead, a great start here from Luca Pede with a 1.3 second lead over Jules Nash. And then in P3, it's the S-plate of Teddy Smith, Eli Parkhouse in fourth, Rafe Verdi fifth, Aidan Castleman, Oliver Reynolds, and in P8, Stanley Thurston. 9, you've got Teo Azzopardi and Arthur Everington in 10th. That's your top 10 right now. Some great racing going on here in the mid-pack, and we can see the one of the battles here for second, trying to keep everyone honest. Jules holding off Teddy Smith at the moment with that S-plate, with the prestige of that S-plate coming round here, and really nose to tail here between second, third and fourth. Nice close racing already here at the Kart Championship, coming into this chicane, a lot more technical, a lot sharper than you think as well. It takes a lot of skill and scrumming off speed to get through that chicane, but an impressive start here at the Kart Championship from our mighty Bambino runners. As we can see more of the mid-pack here, that's your number 77 on the screen of Oliver Reynolds, holding it up in 7th place right now, 3.5 seconds off the lead roughly, and you can see a lot more of a windy section now coming to this final sector of Warden Law and onto this back straight, and we can see here the 18 of Jules Nash keeping out in front in second at the moment. Will that stay the same, this battle for second, third and fourth? Make sure you show your support on the live stream for any of the drivers you are following at the moment, either on our Alpha Live YouTube channels if you're watching this right now, or on the Kart Championship channels. I've been out there on the track walk this morning before we kicked off a racing today, and you try your best not to get on those curbs because they are very high and they will punish you, particularly with those chassis. You can see the number 22 there catching a little bit of air as we went through there. That's a Borella Stevens, but keeping the kart all in one place. So steady going here as we get into a nice rhythm on this mighty Bambino first race. Of course, being careful of the bumping. As you'll know, in karting we've got that front fairing nose cone penalty to stop the contact if that nose cone is being activated coming into the pits, into scrutiny, and that is a 5-second penalty. But a nice mid-pack scrap here between, I'm trying to pick this up at the moment, and that's the number 4th place, 24, Eli Parkhouse and Rafe Verdi of the battle going on there, and Teddy Smith into 4th, 5th, Rafe Verdi, Aidan Castleman in 6th and 7th, and Stanley Thurston. So a nice battle going on there in the midfield particularly, and as you can see the 41 of Teo Azzopardi chasing down Oliver Reynolds there for 8th place. Nice battle going on at the front there. We see from race control there a contact warning to be aware of. The stewards, of course, hot on everything as you'd imagine at the Kart Championship, and with some tight and close racing this weekend. Coming into that centre, a bit wide there from Rafe Verdi, giving up a bit of ground to Aidan Castleman. Can he capitalise into this Dunlop chicane section now and shape up for a little bit of a move. It's not looking so at the moment, so managed to keep that honest there. But a good run out of the Dunlop chicane there for Aidan Castleman to come here into Gasworks, trying to shape everything. Nothing doing at the moment, but nice close racing here, really odd as even, and just sort of biding their time at the moment in the karting world. Obviously you could go for it really early and hopefully hold that position, but sometimes maybe not the best thing to do in terms of strategy to go ahead of. But as you can see, making a move, trying to make a move around the outside there, the 18 of Jules Nash holding off Eli Parkhouse for now though, who's got the fastest lap at the moment, and we're on a 1:12.85 at the moment in terms of your fastest lap. We can see that Eli Parkhouse on a 13:12 even we're seeing at the moment. Lots to keep across here at the Kart Championship in this first round of the mighty Bambinos. So yeah, all electric, 0 to 100 in terms of the power. Got to be very careful how they lay the power down out of these corners here at the circuit, and particularly out of this chicane, wanting to get a good run particularly, but we're still sticking here with second, third and fourth. Jules Nash, Eli Parkhouse, Teddy Smith all vying for that second spot at the moment. Luca P bringing out a great gap in the lead, a 2.2 second lead now, probably growing a little bit as we come round into this third and final sector. Much more technical and tricky here at Warden Law. As you can see, they have really turned it on a sixpence out of that last corner now onto Paddock Bend. But we can see a move trying to be made here by Eli Parkhouse round the outside into the first turn. But no, Jules Nash doing some great defensive driving there, but not keeping an eye on Teddy Smith, trying to get into the action, our S-play in this race, and trying to go the inside. Oh, they're very close to each other, but getting through there, Eli Parkhouse for third. Now, holding on to that spot. So great racing between our top four runners here at the moment, and specifically the top three. Nice battle here though going on between Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse now, and they've got to be careful because they might let Jules Nash run away a little bit. We can start to see that gap forming up a little bit now, and don't want to lose touch of the momentum and trying to carry on to chase down Luca Pede in P1, who now has the fastest lap, a 1:12.95, our fastest Bambino last year. Maybe a couple of seconds or 3 seconds shy of that, but remember the karts were obviously the same, but the circuit was completely different with the track changes last year, so slightly slower lap time given the track changes at Senna 2 and Paddock Bend, the last corner here at the moment. But you can see Jules Nash out in P2 at the moment, keeping everything honest there at the moment, ahead of Eli Parkhouse and Teddy Smith, and Luca Pede out in the front. As we come more into the mid-pack here, that's Oliver Reynolds in the 77. In the 7th place, it's 777, hopefully 7 heaven for Oliver Reynolds later today throughout this Kart Championship on a very busy Sunday that we've got packed out for you right through until about 4:30 today, particularly lots of racing action to get through. As we pick up here, Ray Furdy on the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, doing a nice job here and holding up this mid-pack, and hopefully looking to stave off a little bit of pressure from all his competitors behind, using all of those mighty E battery power that we can. But we pick up back at the front now, the front two, second, third and fourth, a real nice scrap going on between Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse. Eli gets up on the curb a little bit there and shows the door, been shown the door by Teddy Smith as to say, mate, no, you're not coming up the inside. I want to hold on to my place there. So we come back now, you see Ray Furdy still keeping things under control in 5th place, and keeping ahead of all of that. Aidan Castleman in 6th, P7 for Teo, and in P8 Oliver Reynolds. You can see that contact warning that we had from the stewards there up on your screen for number 24 Eli Parkhouse, kind of showing the door a little bit to Teddy Smith and vice versa. But that's all the racing at the moment here at Warden Law. It's hard racing out there. All the points are on offer in the table for the super heats. The points will all combine from the weekend and then of course go towards where they'll place for our grand final later today. But we are on to our final lap here at Warden Law. It's flown by, this mighty Bambino race. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap in our superheats, and as you can see, Luca Pede out here in the lead, has been controlling this race, has run away from the rest of the field, is going to come home to take an impressive first victory right out the blocks here in mighty Bambino. He got pole yesterday and he's held on and cemented that victory, absolute mile ahead of the field as we come through, and Luca P takes victory of our first superheat for our mighty Bambino, 4 seconds up the road from Jules Nash in P2. Teddy Smith just coming across the line there in P3, and Eli Parkhouse P4, and a close battle there towards the end as the checkered flag is waved. Rafe holds on to P5, Aidan Castleman in P6, Teo in P7, Oliver Reynolds P8, P9 is Edged Era, and your top 10 of Max Tetlow. Wow. Well, there we go. An exciting first race. Of course, mighty Bambino's quiet, but of course, all electric karts. It is the way forward for the world of Bambinos at the moment, particularly, and them showing their strength, particularly in that race. Some great racing there, some great battles, particularly with Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse up the front. But I see lots of you now on going to the going to the live stream. Lots of great comments coming through here. I can see Grower Fish Pond Addict 19X is an L9X is a great username. Lovely to see your support today. Just basically giving a bit of fan love on the stream for Jake Peach, and of course the Peach emojis are already out. I wondered how long that was going to take. So many Peach emojis throughout the day is going to be good to see. Lots of you giving your support though today, and we can see lots of support for the Project 1 team, who I had the pleasure of going into the awnings yesterday, went down, and particularly in the Paddock show you can see a lot of that. Good luck to everyone taking part today, says Margaret McKillop on our stream on both Alpha Live and the Kart Championship, and lots of well dones coming through as well. So lots of you getting in touch with your support at the moment. Got support for Pierce Gauntlet later on in our later races. Ethan Lloyd as well. We've got Martin Lloyd on the stream as well. So lots of you in touch with our live streams there. And make sure you keep your comments coming throughout the day. So that was Superheat 1. If we've got anything to follow by that, it's going to be a very exciting rest of the day's action. But you can see down just at the back of your picture there, as you can see pretty much in the centre, everyone down in the paddock for our next race on the way, which will be a junior Rotax superheat. But of course our Bambinos just coming through scrutineering and making sure they pass all of those checks particularly. But looks like there's no penalties to be considered, just some warnings throughout that race, so should have stayed as all per through all of that. And you can now maybe hear in the background those engines warming up for our junior Rotax, which will be another 8 minutes plus 1 lap in our superheat races. Very great start here at Warden Law, and particularly let me know what you make of the track changes on the live stream as well. It's brand new for 2026 here at Warden Law. As I said, I got to go and have a bit of a track walk a little bit earlier this morning before it all started, and much tighter from when you can see it last year. The camber of a lot of the corners, which you might be able to see here, where you're seeing the dogleg sort of section onto the right of your screen at the moment. There is lots to contend with, particularly, and a lot more undulation than you'd think around this Warden Law circuit. And actually in the first sector, coming in turn 1 through the sort of the S's of the Brian's Bend section, much more windy than you would think as well. Just a quick shout to some of our sponsors as well as part of the Kart Championship throughout 2026. Victory Shine supporting us, as well as RaceCloud.ai and OTM On Track Marketing as well, supporting us all at the moment. As you can see, lots of friends, family and parents all supporting up on the hill there, trying to get the best spot for a little bit of action. We see some of the RCE team jackets there. Lots of the RCE teams, and hopefully looking to do well today in all of the classes, particularly that they're racing in. But very busy paddock there, as you can see in the background. I actually had the pleasure of being taken into the pre-grid basically they call it the dummy grid. But where they go in, they've got 5 minutes to get in before the gate closes in karting, so they can get ready to go out. And as you can see, they're coming out right now for our next race. And our next race here is a Junior Max in Super Heat 1. And our groups of A and B, because there's so many Junior Rotax drivers here at Whilton Law this weekend, having to group them up in particularly different races, and looking forward to seeing how Junior Rotax will probably be, well, is a lot faster around this track than our mighty Bambinos with the power they have at their side. So let's go through some of the grid here that I can see down in front of me. Zach Turner will be on pole, Fletcher Jameson on second place, Nathaniel Gray in third, our privateer driver, doing really well there in third place amongst everyone else around him. Braith Murdoch is fourth, Laurie McVeigh fifth, and Ewan House in sixth. We'll do Isaac Jameson in seventh, Harrison Bishop eighth, Ronnie Smart ninth, and your top 10, Sam Flynn, who, if you watch the Paddock show later at lunchtime, Sam Flynn got a lot of support in his awning when I popped in to see them and see how they've been preparing for Warden Law here. You can see all the families up on the main viewing deck as well, watching these couple of formation and warm-up laps for our Junior Rotax grids, making their way round. Getting some warmth in the tyres. As I said, it's much colder out there today. They want to do as much weaving and tyre warm-up as they can so they can get a nice grip throughout all of this Warden Law circuit here. You can see coming through the dog lane to centre one, trying to use all the track you can on the right there, but not going over the white lines particularly. Got to stay within the confines of the circuit. So that's the most important thing. Stewards been hot on that this weekend and being clear with that. But you can see the grid bunching up here down at the back straight, coming towards the gasworks bend, using every opportunity they can to get... Oh, and we've got a spinner around there. That's the 251, unfortunately, there. Lost a bit of grip, and not an ideal warm-up for your lap, but that's Adam Churchek, who unfortunately just misjudged that slightly, but hopefully can go back into the field where he was and find that position, as you've seen, retaken where he's coming. But as you can see, we are all lining up here. They have to stay very close together in single file, side by side, stay within the tram lines, otherwise we won't be going racing here. But hopefully we'll be underway for this superheat in Junior Rotax, and we are, and we're off to a great start here, a bit sideways there from the P2 of Fletcher Jameson, but coming through the Brian's Bend section now into the dogleg, and a nice hold of lead from Zach Turner out in P1 on pole position. And you've got Fletcher Jameson recovering from that slight tank swapper out of the second and third turns, and trying to keep on the back of Zach Turner as we go throughout this first part of the race. All feeling through now here into the second centre, out towards the Dunlop chicane, trying to stay within the confines of the track, and the two have broken away here at the front of the pack, the third, fourth, fifth, and a nice move up there from Ewan House from P6, probably up into P5 now, so a nice opportunist move into the Gasworks Bend, and now coming through the horseshoe and out onto the start-finish straight. It's Zach Turner, followed by Fletcher Jameson, Nathaniel Gray, Braith Murdoch, Isaac Jameson, Ewan House, Laurie McVeigh, Ronnie Smart, Joseph Burkery, and Sam Flynn in P10 with a 2/10 of a lead. Nice move again there up the inside into the dogleg. I think then that was Ewan House on the move again, looking racy out there in this first superheat of the Junior Rotax Final. Nice move up the inside there as well. I think that was from Ronnie Smart up into P8. So looking very well here, and very busy race out there. Junior Rotax is always high octane, very, very exciting. Nice move again from Ewan House there, up on the inside of Isaac Jameson. So making some ground in this race is Ewan, and not wanting to hang about in this Junior Rotax Superheat 1 in our first group. And coming on to the start-finish straight, 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go. in this first race, and coming through Brian's Bend, a bit of a tight and twisty section, gets nice and technical then coming into this dogleg section, and it's all as you were in single file, wanting to take as much curb as you dare into that dogleg so it doesn't unsettle you, particularly coming out into this. And again, I think that is Ewan House, is that, up the inside. Another move by Ewan House. Having a great race so far, really looking to make some progress there throughout the field, and Ewan really doing a fantastic job, particularly in this first bit for Coles Racing. Had a strong Spring Cup, particularly at Warden, so that might explain why he is enjoying this track at the moment. Fastest lap at the moment is with Fletcher Jameson in P2, trying to keep Zach Turner honest and on his tail, but you can see 250 here of Ronnie Smart down in P8, overtaken by Laurie McVeigh for P7. Great runners coming through here. Isaac Jameson, you see on our screen there, trying to chase down after Braith Murdoch in P5. Good battles all across the grid here in this junior Rotax grid. A very, very populated grid here at Warden Law. 258 entries for all of our competitors in all the different classes. A record for Warden Law and the Kart Championship. So great to see so many drivers here at the Karting Northeast in Sunderland, but we can pick up this battle here although we'll move along all the drivers coming through the 275 you saw on the screen. Zach Turner staying out in the lead. A nice move there up the inside from, I believe that was particularly 257 trying to keep up with there, so that's been making a lot of ground because I'm trying to keep track of all the drivers, all the overtakes swapping so fast. It's all going on, particularly here at this first part of junior Rotax. So lots of midfield battles, particularly, and you're showing your support on YouTube and also on our Alpha Live streams as well. But as you can see, the battle up front here. Zach Turner keeping in front at the moment. Fletcher Jameson keeping him honest as we can. Out in P1 and P2. Coming into kind of a really tricky section now, but they make it look so easy, the junior Rotaxes. And look, this is a nice battle that's forming here. It's probably the closest it's been for a couple of laps. Zach Turner was getting a bit too comfortable. Fletcher Jameson, though, keeping him honest at the moment and coming into the dogleg section, taking a bit of curb there on left-hand side, using as much of the track as possible to try and get the best run into particularly this technical section. Obviously, some karts might be set up for a bit more grip out of the corners, some might be set up more for faster straight line speed down our back straights, and particularly we'll make use of that as we come down now into the back straight, into Gasworks, and Zach Turner trying to break in a straight line, trying to control the slip you get as you're coming into the Gasworks Bend and through our Horseshoe, and now into Paddock Bend, which is the much tighter of the second track changes this year. We have got 2.5 minutes left then, and plus 1 lap, and it's the fastest lap from Zach Turner, and he's needed to set that fastest lap to keep Fletcher Jameson off the back. We've got P3 there. Ewan House made some great progress in this race, up from P6, so nice progress from Ewan House for a Coles Racing in this particular superheat at the moment, and trying his best to chase down after Fletcher Jameson and Zach Turner. We know that things can happen all in an instant. Oh, and there's been an off there. Unfortunately, not nice to see from Braith Murdoch, who started in P4 and will hopefully wanting to be avoiding that in our second superheat later. So bad luck, unfortunately, sometimes the way that karting goes, but Braith, good thing to see that he's okay and he's walking out of that kart there, and, you know, of course, disappointed with what happened there, but hopefully all is well with all of that. Here we go then. Zach Turner looks like he's turned up the wick slightly to build that gap to half a second. Ewan House chasing down 2.7 back from the lead. We've got Laurie McVeigh, Nathaniel Gray, Sam Flynn in P6. I think has made some great progress in this race as well. Ronnie Smart, Isaac Jameson and Braskov and Jackson Lane is your top 10 for the superheat of junior Rotax here at the moment. And getting nice and wide out there was Isaac Jameson, using all of the track that he can possible within the confines of the white lines, and trying to steady his kart as much as possible. We've got another driver out there, and that's the 222 number, and unfortunate there as well. That's Zach Jennings. That's Zach Jennings in the X kart. Unfortunate there, was 5th in TKC Junior Primo in last year's round, but his first year of Junior Rotax, so you know, getting up to speed with things, but unfortunate there. We'll see, wonder what that problem was. Maybe we'll hear more about that later on throughout the day. But here we are on the battle for 6th place with Sam Flynn and Ronnie Smart. Nice little battle going on in the midfield here, coming into the dogleg section once again, and drivers, you know, want to take that inside curb there. They're going over to the dogleg, but hopefully not too much, but also they may be trying to want to get up the inside for the next turn as we go into Senna 1 and coming around making the most of what we've got going on there. The chicane as well, a lot more tighter. Don't want to take curbs though there at the chicane, because it will really hurt your chassis and your go-kart, and of course hurt your race, particularly around this Warden Law circuit. All right, we are on the back here, I believe, as we come round to the leaders. First and second, Zach Turner, Fletcher Jameson having a real nice time of it out in front, ahead of Ewenhouse in third. Built a nice gap early in that race. Ewenhouse hit some traffic, has now sort of stabilised a little bit, but we're on the final lap. Anything can happen in the Kart Championship, anything can happen in Junior Rotax, and Fletcher Jameson, you bet, will want to be getting up there inside and making that possible opportunist move when he can, but biding his time. He sat patiently behind Zach Turner for the whole of this Junior Rotax race. Nothing doing as we come into Gasworks there, but trying to get a wider line, a better exit out into the horseshoe, coming round towards Paddock Bend, but it looks like Zach Turner is going to hold the lead here and take a victory in our first Junior Rotax Superheat, taking the checkered flag, and that is a great performance from both of those drivers there. And we can see there's still some action going on in the rest of the race of 252. Just about coming across the line. Can't make out between all of those drivers where that position finished. But my goodness, what some great action and fantastic race in there. Aston Brown, privateer, as you saw the 252, holding off everyone behind him, particularly to stay in the position there. But you can see towards the bottom of your screen, we've got everyone coming into scrutineering now. They come through the start finish line straight into the pits and through scrutineering, so we can keep making sure that obviously everything was in check. There's no nose cone penalties as well, but you can see on the screen here, unfortunate for Brave Murdoch. But we just confirm the results there. Zach Turner with our 10 laps that we got through in that time. Fletcher Jameson in second. Ewenhouse, a great performance from him, as I said, in the race, up from P6 to P3. He'll be pleased with that, I'm sure. Laurie McVeigh, Nathaniel Gray, Sam Flynn, another great performance from him, up from 10th on row 5 into P6. Nice there. Ronnie Smart, Jackson Lane, Maximilian Braskov in P9, and Harrison Bishop in P10. 10 seconds down the road. We'll run through the P11 as well. Jake Walker, Isaac Jameson in 12th, Adam Churchek in P13, and Joseph Berkery in P14, and Aston Brown in P15, Kevin Ivanov, James Tate, Noah Stamp Clark, Leighton Kelly, Jack Bowie, and Benjamin Jones down to P21, and then Lewis Gilbert P22, Chloe Waddle P24, Samuel Eden, Elijah Hartley 25th, Harry Ward 26th, and P27, George Ralston. And unfortunate for the runners there towards the end that couldn't get through and make it to the end. Alex Roach rounding up at in P28. Pierce Whitehead 29th, and unfortunate, as I said, for those drivers, Zach Jennings and Brave Murdoch, who wanted to be put that behind them as well. Zach Jennings in that X-Kart team hopefully will want to G him up for the second Superheats. So lots of your comments coming in. Good luck to Ewenhouse, says Alexander Reed, smallest junior on the grid. Do you mean by that in height, or do you mean by something else? Great to see the support there as well. Good luck to everyone, says Georgina Francis Cook. Those in Maxim Sport as well, from Frankie Jones. Thank you for your support on that. And lots of support as well for Isaac Jameson as well coming through on the live stream. So great to see all of you commenting on our Alpha Live YouTube streams and channels at the moment, and very excited with the first couple of races. Wow, it's all been an attack of the senses, hasn't it? But we'll be on to another junior Rotax heat in just a moment. As I said, because there are so many runners in the junior Rotax field, we're on to our second groups as they're coming out now. Okay, so you can see there, coming out of our dummy grids, we are on to race 20 of the weekend. And, oh, bit of a spinner in the background there, doing a nice little pirouette to maybe get some more Whilton tyres. Oh, a bit of a problem here for one of our runners. That's Zach Waddle, privateer, in P8. So hopefully we'll be able to get back towards the grid. But I think they're going to hold Zach where he is until they come round again. And now hopefully we'll find and assume his position. We'll see how that pans out though on this formation lap of our junior Rotax. And here the Kart Championship, as you know, Comprise has been going for quite a few years now for our Bambino Kart Championship, Cadet Kart Championship and our Junior Kart Championship, which we are seeing at the moment with our junior Rotax runners. I believe Zach Waddle, who you were seeing in the pits there, will probably come out once all of these runners have gone through, but get one less formation lap to get some warmth in his tyres, but hopefully we'll be able to have an impressive race nonetheless, going from P8 if he can find a position. Might need to go to the back of the grid. We'll see how that unfolds. But you can see the green and sort of chevron flag means that's on your formation lap, and we are holding things off particularly. I'll try and run you through the grid in a moment if I can. And on pole then, everyone getting warmed up, particularly Ryan Rapini on pole, with Jack Collinson in second, Noah Moulton third, Larry Price fourth, Cooper Campbell-Lees in fifth, Elijah Hazelwood sixth, Teddy Cooper in seventh, Zach Waddle in P8 if he did manage to get up to there, P9 from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Amy Peacock is in 10th place with Alfie Forrester in 11th, and at the end of 06, JJ Plowman. And lots of your runners here getting ready to go then for our Super Heat 2. Will they all make it inside the tram lines? Will we go racing here? We certainly will, and we are go at Warden Law for our second Super Heat in Junior Rotax. A nice hold of the lead from Ryan Rapini. Oh, there's a massive off from lots of drivers there getting caught up with each other. We'll try and see who did go off there. I think I saw well, lots of groups of drivers going off there. We'll try and catch up with particularly who that was, but we'll stick here with the front runners. As we can see, Ryan Rapini doing well out in P1 and keeping Jack Collinson behind Noah Moulton, Cooper Campbell-Lees at the moment at the start of this junior Rotax race. And as they come down into this turn, it was a nice move there up the inside, particularly from Jack Collinson. So nice opportunity to move into that bend of Gasworks and coming through the horseshoe and centre one onto the start-finish straight, then on to lap 2. Let's go through your running order, see how that's all unfolded after the first lap. Ryan Rapini, Noah Moulton, Jack Collinson in P3, Campbell-Lees in P4, Teddy Cooper P5, Elijah Hazelwood P6, Finley Smith. Alfie Forrester has had a great start up from P11 and capitalised on the first lap. Jamie Richardson P9 and JJ Plowman is your top 10 at the moment as we're on board here with Jack Collinson at the front of this group, trying to keep ahead of Campbell-Lees, who's coming through the Dunlop chicane now, onto the back straight using all the horses inside the Junior Rotax engine that they've got at their disposal. Nice dive bomb there up the inside from Finley Smith, I think on Elijah Hazelwood. So Finley Smith up to P6, making some good progress there into this technical third sector as they come now back onto the start-finish straight, and a nice run here you can see from the 2-3-1. Will that capitalise of Charlie Very from P10 into P9? Hopefully that move went very well for him. Looks like he got the move done, but we'll all fan out in just a moment or so. See Alfie Forrester sort of now at the beginning of this kind of mid-pack in the field, but a fairly even space. We've got Ryan Rapini out in the lead with a half a second gap alongside Noah Moulton. And lots of, great moves going up the inside there, particularly from Cameron Tipping and Thomas Harper in the mix there as they go through the centres, which are much more technical this year with the track changes and the layouts, and lots of moves being done up the inside here. That's particularly a great move. Some very close racing there, particularly between a lot of our runners. That was Max Douthwaite with Guy Cunnington Racing trying to make some progress up the field here in this junior Rotax field as they come through turn 1 and into the twisty left-right section of Brian's Bend. The fastest lap, Ryan Rapini, setting the pace out in front at the moment, has built his gap by 3/10 on these sequence of laps up to now, so a solid performance out there in P1 at the moment. Some nice battles here going on in midfield between Cameron Tipping and Thomas Welsford as well. Good to see some great racing there between them at the moment. Thomas Welsford, really making some great performances at the moment. Had a decent weekend so far, looking to progress up. Who's this? This is the 297. Who is out there, I wonder? That, I believe, is Larry Price for Liam Atkins Racing. This is their first one here at the TKC this year, the first season doing the full championship in the Junior Kart Championship particularly as well. So unfortunate for Larry Price, and was healing from bruised ribs a few months ago, and has been done really well to get back into racing and into the Kart Championship. I see a nice move up the inside there on your screen from Elijah Hazelwood, which I do believe was for P6, up ahead of Campbell Lees. So some good racing going on between P6, P7 right now, but you bet that Campbell Lees will want to stick on the back of Elijah, try and gain that position back as much as he would hope, particularly for the Cato Motorsport. Guys are out in Valencia testing. You'll see that gold helmet as well, chasing down all the drivers this season. Made a great sort of social post about it on his social media of all of the prep and preparation that went in to get that helmet customised and designed, so won't be very hard to miss throughout this TKC Championship in 2026. Okay, we're coming through the centre 1 and centre 2 again, and just a little bit of posturing there from Elijah Hazelwood, taking the corner a bit differently, maybe a little bit of defensive driving, knowing that Campbell Lees is on the back of him. But Campbell Lees, you can see on the screen there, getting a warning from race control just to calm it down a little bit and just be aware of how we're going racing out there, but all part of the racing system. But as Campbell Lees is too busy worrying about Elijah Hazelwood, there's a nice move up the inside from Charlie Very, who's been having a fantastic race now, up into P7 and started on the grid particularly quite a way back, down in P17. So he's gone up 10 places. Fantastic battle. And as you can see, another move there, holding on to the lead and retaining it from Charlie Very. So he's doing really, really well, and commentators' blessing, as it seems, the opposite of commentators' curse, although getting a bit wide there, out in the first centres and coming into one. He's managed to hold as he's gone through the second centre and coming now through to Dunlop Chicane. So a bit hairy through that section, but an impressive performance at the moment from Charlie, leading that pack now at the top P6 and keeping everyone behind him where he wants to, and hopefully making some progress ahead here of Campbell Lees, JJ Plowman you can see, and Alfie Forrester, all in this mix of our second heat here of Junior Rotax. Got a minute and a half to go, and one lap round here in a Junior Rotax is 53 seconds being set with the pace right now by Ryan Rapini. So they might get about 2 more laps, or 3, maybe 3. We'll see how it all folds out for the rest of this Junior Rotax Superheat at the moment. And we're seeing Charlie Very, nice battle on this group here for P6, 7, 8 and 9th. And had fun in TKC in 2025, did Charlie, and was very excited about the return back in 2026. And it looks like he's having fun, enjoying himself out on the track there. As you see, that's JJ Plowman. ST Racing has got Elijah Hazelwood all over the back of him, and very aware to enact those defensive driving techniques and making sure there's not that much space up the inside. And coming down this straight, who's got the straight line speed to possibly make a move and posture into turn 1 through Brian's Bend and spot a gap with our ST Racing teams showing well out there this weekend in this junior Rotax field at the moment against X-Kart, all vying for valuable points in this first round of the Kart Championship and the Junior Kart Championship as well. JJ Plowman, all the fluorescent livery there, particularly on his go-kart. You couldn't miss him if you tried. Max Downthwaite, bit of a warning from race control in his racing out there at the moment on the circuit, so just wants to be mindful of that. But looks like everyone's fairly behaving themselves out there, and great racing here, particularly with our junior Rotax runners coming down then the start-finish straight onto this final lap. And coming into the dogleg section here, a great group we're following on 279. This is Alfie Forrester, P11, just shy of the top 10. But as you can see, all very close bunched together, kind of like the top 8 down to P12, 13 is looking very competitive at the moment with Jamie Richards, privateer, towards the back of that group. But you can see Ryan Rapini has had a real great time of it in this second superheat, has built this 1.2 second lead, a comfortable gap as he's going to come across the start-finish line to take victory here in the second superheat of your junior Rotax at Warden Law. And all pretty casual across the line, yeah. Business done for this race particularly. I'm happy with that. Ryan Rapini doing a great job there to put that up into pole. Followed by Teddy Cooper in P2. P3, Noel Moulton rounding off the podium. Jack Collinson in P4. Finley Smith in P5. Charlie Very in P6. Campbell Lees in 7th. JJ Plowman holding off Elijah Hazelwood in the end in P8 and 9. And Thomas Harper rounding out your top 10. So Brian Rapini be very happy with that for his KX team. He's been testing at PFI and Whilton Mill in the pre-season, in winter testing particularly, as has been putting in the miles, as I know a lot of our drivers, basically all of our drivers, are putting in some important preparation, whether that's been with some of their club championships as well, more local to home, or doing the Winter Cup here at TKC at Warden Law, and also our testing in Valencia as well that we had. Freddie Slater is his basically idol that he would like to emulate. Freddie Slater, of course, doing great as now the Audi's F1 development driver, and has gone up through the ranks of karting into single-seaters and now mixing it in Formula 1. And all these stories through karting, particularly here in the Karting Championship, all helping on the pathway and creating that journey for all of our young racers, right from our Bambino classes right through to our senior Rotax. So it's been a pretty action-packed first 3 races. We've had our Bambino, we've had a couple of junior Rotax races there as well. What do you make of it? Have you liked the action so far? Let me know on the live streams on Alpha Live and on the Kart Championship on YouTube as well. Just seeing some of your comments here. Isaac Racing says Ryan Rapini domination incoming. Well, it seems that way in that race, particularly. And lots of support for Charlie Very as well. Charlie Very from Alexander Reed raced me in Minimax, he said, about 2,000 years ago. Okay, is that when... Did they have any... Do you reckon... What was the closest thing to go-karts 2,000 years ago? Horse and cart, says producer James. We'll go with the horse and cart. Maybe they might have had a horse and cart 2,000 years ago. I mean... go-kart, yeah. Shout the horse go-kart. That would have been good. It's good. Oh, dear. We're getting lost in all of the the fun on the live chats that you are putting through to us on the live streams. Let's take a look at some more here. James Fab Racing says, good luck to Larry Price and Cameron Tipping in the next Superheat. Well, indeed, they've been doing really well in Junior Rotax. And Cameron Tipping there, particularly picking up P11. Larry Price, unfortunate with that incident that we saw. He had to go out, particularly in that race, and had a problem. But we're on to our next race here at the Kart Championship. And as you can see, we're on to Honda Cadets now. Another very packed grid, for sure, out there with our Honda Cadets. And again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap we will see around this Warden Law circuit. And let me run you through some of the grid then, whilst we have a bit of a time as they're making their way round to the grid, and will be one of the classes that is setting off very shortly. So let's run you through. Luca Biocchi in P1, Marcus Cooper second, we have Dino Rowlands in P3, Sawyer Henderson in P4, Archie Loveridge in P5, Keen Delaney in P6, James Murphy, I don't know where that came from, James Murphy in P7, 8th is Jensen Drummond, P9 is Bradley Sutton, and Sebastian McCarthy, P10, both Bradley Sutton and Sebastian McCarthy privateers sharing row 5 as well. But we have privateers in Jensen Drummond as well, Keen Delaney doing a very impressive performance there in P6 as well. You can see that they've come round to the grid to form up for our cadet classes. They'll go from a standing start, and then we're on then to our first superheat of our Honda Cadets. Who are you vying for out there on the race? Let me know on the chat. And as we go through this race, are you vying for Luca Biocchi on pole, Marcus Cooper in second? Will we see some moves up the inside from Dino Rowlands or Sawyer Henderson? And we are go here for 8 minutes plus 1 lap at Warden Law and the Honda Cadets. And that is a great start. Opportunist there off the line from Marcus Cooper, I believe, on P2. It was a great getaway from all of our drivers. And just coming through and seeing that was... No, Luca Biocchi. Luca Biocchi got a great start, and pole held very, very well between the two there. So Luca Biocchi in P1 holding on to pole position, coming through then into our first few sequences of corners in this Honda Cadet class. You can hear the engines sound... They all sound completely different, but they will be hurting down towards Dunlop chicane for the very first time. Some people choosing to take a little bit of curb as much as they dare as they come onto this first section lap. Nice move here then, up the inside. Couldn't quite make out who that was. I do believe it might have been Archie Loveridge on the inside of Sawyer Henderson for P4. So a nice move on this first lap as they make their way through then out of the paddock bend for the first time and onto this first lap. Luca Biocchi is in P1, Sawyer Henderson P2 with a hard 10th.5 gap. Archie Loveridge in P3, Dino Rowlands P4, Marcus Cooper P5, James Murphy P6, Keen Delaney in P7, Sebastian McCarthy in P8 has made a good start up from P10 there, and Bradley Sutton in P9. Henry Colborne is in P10. He's made a great start as well from P14, so up 4 places, which is very impressive at this start of the Honda Cadets Superheat 1. I hope you're having fun on the live stream, because I'm having a lot of fun. It's great to be with you for this very first race of the Kart Championship. Jake Peach here, a brand new voice in the karting world, but hopefully you will welcome me in with open arms. It's been great fun to get to know so many of you already here in the Warden Law Paddock, particularly everyone watching around the world. You could be on our Alpha Live YouTube live streams, and also for the Kart Championship as well. We come through for the next lap, and Archie Loveridge with the fastest lap at the moment, setting the pace out there with a 1:77, and about 3 or 4 tenths faster than the rest of the field at the moment. So a nice job out there being done by Archie and setting some good pace around this Warden Law circuit at the moment. You can see on board there we've got the James Murphy and Keen Delaney having a bit of a skirmish coming through Centre 1, using all the track as you would like to use out towards the right hand side, and maximising your lap time, because that's where the lap time is, isn't it? Getting out wide, not too wide though, and being on the optimum racing line, but you've got to be careful about the racecraft as well and not give your opponents opportunities. This isn't qualifying anymore, this is a race, and you will approach your racecraft completely differently. So here we are then on board, coming into the final paddock bend, and a good battle forming here in P4 and behind, but we can see out front, nice and close between our top three runners of Luca Biocchi, Sawyer Henderson and Archie Loveridge, and coming through there at the back of the sort of the first group of the first three runners, and then Dino Rowlands, Marcus Cooper, Keen Delaney, James Murphy in the second group in this Honda Cadet Superheat at the moment, and doing really well in the rest of the field too. So lots of great racing action out there at the moment. Dino Rowlands, you saw on your screen, at the front of this group now, at the front of the pack, with Marcus Cooper hot on the tail, but pretty steady at the moment. Maybe all buying their time, maybe they're all looking, having a little look over the shoulder there from Dino Rowlands, wondering whether they're going to be able to work together or whether he's got to, well, be a bit more defensive, make his kart as wide as possible so that he can't have a little move up the inside from Marcus Cooper. But you would like to think that they might want to work together at the moment, but you know, karting is a adrenaline-fueled sport, and if they feel like the move is there, they're going to go for it. See parents on the inside there of turn 1, if they're going the hand signals in front of you and going, yes, yes, go for it, push on. If it's a thumbs up, it's like, good, stay where you are, nice bit of pace, no need to push things too much, but a lot of hand waving of 12 o'clock at the moment to go for it and try and gain those positions. Nice move there up the inside from Henry Colborne on James Murphy then for P7, and looking very impressive in sort of about half distance of this race right now, particularly. We've got on our live stream, by the way, on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. Oh, we've just had a change for P2. That is Sawyer Henderson then, Archie Loveridge in front of Sawyer Henderson, making a nice move in that section, which is all changing things then up the front. So Sawyer Henderson then ahead of Archie Loveridge for P2 and then P3. And then coming into the dogleg section once more, this group have built a nice gap ahead of the group behind them, which we pick up here. That's 21 being shown, Dino Rowlands being shown through there. Well, it's what it looked like by Marcus Cooper, so maybe there was a bit of fair gamesmanship giving the position back, or maybe he wants them to work together. You can see a lot of the drivers pointing ahead of each other that we want to progress, want to get further, want to make use of the rest of the time that we have in this race. And there's a little bit of a look up the inside though from Marcus Cooper, so maybe there wasn't the niceties going on that I was predicting, and now wanting to make a move up the inside of Dino Rowlands for P4. And looks like he's making it stick. Coming into Paddock Bend, Marcus Cooper, unfortunately, losing out to Dino in the end, and it's as you were across the line, but some changes in the midfield. James Murphy at P7, Bradley Sutton P8, Keen Delaney P9, and Sebastian McCarthy is your top 10 at the moment, whilst Luca Biocchi and Sawyer Henderson battle it out front for P1 and 2. Sawyer Henderson setting the pace and putting the pressure on Luca Biocchi by 0.009 of a second. So there is nothing to choose between our two top drivers, but we're sticking with the battle here for P4. Dino Rowlands, Marcus Cooper behind in P5, and Henry Colborne, who's managed to, this gap here for three drivers, managed to gap the group behind them as we come down the back straight. Another opportunist move for Marcus Cooper. He's going to try it again here on this lap, but Dino Rowlands is wise to it. Makes sure he sticks a line, cuts back, gets the switch back into this section, and Dino Rowlands came out on top last time to come to the start-finish straight. It looks like it's come through. Oh, and a nice opportunist move there from Henry Colborne up the inside, a dive bomb into Paddock Bend, which gets him into P5. So a lovely move being made there, and Dino Rowlands now down to P7 through all of that action there. Unfortunate, but again, making some great progress. It switches back again. This is what happens in the World of Karting. Oh, Dino getting quite wide out there. Doesn't want to be getting onto the Rallycross stage here. Warden Law will hopefully want to be keeping it on the circuit, but unfortunate. Trying to keep an eye on everyone and his competitors around him, as you can see at the back of the circuit coming through the Dunlop chicane now. Maybe wants to use this time to recompose himself, as we've got 5 seconds left on the clock. 1 lap remaining then to go. We'll just see if Luca Biocchi crosses the line beforehand. He's not going to, but I think we're going to have one final lap here in just a moment. That's going to be crucial for Dino Rowlands if he wants to make the time back up from P7. But here we are, we'll join the leaders then, the top 3 for this final lap around Warden Law, and Luca Biocchi staying out in front ahead of Sawyer Henderson and Archie Loveridge coming into the dogleg for the final time in this superheat then. It's nice postured driving from Luca, using as much of the track as he dares. Oh, but a move up the inside from Sawyer Henderson. He's taken the lead of this superheat Honda Cadet race in this group, and a great move there. Don't think Luca saw that coming and took his chance while he could. And now Luca will be wanting to try and get his revenge up the inside here, but does he dare go for the move? The space isn't there coming into Gasworks, and whilst all the time Archie Loveridge is watching this at the back in P3, seeing if he can capitalise on some racing between the two of them in front. But it looks like after a great race standing behind Luca Biocchi all race, it's going to be Sawyer Henderson who takes P1 ahead of Luca Biocchi in P2. Archie Loveridge caps out the podium of P3, and a great battle there we had in the midfield, didn't we, of Henry Colborne in P4 coming out on top in the end, with Marcus Cooper, Bradley Sutton and Dino Rowlands in the end, down towards P7. James Murfitt in P8. Sebastian McCarthy is in P9, and Ollie Knox in P10. Wow. It's fast stuff, isn't it? It's keeping track of it, keeping across of it. It is all part of the fun here for our Kart Championship, and we very much hope you are enjoying watching this live at home on our Alpha Live stream. All right, let's confirm the results of your top 10 and beyond. We have Sawyer Henderson then with 9 laps. I managed to get through. Luca Biocchi a 10th back in P2. Archie Loveridge 3 tenths behind, and then a few seconds back is Henry Colborne in P4. Marcus Cooper in P5. Bradley Sutton in P6. Dino Rowlands for the Ambition Motorsport team is hoping for a top 10 in TKC this year. You know, still on track for that then in P7. James Murfitt in P8. Sebastian McCarthy in P9. Ollie Knox is your P10. Luke Hamill, followed by Keane Delaney, Finley Fursfield, and Joshua Adoherty. Okay, and on to P15. Jensen Drummond, one of our privateer drivers in P15 there. Seth Wright, Tommy Burgoyne, Aubrey Harrington Evans in P18, Finn Hollis, Alfie Love, Ethan Pearson, Ralph Ryder Birch, Isaac Young, Austin Dowell, Ada Wright, Reggie Cook, Maximilian Mikowski in 27th, and finally in P28, Chris Doshi and Edward Charlton, rounding off your all 29 runners there. So everyone coming across the line, hopefully wanting to be maybe slightly higher than they were, but a great performance again from our first Honda Cadet race of the day. And if you've seen my commentary set up on the Kart Championship socials, if you followed the Kart Championship on Instagram, and then particularly you will see everything happening there. And hello, welcome to the commentary box. Here's all of the notes that I'm working from, trying to remember everyone's names. You know, I'll be honest about it. There's lots of names to keep across, but we have our starting grids as well. Here we have our timing screens that you can see to my right. So we're done with that race now. We'll be on next, particularly to our Intermax of Rotax. But yeah, it's a nice little cozy commentary box. The Alpha Live team have set me up incredibly well. It's great to be here for the first one, and a nice outlook onto the track. You can see a lot of the Senna sections, and particularly a little bit of the start finish straight and towards the Brighton's Bend as well. It's got a great vantage point here, and hopefully helping to bring all of the action to you this weekend on Alpha Live and the Kart Championship YouTube live streams. And here I've got on this computer, to the side I'm looking at, I've got all of your comments coming through. So do keep them coming in with who you're wanting to support. We actually have a poll going on our Alpha Live YouTube stream at the moment of which category you're most excited for, because I think proof has been in the pudding that we've seen some great races so far in all of what we've seen, but I think Senior Rotax could be a bit fun, which will be coming around about 10:25 or so. So let's get on to our next race then and not hang about. All right, so here we are then, on to race 22 for the day. And it's going to be our Intermax Superheat 1. For obviously, kind of in the name, in between the different classes to give that step up on the pyramid. And then let's go for your starting grid for our Intermax race at the moment. So let's do that. And we've got Maximilian Abrahart on P1 with an impressive pole there. Logan Rolfe in P2, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Privateer up in P3, great performance from him there. Lewis Herbertson in P4, Freddie Blackshaw in P5, Hugo McCluskey in P6, Ethan Manzi in P7, another great performance Privateer driver Jensen Sale in P8, Evan Meller is in P9, and James Devereaux is in P10. That's your top 10. Towards Sam Fleming in P11 and James Roots in P12. Alfie Fitterson P13 and Sam Dixon in P14. And your top 15 rounded off by Finley Beals. So we'll see our Intermax drivers making their way round for the couple of formation laps they've got going on at the moment, trying to get as much heat in their Rotax karts and chassis and tyres as they can. And should be another very exciting race here as they're all forming up then down at the back straight before they get to the gasworks. And our pole man then, Maximilian Abrahart, looking to keep making a good impression here after obviously a solid start on his Saturday, qualifying really well. And Logan Rolfe behind him. Lewis Kirkcaldy, very much looking forward to seeing where he can place, and was the vice champion in Micromax in 2025, so he'll be wanting to get up to P1 as soon as possible. Warden doesn't mind it too much. Other tracks on the calendar not looking forward to as much, so let's see what performance Logan can get, Lewis Kirkcaldy can get out of today. Right, you can see they're all bunched up, the stewards wanting to get as close as they can and stay within the tram lines. Are we going to go racing then for this Intermax Heat 1? And we look like we're going to be underway, and we are racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and we've got a nice hold of lead there for Maximilian Abrahart, and they're all trying to find their way through Brian's Bend then at Warden Law. We've got Logan Rolfe hot on the heels and making sure he sticks with Maximilian out in first place. Coming through Centre 1 for the first time and out onto that right-hand curb, wanting to do their best. It looks like that is the Hugo McCluskey holding on to position in P7 at the moment, but lots of action coming out of these centres as we go then into the next great overtaking opportunity, maybe in the chicane, but now towards the front of the field we have Maximilian Abrahart commanding position there. Nice move up the inside from Jensen Sale there in P8. So it looks like he's gone up the inside of what might be Ethan Manzi, who might have dropped a couple of places down on this lap. But as they come through for the first time, we'd have a move up the inside here. Oh, a fantastic move by Logan Rolfe, shaping up in this Intermax first couple of laps, and is taking the lead off Maximilian, saying, hey mate, I'm going to control this race, you're going to follow my lead, and I'm going to dictate the pace as we come through this section now. If you want to get back in front, well, we'll try your best. I'm going to see how I fare out in front. Maybe can we work together? Maybe they want to have that relationship and that partnership going forward in this race so they can take through as many points as possible into our grand finals later on today here at Warden Law. We're coming into Gasworks and make sure trying to break in a straight line as much as possible, but getting undoubtedly getting a bit of a snap from the rear as they try and find the grip and the traction and the pure performance as much as they can into that gasworks section. Working the tyres really hard in this third and final part through Paddock Bend, which is much tighter now, and coming down the start-finish straight. A great view there of just a little bit of incline we have here on the start-finish straight at Warden Law, and into a much tighter turn one than you would like to think. Coming through the dogleg section here, and on board with Even Meller in P4, we can see that, but a nice move up the inside there, it looks like, from Hugo McCluskey. He's not messing about in this race either. Very impressive performance so far in this first couple of laps, coming through the Dunlop chicane once again, but very close to tail here for first and second. Logan Rolfe is not being dropped whatsoever by Max Abrahart, right on his tail. And that's how karting should be, isn't it? Close racing, no contact, but fair and right to the wire. And a little bit of defensive posturing there slightly from Logan out of the final turn, but as you were coming into Bryan's Bend once again, trying to keep all of the traction that they can in their Rotax Intercarts at the moment. Taking the curb, following the line of the driver in front. And you can see physically when they're coming through those turns how much they're using their shoulders and their core strength. And actually there, looks like Logan lost a tiny bit of time coming through that, and Max could smell the opportunity there, but managing to hold the lead as we come down again, once through the back straight to Gasworks Bend, and much more of a kind of a steep downhill bit there, and you've got to get your braking right, because you could get all out wide and then let your opponent in for another chance. And coming then on to the start-finish straight, once again it's a close run thing. We see the human DRS being activated by our drivers here in our Rotax Inter. Of course, DRS kind of really not a thing, as we will probably know in single-seater and Formula 1s now, in Formula 1 particularly. Let's call it straight mode. Straight mode has been activated, just the front wings might not move with their head at the same time, unfortunately. You know, technical innovation, I'm sure maybe things are possible in the future, but for now we have our good old human DRS. So you see Lewis Herbertson there getting challenged by Hugo McCluskey. This is the battle for P5, and Hugo McCluskey coming out on top at the moment, holding off Lewis Herbertson and James Roots and Ethan Manzi is that, and Lewis Herbertson, yes, all battling really closely now, and Lewis towards the back of that pack, because James Roots has made a couple of positions up there, I've seen, coming then through this final section. We'll see them come across the line and see the kind of gap that they've built. So yeah, James up to P5, Hugo McCluskey in P6 and P7 on the left of your screen. A very great lap there for James. Out of nowhere, really, and just biding the time. So, but taking advantage of the opportunities that present themselves into that final sector, and a nice gap out front at the moment, with about a quarter of a second, but still very close indeed. Just maybe a little bit of space to let the kart breathe a little bit, and maybe watch what the driver's doing in front, try and learn from their driving style, see where their strengths and weaknesses are around this circuit. Maybe they can chance a move because they've seen they're not being very strong, perhaps into Gasworks, maybe particularly into Paddock Bend. And we can see a nice move there up the inside. I do believe that was from Aaron Rigg on Sam Dixon or Rio Panayitu. So that sort of panned out fairly well then for Aaron Rigg, who has gone up into P15, that battle there. Nice battle then going on for 15th, 16th and 17th. As much as we follow the drivers at the front of the field, it's great to follow drivers, of course, in the mid-pack. There are great battles all over the place. So we can see the battle between Aaron, Rio, Sam and Drew Davidson at the moment down to P18. Another group here having a fun time of it. Of course, there are serious points on offer for the Kart Championship, but it's got to be fun as well. Got to be enjoying ourselves out there whilst we're being serious and also maximising our performance. As we jump on board here now, though, we can see that's the Freddie Blackshaw on the inside of James Devereaux for P13. So a nice move there from them up into Gasworks. And Sam Dixon all in the mix there in this group, and lots changing around all the time, coming across the line then and into this first turn. Some great racing there going on between Rio and Aaron Rigg. A little bit of a battle in the mid-pack. Oh, and getting a bit out of shape there onto the left-hand side of your screen and onto the grass. That was Rio, unfortunately, not wanting to pick up the grass and go and do a bit of rally. That's not what these karts are built for, and we wanted to stick on the tarmac as much as possible. See how close, though, they're getting to that Dunlop chicane to try and maximise that racing line. You could put, well, a cigarette paper maybe slightly just between the two, and you still maybe have no room there. It's all very close racing, using all the margins of this Warden Law circuit, and now on board, you see, on board with this battle for Finley Roads in P20. Keep ahead of this group as they make their way down to this fourth and start-finish straight. Nice move then, looks there, like up the inside for Drew Davidson and between Aaron Rigg. They're having a right old balmy at the moment between these two, and also Drew Davison in the mix as well, making their way all around towards the Dunlop chicane as well. Particularly, we come to Warden Law for the first race in 2026. What are you making for the circuit at the moment? Hopefully it's enjoyable. Oh, we're going to see who's that off there. Oh, and he's slightly banked on the grass and will be wanting to be very careful with trying to get the kart going again. Who is that? I can see that's Freddie Blackshaw then, who was running pretty well in this race, started fifth. I think he's got his kart, managed to get his kart going again, and yes, unfortunate then for Freddie Blackshaw. Not nice to see when that happens, but that is racing. Unfortunately, can be on the limits and on the edge, and just dropped that place for P5. So hopefully we'll be getting back up to speed there as we're back on board then with this battle, particularly with James Roots up in P4. This is P4, 5, 6 and 7. We've got James Roots, Evan Meller, Hugo McCluskey and Jensen Sale, who have been having a right old time of it in this race. But we are on our final lap now, and hopefully Logan Rolfe is hoping to stay ahead of Max Abrahart, who had a very good performance at the start of this race, and then we see Logan come across the line, keeping ahead of Max for P2, and a great move early in that race then secures the victory. So we've got Logan Rolfe, Max Abrahart in P2, James Roots in P3 in the end, got ahead of Lewis Cacaldi, Evan Mellor, Hugo McCluskey, Jensen Sale, Lewis Herbertson in P8, and P9 was Ethan Manzi, and Alfie Phillipson rounds off your top 10. And just to confirm those gaps there, it's about over a second gap in the end for Max between there and Logan, building up an impressive performance out front. Got in front in those early parts of the race and cemented that victory. James Roots then a bit further back, about 4 seconds back from the leader, Lewis Cacaldi, Evan Mellor, Hugo McCluskey, Jensen Sale, Lewis Herbertson, down towards Ethan Manzi and Alfie Phillipson. For P10, Finley Beals in P11 then from down further in the grid, James Devereaux, Sam Fleming, Drew Davison is P14. Sam Dixon is P15. Aaron Rigg in P16 and P17. There were some great battles we were showing you on board with Finley Rhodes and Dexter Petty, particularly in this race. In that group, we've got Adam Batt, Rio Panayitu in P20. Ethan Lloyd, who has great support this weekend on the live streams on Alpha Live and on the Kart Championship. Good to see that. Hamish Gordon in P22. Jamie Walsh is 23rd. Felix Sheldon Hayward down towards Logan Stanley Jones, Eli Owen and Ayrton Goldsworthy. And finally, finishing off our grid, Jensen Skeff in P28. And an unfortunate off for Freddie Blackshaw, who was running pretty high up in that race, but we'll be looking to put that behind him in the second superheat. So, there we are, all going on in the midfield. Lots happening out front and keeping track of what was happening there. But you're back to me in the commentary box. And it's been, I'll tell you what, you have an expectation of what the racing is going to be like, particularly when you watch karting. Maybe every now and then I've gone to a few circuits, been to PFI in the past, which I know we're going to in the Kart Championship this season. But when you're right in the thick of it, and you're right in the midst of it, and you're trying to keep action of all of the battles in the midfield, it must be equally, the same for you at home or for the parents around the track watching, and the families and the mechanics. There's so many moves happening all at the same time, but that's what the Kart Championship is all about. I think we've seen some great fair racing so far, some really great battles, and a real great opportunist move then in that last race from Logan Rolfe, who will be very happy indeed, I'm sure, to take that bit of prestige going into the second superheat. And great points for our grand final. Of course, all the points are added up across the weekend. We've had the qualifying yesterday, didn't we? We had the certain heats, and we're bringing you today the superheats and the grand final. And all of these points, of course, will add up to all of the rounds across the rest of 2026, and we'll have our champions by round 6. But still a long way to go. It's a long season, lots of work going on in all of the awnings of our teams up and down this Warden Law paddock, and they'll be hoping to, well, start strongly, but be realistic as well. I was chatting in the X-Kart team garage as well yesterday as part of the Paddock show, and just getting a bit of a feel and saying hello to everyone here in the Kart Championship world. And there's quite a few drivers maybe going up from different classes and still finding their feet, maybe making their way up from the Intermax to junior Rotax, or even into senior Rotax, and vice versa. Everyone's sort of still finding what's going on there. So plenty of karting action, though, still to come. We are going to be on shortly onto race 23 and back to our micro mighty Bambinos out there of our all-electric karts, and an 8 minutes plus 1 lap. So, of course, I will go and find my notes to be ready and prepared for all of those things and who we're going to have in the field, particularly would really encourage you to keep your comments coming in on our Alpha Live comments page, and lots it looks like coming on at the moment. And we've got our poll going, which category you're most excited for. I'm about to click one myself. I'm probably going to go for, I don't know, I'm going to go for junior Rotax at the moment, because I think that's been very exciting to see. But we've had some great racing action, particularly at the moment. Oh, and my live chat's completely gone, so I'll get that back shortly. Hopefully, the guys at Alpha Live can help me out. But well, we can still see you on our Kart Championship live stream as well. So yeah, hopefully the weather here particularly might warm up a bit towards the latter part of the day, but looking overcast, and the forecast maybe looking to stay that way. It was much colder here this morning as we came into Warden Law, a lot hotter yesterday, a lot more grip. A lot of people were saying they'd set up their go-karts in the paddock yesterday for very good grip out the corners, but then giving them too much grip because of the track temperature, and maybe now those setups that they had yesterday will be working well and dialing in fairly good. But it looks like we have got some drivers coming out for this next race here, on to our next superheat, and warming up their tyres, and let's get into it. So there you can see there is 8 minutes on the clock, and we're going to have Micromax and Mighty in the same fields. So it will be an interesting race in 2 groups to keep an eye on then throughout these battles, and sticking them out there together. Hopefully can all find their way through. We've kind of got then 2 separate grids as we go through. Kind of got the first grid, of course, with the Micromax, and then we've got our Mighty further behind that as well.
I'll keep an eye on that.
So I can run you through some of the grids here for our Micromax to start with, particularly. Our Mighty. Let's start with our Mighty first. We'll start with Arthur Rhodes, which is on the front row. Sebastian Crawford in P2 and P3. Freddie Baker and Milo Taylor. As I think we have gone racing, yes, we've started for our Micromax and Mighty Superheat 1, and they've been saying, oh, and that's a spin round there from our P3 place of Freddie Baker. Not ideal, but getting caught up in the racing action to start with there. So we're underway for Micromax and Mighty. As you can see there in the background, we now got our Mighty runners set off. So it's kind of set off in a nice space. Kind of think it like the velodrome in cycling. Oh, and there's another coming together there with our Mighty runners. I think that is between Henry Hales and Jax Wong. Unfortunately, they're getting caught up between each other's wheels, trying to find their way through. So our Mighty runners set off a little bit. Yeah, think of it like the velodrome where the cyclists get set off slightly later, but they'll all still have their own groups and battles to worry about. And maybe, well, it depends on the speed of the Micromax and how much they can get on with it, we'll see them catching up and lapping up to the Mighty runners. But let's see how it gets on. A bit wide there from one of our Mighty Bambinos in 26. That's Jensen Darlow trying to get out of the way of our Rotax runners on this very first lap. So your Arthur Rhodes then was on P1, Will Hatton, Milo Taylor, Sebastian Crawford, Jensen Darlow, Munro Wilcox in P6, and Benjamin Finley in P7 on board with our Rotax runners here, getting mixed now slightly with the Mighty Cadets out there, and coming down now into this gasworks section, trying to navigate all past each other with the different engines and different configurations all to contend with, as we're going to then come hopefully onto our first lap down then. So Arthur Rhodes still out in front. Darlow, Zach Andrew, Benjamin Finley lead the way in that class, and in the Mighty class we've got Harry Stinson out in front. Ansel Murray, who started on pole, and Harry Stinson has jumped ahead of him, so that's good to be across that. Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, Jacob Amos. Actually caught up with Jacob on the track walk this morning. Looks like he was taking it all in with his dad, particularly trying to get a grip on all of the different configurations now we've had here at Warden Law this year. Piers Gauntlet, Henry Hales, Arthur Barth, and Frank Pearson, and then Jax Wong in the Mighty field. So here we're on board then for a battle of our Micromax runners of Arthur Rhodes and Will Hatton right on the back down the start-finish straight. See a lot of the parents going, go on, chase after, you can do it. Maybe parents might want to not put off other drivers as well. We want to keep an eye on the dad, the mechanic, the mum, any family member trying to do their best. So we're out here on the front, battle for P2 in the Micromax class, and Arthur Rhodes for the RCE team won his first 2 rounds at Warden Law last season, so looking to emulate that. Likes this track a lot then, has been testing at PFI International down in Lincolnshire before the start of the season, looking to hopefully hold on to lead. However, yeah, we still got Arthur. Yeah, we still have Arthur Reed and Will Hatton out in the lead. Although it looks like, no, that's just it. Looked like Jacob Amos had gone up to the top of the time zone. I think that was just the timing screen was sorting itself out. So you can see our S plate there of Max Armit as well coming through, doing well, of course, in Scotland to get that S plate on the back of his go-kart. And a move into turn 1 here, we can see a battle between the 2 drivers of Theo Jepson, I think, and Jensen Drummond, that was in P12. Keeping ahead of that. So it's Theo Jepson and Max Armit, Benjamin Finley in this battle for P9 and P10 and P11. So we're coming through the second centre and out towards the Dunlop chicane, trying to, I think, gesture along to work together there. In the background was Max Armit, but now jumping on board to the front of the Micromax class once again, Arthur Rhodes with Will Hatton and Sebastian Crawford behind, and a nice angle there, just giving you some idea of the camber of that corner as they come now down towards the turn 1 into Brian's Bend. And it's Arthur Rhodes, Will Hitton and Sebastian Crawford then is this top 3 breaking away from the other pack, going through the dogleg there over the curb. Take as much curb as you dare and deal with the instability of that curb and how your go-kart will react. Although nice move then going on there between P2 and P3. Will being challenged heavily by Sebastian Crawford at the moment. Lots going on there. We're coming back towards turn 1 there. Some great action going on further back as well. Will Hatton, though, wants to work together with Sebastian Crawford. He said, come on, mate. Either go ahead of me or stay behind me and we can go on forward. So then Sebastian Crawford up into P2 now, chasing down, hopefully, after Arthur Rhodes. But you can see the battle that Arthur Rhodes and Will have had, and Sebastian Crawford and Will are chasing after Arthur now, and Arthur's got a little bit more of a gap, you can see there right now. The gap is about half a second, so it's opened up a little bit with the battling that's been going on between them. This is the electric leaders of our mighty class in our cadet. This is Harry Stinson, who got the jump on Ansel Murray at the start, and Harry Stinson, I bumped into the paddock yesterday as well, was feeling very optimistic about this weekend and looking like he's putting that optimism to good use. Ansel Murray, who you would have seen throughout the Kart Championship the last couple of seasons, looking to keep Harry in check here as we come through Brian's Bend into the dogleg once again. A technical section, you don't want to take too much inside curb there, coming in on the inside. But now we can see your main screen is the mighty Bambinos between Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson, and in the bottom right of your screen, I believe we are on the battle for the lead with Sebastian Crawford and Arthur Rhodes. Sebastian Crawford has just made a move in the Micromax class ahead of Arthur Rhodes and Will Hatton. So a great move there with 40 odd seconds to go plus 1 lap in this race with both of our classes. And we're on board then, sticking on board with this really interesting and intriguing battle that has played out right from lap 1 when Harry Stinson got the jump on Ansel Murray. So Ansel Murray now knows that there's going to be at least 1 more lap, so maybe could position himself, use this lap to learn as much as possible about Harry in front of him and try and see if he can make a move on the final lap around here at Warden Law. But we've still got Sebastian Crawford there battling on in our Micromax class. Arthur Rhodes down in P2. We're wanting to be reclaiming that P1 spot, hopefully before the end of this race. But for our Micromax class, it will be the final lap, and our mighty E-runners there coming through. So our final lap will go on board then and stick with seeing how this pans out for Sebastian Crawford, who is out in P1 ahead of Arthur Rhodes now. There's got a bit of a gap, lots of curb there from both Arthur Rhodes and Will Hatton. Coming through then through the Senna 1 and Senna 2. Some nice driving there, catching a bit of a oversteer from Sebastian Crawford, pushing his kart to the limit. He's the only driver on track at the moment who has got the lap time under 1 minute, a 59.8 in this Micromax class. And it looks like he is really cementing this victory at the moment, pulling away from second and third. But what's this, a move around the outside? What a great move there from Jensen Darlow. If he can make this stick ahead of Milo Taylor, that is a fantastic move through Gasworks to hopefully hold on to that position. But we're going to come through the start-finish line, and that is Sebastian Crawford picking up an impressive victory there ahead of Arthur Rhodes and Will Hatton, and taking the chance when he needed to. Let's go on board then and finish off with our mighty E-runners, a dual class in this race. And we have been watching Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray battle it out for P1 and P2. Is Ansel got any chance coming into this final bend? It doesn't look like it. It's going to be as you were. Although Ansel's going to try round the outside, very close indeed. But it's stuck with Harry Stinson taking P1 there in our mighty class. Ansel Murray, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, Elliot Hitch, Arthur Thompson, Junior Wright, Henry Howes, Jacob Amos, who was having a good race there during that mighty race, and Jax Wong in those positions. Let's bring you the results, yes, of our Micro Max, first of all, confirm that there for you now. Sebastian Crawford, Arthur Rhodes, Will Hatton, Jensen Darlow with some impressive moves on that final lap. Milo Taylor, Freddie Baker, Zach Andrew, Teo Jepson, our S-plate of Max Armit, Munro Wilcox, Benjamin Finley, Sebastian Talbot, Jensen Drummond, a privateer doing well there up in the top 15 places, and Anthony Ray is P14. And then P15 is Lanny Eden. In P16 we have Ethan Bainbridge, Harry Stinson, then going down towards the mighty class at Ansel Murray, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, Elliot Hitch, Arthur Thompson, Junior Wright, Henry Hales, Jacob Amos and Jax Wong. In P27. And the final few places there, Pierce Gauntlet with support of the live stream for him today I saw earlier on, and Frank Pearson, Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis, who was a bit unfortunate in the running and caught himself unfortunately a lap behind. But there we go, that was pretty, I mean, well, you know, one class is enough, but then we could put two classes together, and it's always going to be an exciting race, particularly because of the two different variants in speed, and some mighty runners might get caught up with Micromax, but makes for great exciting racing around Warden Law in this Kart Championship, and I think you would agree the same there. So that was a joint class. We'll have that same joint class as well a little bit later on. But now, next, we're getting on to Senior Rotax, the fastest chassis around in our Kart Championship in 2026. And it's been great running to see all of them. I managed to catch a few of the drivers, particularly in the paddock yesterday. And it was good to see everyone, well, pretty much in good spirits, I would say, in all of the different awnings down and up the paddock. But hopefully a very exciting Senior Rotax race to come, and on that and hold the lead. We've seen a couple of moves, haven't we, in different classes up into from P2 to P1 and managed to hold on to that for the race. So all about strategy, all about racecraft. How will that play out in this Senior Rotax Superheat of our first one in this class? So a bit about Hugh Moulton in just a moment as we'll get into the race. Okay, see our Senior Rotax drivers going round and warming up their tyres as much as they can. Hugh Moulton for racing for Coles Racing today. Got to keep an eye on Hugo because he was a Rotax Festival champion in 2023, so he certainly knows his way around a Rotax. We'll have a couple of formation laps with our Rotax runners to get some speed up into their Rotax karts, and I will keep you posted then on our starting grid. Hugh Moulton is on pole position, Harrison Crowther is P2, Oliver Liversedge is in P3, Joshua Smith P4, Elliot Dalton Ayres is P5, Kai Newman is P6, Lewis Sumner P7, Rory Hinkley is P8, Melissa Adrian in P9 as the top privateer. Great performance from her to be up there where she is. Benjamin Lee is your top 10. Riley Bishop P12, Christopher Hughes P13, and another privateer in Scott McDowell up in P16. So, lots to keep our eyes on again. Oh, and who's this? Is not going to be taking part in this Senior Rotax race. That is the number 46 of Jaden Sherwood. Oh, what a shame that is that he can't pick up points then in this race, particularly racing for Coles as well. He's a British F4 esports driver and a champion in other series. That'll be really disappointing for him at the start of this Senior Rotax race, but absolutely gutted for him. As you can see, they're making some adjustments on their kart to bring out the best performance of those radiators, and you always wonder when their heads are bowing next to each other, like whether they're chatting to each other, even though they can't hear each other. But that's not important right now because we're about to go for this Senior Rotax race down through the tram lines, and we are away and racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap and hurtling all into turn 1. Looks like everyone has managed to get through there pretty safely, pretty well, and starting to build up that gap in front already. Hugh Moulton is, I think we had a false start. We thought we were racing, and we had a false start. So we've made that call, and they will now form back up again because not everyone was sticking within the tram lines there. We saw maybe on the camera maybe a slight deviation outside the tram line on the right-hand side of the grid, which is why everyone needs to find their place and position again, and some extra opportunity to get some more heat into the tyres. Yeah, basically when our drivers came down in karting, if you are not fully aware, they have to stick within what they call the tram lines, the two rectangles up on the grid, and have to stay within those until they get to the yellow line, and then they can start posturing for an overtake. And we can go racing. So we'll bunch them all up again, and they thought they were all going to be hurtling down there towards turn 1, and it's as you were. Our two Coles Racing karts then at the front there with Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther, looking to maybe keep it as they want to, maybe work together as teammates. And are we again racing here at Warden Law? Yes, we are. We are now away and on to our first lap, and Hugh Moulton maintaining the lead like he did on the first time round into the dogleg section as we come here again. Harrison Crowther in P2 and Oliver Liversedge in P3. So all keeping it above board at the moment. A little bit wide there from our front runner, Hugh Moulton, keeping an eye on Harrison, his teammate behind him. But nice racing there, a bit wide from Elliot Dalton Ayres. Was looking like he was giving an opportunity away to a fellow runner behind, but it was nothing doing there. As we've said, and then a move up the inside from Harrison Crowther then for P1 on Hugh Moulton. Looked like Hugh had it all cemented, and then Harrison was like, no mate, I'm coming up there and I'm going to let you know I want to race in this race, even though we're one side by side each other as Coles Racing. But it looked like they could work together. Maybe Harrison feels like he's got a bit more of the pace out there and can lead the way, and maybe it's been a bit of a chat within the teams as the strategy of this race. But you can hear as the tyres rumble over the curbs and using all of the track possible to their disposal. Coming through then the first couple of centres, nice and technical section. You want to try and turn your car on a sixpence as much as you can. I don't want to get out there onto the grass, so it won't be good traction out there from our second place man. But then coming onto the back straight and here into Gasworks, one of the great overtaking opportunities here for this Warden Law weekend. Nothing doing there as we are onto the back of this group, particularly back towards P13. You saw Scott McDowell towards the back of P11, P12, P13. Some good racing going on in this mid-pack here. And now we're on to our next lap. Harrison Crowther then, our new leader, out in front, not holding the fastest lap at the moment. Joshua Smith in P4 with a 53.19, 2 tenths quicker than the runner out front at the moment of Harrison Crowther. But all looks like they're gathering their thoughts as we come through these certain technical sections. And a bit of mud and dust being kicked up there out of the second centre. Don't want to be getting caught up in that too much. As we see a nice move there up the inside, and you saw that coming a mile off, didn't you, from Joshua Smith on the stream. Don't know how much Oliver knew about it in P5, but it's Joshua Smith then with that P4 place, holding on to it. P3 even, sorry, getting ahead of Elliot Dalton Ayres in P4 now. So it's Hugh Moulton is in P2, Harrison Crowther out in front, Joshua Smith and Elliot Dalton Ayres in P4, Oliver Liversedge in P5, Kai Newman in P6, and Lewis Sumner now with the fastest lap in P7, trading fastest laps all the time around here. Kai Newman, yeah, you saw on your screen, was chasing down after Oliver, and back here, nice close-up shot there of our P50, number 15 man rather, Joshua Smith in P3, holding off this group. Nice move then up the inside, Oliver on Elliot Dalton Ayres. Nice battle going on between these two at the start of the first half of this senior Rotax race. And coming towards Paddock Bend then, and cementing a brand new position once again. A nice gap out in front for Harrison Crowther in P2. As we can see some of the JWR Racing, the KR Sport team, their teammates watching on in the paddock here at Warden Law. Which team are you vying for and supporting? You can let us know on our live streams on Alpha Live and the Kart Championship, as well streaming live to you all around the world. Here in 2026, the Kart Championship kicking off in Sunderland, and some great racing right off the bat. You can see a warning there for our number 12 of Rory Hinckley down in P8, maybe getting a bit tasty with some of our battles further back. Nice move there from Riley Bishop up the inside of Rory Hinckley himself. So some good moves from Rory, who is for the JWR Racing, aiming for a podium in this 2026 season. And this is his first season racing in owners karting. So it'd be nice to see him making that progress as we just saw there, and doing well for his JWR Racing team. Let's jump on board here then with the number 31 of Lewis Sumner, who is at the front of this sort of P6 group, back to P7 and P8 with Kai, Riley and Rory, all vying for position and valuable points in this first superheat of senior Rotax. Coming through the Dunlop chicane then, and out of there we have got a nice battle going on here with Benjamin Lee down for Hunter Motorsport, down towards P11 at the front of this group. You're seeing P11, P12, P13 and 14 and so on back towards there, and Benjamin sort of leading this charge a little bit, with a little bit of a gap towards the end of the front of these runs. But we're focusing now back towards P5 and picking up this group of Elliot Dalton Ayres and Lewis Sumner and Kai Newman, all being consistent, keeping their head in front and trying to keep their car in the right direction, going in the right way. Nice move there up the inside for number 52 of James Kell, making a good move. Looks like up the inside of Scott McDowell there on the privateer. Scottish driver Scott McDowell, looking for an impressive weekend here in Warden Law, and doing okay in the sort of mid-pack at the moment in P13, but like to obviously be a bit higher if he can. Okay, look, we've got 1 minute 45 plus 1 lap on the clock here in this senior Rotax race. Your lap times are about a 52.48 at the moment. A fastest lap we can see from Harrison Crowther, has got the fastest third sector as well, so cementing his position out in lead ahead of Hugh Moulton. Sector 3 seems to be a strength of Harrison's right now, and that's good to see with that very technical section, and a lot of track changes. Some of the track changes are coming through, not here at the Dunlop chicane, but particularly at when we get towards Paddock Bend, the final corner. It kind of goes round on itself a little bit more now and makes for a tighter line, a tighter entry and a wider exit to get a better run down the start-finish straight, and maybe an opportunity to go up the inside. We've got a mechanical flag there from race control for number 82 of Michael Ambler. So we'll have to be very careful there with those mechanical flags. You can't be having any part of their go-karts flapping about or causing any incidents. So it will be assessed, hopefully, and the right things will be done with Michael. But we are here on board with the number 15 of Joshua Smith in P3. So we've kind of got the two front runners out in front, Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton in P2, and then P3 with everyone else behind trying to battle for P3 all the way down from Oliver Liversedge, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Lewis Sumner and Kai Newman. This has been a great, consistent and very close battle in this group throughout this senior Rotax race. As they come down then through Paddock Bend, you can see it's a lot more wide. It can be on the power a lot earlier now out of that last turn at Warden Law. Joshua Smith checking over his shoulder as much as he dares for his Liam Atkin Racing English champion in 2021, and PFI and Kim Bolton has been his pre-season testing to get familiar with his go-kart there, so not too much time spent up at Warden Law here, but plenty of other time to kind of get to know his go-kart anyway around how those tracks work. Coming through the Dunlop chicane, leading them through then for what looks like is going to be the penultimate lap. And a little sniff up the inside there from Oliver Liversedge, who fancied the move on Joshua Smith, but thought better of it and maybe to save it for the last lap we're on to. Oh, and that's a 24. Who's out there? That is looking like it's Elliot Surtees. Unfortunately, has been out on the grass. Maybe a problem with his kart, but we'll see what happens with that. We're then on to our final lap. We're staying with the battle for P3. Joshua Smith, followed by Oliver Liversedge, Lewis Sumner, and Elliot Dalton Ayres, and Kai Newman down to P7. Can Joshua Smith hold on to this lead for his Liam Atkin Racing team? Can he use that championship winning experience of a few years ago and hold face in front of the challenge, the relentless challenge that's coming behind? But you'll go to the leaders here. You'll see Harrison Crowther getting a great jump earlier on in the race on Hugh Moulton, who started on pole. And once again, we're seeing around Warden Law here, P2 working out very well for some of our drivers. Harrison Crowther's going to come across the line to take victory here for senior Rotax, followed by Hugh Moulton, who's going to come across the line in P3. It's Joshua Smith with a little casual look over his shoulders going, yep, I'm on the podium, guys, for my team. I'm on the podium. I've put that experience to good use. Followed by Oliver Liversedge in P4, Lewis Sumner in P5, Elliot Dalton Ayres in P6, Kai Newman is P7, and Riley Bishop P8. Drew Preisner is 9, and P10 is Benjamin Lee, as we were going through. Now, confirmation of our results. Harrison Crowther with a comfortable 1 second lead out in front then in this senior Rotax Superheat 1. And down from Moore's P10, we've got Benjamin Lee rounding off the top 10 for you. Melissa Adrian, unfortunately in that race, wanted to climb a little bit higher, but P9, but still P11. A good performance from her there, privateer at the moment. Scott McDowell with the Scottish spirit behind him in P12. James Kell in P13. Saw a nice move in that race from him as well in the middle section of this Warden Law circuit. Rory Hinckley is P14. P15 is Jamie Kirkbride. P16, Ross Tyler, George Cole, Christopher Hughes, Max Sheldon Hayward, and Oliver Lomax down to P20. And then your P20 below runners, that is Dylan Tracy, Lewis Holt, Zach Kane, Connor Tubby, Jack even. Might have had a bit of mild dyslexia there, I apologise. Jack Ginnicuddy is P25. Joshua Jarvis. And Eddie King is P27. P28 is Cassidy Southall. Sam Kelbrick is P29. Thomas Ambler is P30. Elliot Surtees is P31. Michael Ambler, and rounding off there with Hayden Sherwood, who unfortunately didn't start the race because of an issue he had with his kart. And we might be able to find out later on, but we're now back around again. We do it all again. On next to our Honda Cadet class. This is a great look into the paddock here, and getting those engines ready for our next Honda Cadet Superheat race. That's a nice handshake there between driver and parent onto our Honda Cadet. Race 25 for you then we're on to now, and you saw a nice bit of support between our drivers there in the dummy grid, getting themselves ready. Sawyer Henderson was getting a nice bit of support there from Dad. Sawyer Henderson, great result in those previous races, was batting up there pretty impressively up into P2. So hopefully can repeat a great performance as had in Superheat 1. Let's go through your grid then for this Honda Cadet, which will be the same as your first one we had earlier on. They stay the same grids as they qualified, and then they'll take all of those points into the grand final. Wherever they finish in the grand final, wherever they finish in the Superheats rather, they'll add up all of those together. Let's go for your grid. Pole is Archie Cannon. Marcus Cooper is P2. I'm seeing something different on the screen at the moment. P3, Jensen Kula. Jensen Kula's P3, Soy Henderson's P4, Freddie Drury P5, Keen Delaney P6, Privateer, highest Privateer driver on the grid, followed by Joshua Bailey in P7. P8, Jensen Drummond is followed by Privateer Alistair Saunders in P9, and Sebastian McCarthy in P10. And Honda Cadets, as we know, the Cadets start as a standing start. We see the red flag there by our marshals here at Warden Law, doing fantastic work, may I say. Putting in lots of incredible effort to make this Kart Championship come to life, and having to deal with certain incidents this weekend around the track, and doing some fantastic work at that, and making sure that everything is safe with our racing and all above board. But I wonder how our drivers on the grid here can add to their points in the first superheat, and see if they can take as many points as possible going towards the grand final. So we're just positioning some karts towards the back of the grid, making sure they're in the right grid spot and ready to get underway here at Warden Law. It's a nice overcast day here. If you're just joining us, welcome to this coverage of the Kart Championship in our Honda Cadet class. Overcast, but a fairly good mild temperature, not as hot as yesterday, but we're hurtling through our superheats in all our different classes today, and we're back towards our Honda Cadets here with our two groups, and all the engines are started. We are underway. We are go for this second superheat of Honda Cadets, and Archie Cannon there off to a great start in the number 5, doing it for Scotland. And leading away our Honda Cadet drivers here into turn 1. That's a nice move there. Looks like up the inside of the dogleg of an opportunist move back towards, looks like P8, P9, P10 as they make their way through the first couple of centres. Back on themselves. We'll come out this second centre here where the track change. You can see where the sort of the mud is there, not the grass there. That's where the track used to go. They've made it much tighter now out of that section to provide more of a challenge to the drivers. And here we come then for the first time down towards Gasworks Bend, and we've got some real great moves and great racing going on there between those two drivers of, I believe that was Freddie Drury, but going around the outside of that bend there in this Honda Cadets class at the moment. And coming through then for the very first time, Archie Cannon retaining the lead ahead of Marcus Cooper. Sawyer Henderson having another great race up there in P3, gained a spot again from his start at P4. So great performance from Sawyer Henderson, the number 27. And Jensen Kuller, Freddie Drury, Keen Delaney in P6. Joshua Bailey is P7, Jensen Drummond, Henry Colborne, followed by Ben Bowers in P10. That's your top 10 at the moment. And coming through the Dunlop chicane, and we'll probably be trying to find different ways and improvements or different ways of driving it each time to try and see if we're now going into the Gasworks Bend. A nice move up the inside from Sawyer Henderson again, making up more ground here in this Honda Cadet race. Another impressive performance at the front of the grid, going up the inside of Marcus Cooper. And now Sawyer Henderson will be looking to try and use this momentum to chase down after Archie Cannon, and it shows there the pace that Sawyer Henderson has got underneath him at the moment. A fastest lap of a 1 minute .78, and a fastest first sector of anybody out there around Warden Law at the moment. So looking very racy, very up for it is Sawyer Henderson at the moment, doing incredibly well. And joined in the commentary box, it seems, we've got a bit of company from Logan Rolfe, who had a fantastic race out there, didn't you? And it was all good. And you're live on Alpha Live. Logan, welcome to the Alpha Live live stream. Are you enjoying the racing so far?
Yeah, so far it's looked quite a hard but competitive weekend so far.
Yeah, and you've seen some nice moves on the inside here. We've got the number 28, that's Ben Bowers up the inside of Henry Colborne. And look, there's a camera on us now in the commentary box, so producer James is here. Me and Logan are here.
Hello.
And how's you getting on in your class?
Good. I won the first superheat of today for my race.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can keep that consistent so we can win the final.
And tell me a little bit about your KR Sport guys that have been helping you to get ready for this weekend. Has it been feeling like you've got good momentum? Clearly you did very well in the first race.
Yeah, well, we got home from Cremona, Italy at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
On Tuesday morning, and then on Wednesday we were travelling up here.
Wow. So it's there's no rest at all with all of that, and you're straight into the racing as well. But you feel like you've got good energy though. You're rested. It seems like that's going well out there.
Yeah, it's like not like resting, but it's like hard to like try and keep up with all the races that I've got going on this year and this month.
Yeah, and what are you most looking forward to about the Kart Championship this year, particularly because we've started off Warden Law here. It's we've got a fast circuit. We've got Archie Cannon proving that out there at the moment in our Honda Cadet classes. How are you finding Warden Law?
Good.
Yeah.
Like the new track layout is quite hard.
Okay.
But we're doing quite well with it.
Yeah. And what are you finding particularly is the challenge? Is it trying to get the traction out of both those tighter corners now?
Well, when I went out on Tuesday, everyone said the track was rubbish, the new part was rubbish. And then I'm like, it's actually not that rubbish.
Yeah.
It's just watch. And then I went up to my friend today and said, well, last night and this morning, and said to them, is the track actually that bad? And they're like, no, it's not now because all the new tyres have gone down. And I'm like,
that's
the
it,
track
you've got more grip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the track was never that bad in the first place.
No. Well, and it's going to be a thing of people are going to get used to it, aren't they? It's changed. You liked it the previous time, but I'm sure maybe once a few races have gone round here, we'll all be used to it. It seems like you're loving it. It's working for you, so that's the most important thing. And looking at the Honda Cadet classes at the moment, do you think they're doing pretty well out there?
Yeah, Archie Cannon, who's in first, is handling it very well.
Yeah.
So is Sawyer Henderson. He's handling it very well.
And how does Honda Cadet then maybe compare to the class you're in, if you had experience in different
well,
classes?
the Honda is 2-stroke, I believe, and the Rotax is 4-stroke. And the Rotax, like unlike these Hondas, they don't bang like when they brake or come off the throttle.
Okay, and that can give you some great performance, I guess, out there between the two classes. But learning how these different karts work, isn't it, and getting the most out of them, extracting them.
Yeah, and it's like fullback, the Micromax grid was full, or I couldn't enter for it, so I went out in Honda like a year and a half ago, and it just kept on banging every lap. I'm like, Dad, there's a problem with the engine, and Dad's like, right, what is it? And I'm like, it keeps on banging.
Yeah, I don't need this.
Yeah.
But look, we are in the middle of Honda Cadet then. They're doing a great job of getting their karts round, and Archie Cannon has been keeping Sawyer Henderson very honest. Sawyer Henderson has been having a great day of it today. He started in P4 in this race once again and is up into P2 and challenging Archie Cannon then. And particularly in the paddock between all of you, is it been good to all catch up again and be back here?
Yeah, it's actually like it's good to catch up with like all my friends that I saw last year at the Kart Championship presentation. Yeah. So yeah.
Very good. Oh, it's great to have you here in the commentary box, Logan. And I wish you all the best for the rest of the racing throughout the categories this weekend. And I assume you're aiming to be at the top of the grand finals later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the aim. Hopefully, take as many points as you can out of this Warden Law track. Well, we've got a couple of laps left together. Would you like to talk me through maybe this lap?
Yeah, so first corner, flat but a little bit of brake, and then you go through where Archie Cannon is right now, then it's a brake, then it's a throttle again, and then it's a brake and a throttle, and then as you go up to the first new corner where Archie Cannon is, you brake hard but sharp, and then you get on the power nice and early.
Ooh, nice move at the outside there,
yeah, nice move.
Number
and then
59.
Where the 59 just went, you then go brake and then early on the throttle, and then through the chicane you go brake flat, and then you're flat all the way around, and then gas works. You have a hard brake, and then it's an early and the
it's fine. It's hard to keep up with the carts.
Yeah, and one of the carts just went up in the air at Gasworks.
Yeah, that's
And
not what you need.
And then through the last bit,
Yeah.
it's like flat but right on the brake, and then it's sharp brake at the end, and then that's the whole lap
And it's
gone.
flat out, and that's Freddie Drury there up the inside of Joshua Bailey for P5. So let's stick on board then for this final lap of our Honda Cadet Super Heat 2 with our class, with our groups A and C, and it is looking furious in this mid-pack as we've got another dive up the inside then from Joshua Bailey trying to take that back off of Freddie Drury. Now, how well has that gone for him? It looks like we'll find out. And yeah, Joshua Bailey ahead then of Freddie Drury is as you were beforehand. But let's go on board with our leaders. Oh, it's a very close final few corners. Archie Cannon doing all he can to defend from the inside of Sawyer Henderson, who's had a fantastic race, keeping right up there with Archie Cannon. But Archie Cannon, the fastest lap of the race. Sawyer Henderson's going to try all the way to the line, but it's not going to be enough. Archie Cannon is going to take victory here.
Very hard for Archie Cannon at the end.
Cadet. Yeah, it was incredibly hard. A lot of pressure underneath there as well. And let's round up through our top 10 quickly before I can ask you about what you're expecting the rest of your weekend, Logan. Sawyer Henderson P2, Jensen Culler P3, Marcus Cooper is P4, Joshua Bailey is P5, Freddie Drury then unfortunately then losing out in that mid-battle to P6, and Mason Becker is in P7, Henry Colborne is P8, P9 is Ben Bowers, 10th is Sebastian McCarthy, Jensen Drummond is P11, P12 Finley Thursfield, Alistair Saunders is P13, P14 is Seth Wright, P15 is Reggie Jafisi and Keane Delaney's P16, Jacob Jones P17, Archie Edgar, Tommy Burgoyne, Finn Hollis, Phoebe Shelton, Austin Dow, Jensen Fathers, Eric Grisbeck, Alfie Keeling, Alfie Love and Krish Doshi. Don't know if we're expecting any visitors anytime soon. We can hear a helicopter going over the circuit at the moment, like maybe a little parachute in. Our final few runners, 28, 29 and 30 is Ada Wright, Oliver Bullock and Edward Charlton. You know, make the show more interesting with some with people parachuting in and fireworks and all these kind of things. But look, we're on the live stream right now.
Hello.
Logan, say hello to everyone. You got anyone at home you want to say hello to?
My grandma and granddad and all my other cousins and family members that currently are watching me right now.
Yeah, always a big support.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear it, and it's nice to see all of that, you know, family support when you're here in the paddock, but also on our live stream as well, on Alpha Live, and also on the Kart Championship. Keep your comments coming in. We're seeing some a recent comment here for Archie Racing. Good luck on your first Junior Primo race, which is actually coming up next. So we've got all of that to look forward to, and I just make a note. We're done with that one, so I can keep track of everything, because there's lots of races to get through and to be close to. So quickly, Logan, before we get into the next race, which we're about to do, what's your goal for the season?
Well, we're not doing the whole season because it crashes with the B&L and the Europeans, but we're going to try and get as many done as we can, and hopefully try and get like P5 or P6 in the championship, or at least P5, at least top 5.
Great stuff. All right, thank you, Logan, for being here with the commentary box. And we're on to the next race. All right then, so this is Junior Primo, and Logan, if you want to stick around, when your next race is, well, not for a little while, so you want to stick around for this one?
Yeah.
And we'll have a bit of a
well,
look.
my dad's got a driver, Lucas Esser,
Junior Primo, yeah.
in
Lucas
Junior
Esser.
Primo, so
we're looking forward to
yeah.
seeing
So
how
I
he
don't
goes.
need to rush anywhere fast.
All good. Right, we can stick around then as we're on to this Junior Primo Super Heat 1, the first Super Heat of the weekend. Junior Primo is a nice little gap, isn't it, between the classes? Helps drivers like yourself get in between there. So let's go on to pole position for Jacob Underhill. Second, great performance in P2 from privateer Layla Berryman. P3 is Jackson Heath. P4 is Aaron Berridge. P5 is Jude Pudfoot, and P6 is Lucas Esser, who you were talking about. So that's a great qualifying there in P6
No, he actually didn't qualify there.
Oh.
He qualified like in the 20th.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't qualify too good, but then my dad sorted him out, and he came all this way. So hopefully we can get a top 3 from Lucas.
Okay. I don't know how that operated and worked, but I'll take your word for it. P7, Bertie Hodgson. Arthur Murphy is P8. P9 is Odysseus Hole. And P10 is Archie Thomond Evans. Okay, well, look, here we are then for the bunching up of the grid. How do you find this moment? Quite, straightforward, or is it a bit less than that?
Well, it looks easy, like on the screen.
Yeah.
For me, it looks easy when when I watched the F1. Oh, that's easy. I'd easily get P1. But then when I'm racing, I'm like, no, that's not easy.
And talking of the racing, here we go then. We are on to our first lap for Junior Primo, and up the inside there, lovely move by Jacob Underhill, but it's a false start. So all of that effort into turn 1, making it look really glamorous and nice, Logan.
Yep, and even Lucas
Not
Hesse
worth
got
it.
up to P4.
He did get up to P4.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not the one. Because how also difficult, Logan, is it to stay within those tram lines and make sure you get the right start?
Very hard, especially now that when Dan Ashton said in this briefing room that we're commentating in at the minute, Dan Ashton said they're going to paint more of the corridors. They just haven't yet. It's like you've got to follow the lines in the new tarmac, and it's quite hard.
It's hard to pick out when you're going that speed, but we'll all hopefully, everyone's in the same boat, but it's still very difficult. I think that's the important thing to say. All right, so look, they're making their way around again. An extra formation lap like this, is it useful or does it hinder you?
Well, when it's like cold, it's like worth it. Yeah. It's worth it because you get that extra tyre warm.
Yeah.
In your tyres, and
But then obviously when it's too hot, you don't want a lot of heat because it might go through your tyres a bit quicker. All right, well then let's...
Yeah, and my tyres are starting to grain a tiny bit, and when you've got too much air in the tyres and it's too hot, it grains.
Don't let them know. Don't give away your advantage over the weekend. But we're here racing again. Hopefully, are we underway? Oh, goodness me, there's a bit of an off there, and that's not great to see, but looks like it's got the kart going again. That's the number 61 of Oscar Delanic. Hopefully is all right. That's the number 50. Oh, Jack Wykes. That's not what we'd be wanting to see, and I think we have gone on to another formation lap.
And how Jacob Underhill and Layla Berryman have got to be careful now, because one more false start and they get red flags, and both of them two have to go to the back.
Yeah, and this is the key thing, isn't it? So, if you don't want to... It's quite rare we see that, isn't it, Logan? But actually very important that we kind of make sure that everyone is kind of calm enough at the start of a race so that it can get the racing underway and, obviously get into some great action. But also, we saw a couple of people go off there. It's all about being safe, isn't it? Because you don't want to be getting caught up so early on in the race. All right, so look, they're lining up once again. And as you rightly say, Logan, if Layla and Jacob and Aaron and Jackson don't all line up properly and lead the field away in the right way, we could be on for a red flag, and as you rightly say, that puts them to the back of the grid. So let's hope then for a third and final time we can go racing.
And that's the 51 that isn't starting.
Oh, there's a little bit of a problem there for Bertie Hodgson, and not really sure what's going on, but it looks like hopefully we'll be racing underway once again, and I think we are racing now.
Oh, and there's a massive spin.
Oh my goodness, who's that off again? That is
number 61.
Oscar Delanic again, who did go off the previous time, and in front of your screen now, I think that was possibly the 80 of Morgan Cooney, but I couldn't quite make out towards the end. But we're jumping on now then. We're into
three
the
wide.
Primo. Oh, there's lovely moves into the inside there, trying to make that stick. That was the 22 of Aaron Berridge, getting all amongst it of all of the action, particularly at their first part there. Oh, taking a lot of curb there, did our number 55 of Lucas Esser, who you were talking about. You want to be careful with those curbs, and showing the door there, particularly was
and Jacob Underhill and Larry Berryman have not had a good start.
No, it's not been great time for them. particularly in this Superheat 1 of Junior Primo. Let's see how then the field has changed from the start. So we've got Jackson Heath, Jude Puddifoot has gone up from P5 into P2. Great performance there. Aaron Berridge is P3, Lucas Esser P4, Arthur Murphy P5, Jacob Underhill all the way down to P6, unfortunately. So not a great start. As you said as well, Layla Berriman, yeah, they've not had great starts at this first part of the race. Well spotted, Logan. Are you spotting all these things when you are driving? And there's a nice move there up the inside from the number 14, I think that was, Jude Puddifoot, yeah, going up the inside. Once again, looking for the lead of Jackson Heath. Yeah, when you are in all of these battles and you've got the perspective you're a few karts back, can you take that all in, or are you just focusing on the one kart in front of you?
Well, it's like my dad on the side of the track, he's giving me hand signals and I just follow them.
Follow that, yeah.
But it's like when I make a mistake on the straight that I next go to, I then look behind my shoulder.
Yeah.
And then when I'm like, I've got a gap, fine. And then I can start like getting corners right again. Then I don't have to worry. And then my dad tells me the sign to look forward. And then I'm just like, right, I've got a gap. I don't need to keep on looking back. Oh, and there's...
Oh, it's so crucial to have that support. But also the support, maybe if you're coming off the circuit.
Of a 32.
That's number 32. And that, unfortunately, looks like it is it for Odysseus Hole. Unfortunately, not looking like that was a great first half of the race. So, you know, it was going okay for them, but now off to the side of the track, and not really sure what all of that was concerning, but hopefully maybe we'll find out a bit later. Let's rejoin the action here and focus in on this battle for P8. This is Toby Wortley, followed by Layla Berriman, who has had a really unfortunate race right down from P2, as you were mentioning, a privateer driver here with us this weekend.
So is Jacob Underhill as well.
Jacob Underhill was doing really well and is now down into P6. So hopefully they'll be looking to recoup a little bit. This is only Superheat 1, and you can try and make the call back in the 4.5 minutes we have left. But maybe leaving it to Superheat 2. Nice move up the inside there from our number 22 driver of Aaron Berridge, who is his first year in the Kart Championship and showing why he deserves to be here on this Warden Law circuit, going past our number 80 there. Well, you know, it's sort of like it's peaks and troughs in this race, because like all of a sudden there's massive action, particularly in the Primo, the Rotax races. I feel like there's a lot more ebb and flow between stuff, and things can change in an instant, can't they? And you've got to be on it as a driver to spot those opportunities, haven't you, Logan?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. All right, we're coming through these couple of Sennas here. The new track change as we're getting used to more and more. The first one in proper competition today for our Junior Primo, and this is Jude out in the lead of Aaron Berridge at the moment, and then followed by Jackson Heath and Lucas Esser, Arthur Murphy. Bertie Hodgson got the fastest lap right now, a 54.23, a couple of tenths quicker than the lead runners at the moment. We're now 54.15 from Jacob Underhill, showing his pace as to why he was starting on pole position, but currently only down in P6, can only put it to good use there.
And there's a move from Lucas Esser that just went into the first corner.
Yeah, nice.
He's now
move.
up to P3.
P3 and two karts in one. Was it a double move or just the one?
Just
that one.
Just the one.
Just the one. That'll do though, won't it? We'll move up the grid into P4 and keeping across this Junior Primo action. Number 55 there, Lucas Esser, as you were mentioning, coming through the Dunlop chicane. What's your favourite corner around here, by the way, Logan? Would you really feel like you're really strong there?
The first corner and the new section.
To nail it in a new section, got on top of that. It's good to hear, and looking to extract all the time out of there. So look, Jude's going around. We've got 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Lucas Esser up into P3 then on the podium. Has had a great race, has gained 3 places, so done very well so far. Coming through into the dogleg section. The camber catches you out slightly, it can do, but you would be careful to take as much curve as you would like. Coming then into, I would say, the most technical part of the track. You can open it up then as you come through towards the Dunlop chicane into the back straight. And maybe you're using all this time, aren't you, Logan, to think about, oh, can I throw it up the inside? I can watch how they're braking, I can watch their driving style, spend a lap or two getting to know their driving style, and that you've probably had a lot of experience with that over the years.
Yeah, and it's like as when we was in Cremona, James Roots, he was also out there representing DHR, Dan Holland Racing, and I was representing KR Sport.
Yep.
And what happened is, because we was testing on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I knew where James Roots overtakes, like strong overtakes were.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if I do the move there,
You'll play him at his own strengths. Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to know where everyone's strengths lies as a driver and where people's weaknesses are, and that's where it will come out in the end. And we've got to work on, ironing those out, and that's what makes you a better driver across all of the different races in the season. But we here at Warden Law, we have 50 seconds plus 1 lap, so we're probably going to get 2 more laps at the moment. And Jude Puddiford out in front has got a 3/10 lead. Oh! And there's a bit of a coming together, sadly, between
the number 14.
Jude, our race leader, gone down the field now, quite considerably, down to P6 after a bit of a battle there, it looked like, with Aaron Berridge. So hopefully we'll take a closer look at that, but it's as you were now. And look at who's in the lead. Lucas Esser taking advantage
P6.
of the instance, up from P6 to P1. Bit wide there from Jacob Underhill, was giving Arthur the gap there, and looks like that move has been done into the Dunlop chicane. And going through there, Jacob Underhill then now back up to P4. So Jacob Underhill taking advantage of what just happened there and making the most of it. It's all go here as we get to the final lap, and getting very wide there, nearly missing a car on the side of the track was Jacob Underhill, narrowly avoiding that one. And Aaron Berridge here doing his best to hold off Lucas Esser, out in the lead now, but it's a trade between these two drivers. Oh, that was almightily close for Lucas Esser, getting very close to the grass on the left-hand side into turn 1, but Aaron Berridge has strong-armed his way through there, I would say, in strong, fair racing, and has claimed P1 now as we go around this final lap here at Warden Law, taking as many points as you can into our grand finals later on. And it's all to be playing for out there at the moment. And let's remember, this is Aaron's first year in the Kart Championship. He's a privateer. He's not with one of our teams up and down the awning, but really showing that he's got all of the skills
and all of the pace
that he needs to take victory. Wow, what a race that was here for our Junior Primo Super Heat 1. And I think a certain driver is definitely putting his name on the map there and showing why he deserves to be on this grid, which is highly competitive with all of these drivers. Wow, that was great action. How did you like that, Logan?
Yeah, very good action for the Hondas and the Junior Primos.
Is it weird to watch it like this when you're not out
weird
there?
to watch it because there's one screen and then there's 3 other screens.
And then there's 3 other ones. We've got our timing screen, which we keep an eye on, and the results, as we'll see, come up on your screen right now. We've got Aaron Berridge taking that very impressive P1 then, and made that all the way from P4 and slowly worked his way through the race. Lucas Esser, you were talking about there, Logan, P2. Arthur Murphy, P3. Jackson Heath is P4. Jacob Underhill, P5. Bertie Hodgson P6, Zane Perry is P7, Layla Berryman, unfortunate for her, from P2 down to P8. Not a great start there to the Junior Primo campaign here at Warden Law, but hopefully we'll be looking to bounce back in the next one. Morgan Cooney, P9, Toby Wortley is P10, Ruben Jenkins is P11, Harry Myatt Waldron is P12, Hakeem Bart is P13, and your top 14 ran off by Archie Thomond Evans.
And like I've just seen on the board, 5-second penalty for number 88 and 22.
So we'll see how that comes out then. So Arthur Murphy, who finished in P3, and I think it was that coming together with Jude earlier on in the race, there might be a result of how that unfolds.
And the number 22
see.
as well
We'll see
in
that comes
P1,
out.
so that now makes
Ah!
Lucas Esser first.
Well, how about that? You're more ahead of this than I am, Logan. I'm trying to keep track of all this, but you're in the midst of all this. You know how all things work. So, at the moment, the results is Aaron Berridge in P1, but as you say, the penalties could all change. So we've got a 5-second penalty here for Arthur Murfitt, who finished in P3. So he's possibly going to drop down a little bit. So Arthur Murfitt, trying to work this out on our timing screens, might drop down to almost P12. And then we've got Aaron Berridge, who's got the 5-second penalty, who will probably drop down to ninth. And then we've got Jack Smith, the number 20 in our junior Primo, who is, well, going to be having that 5-second penalty as well, with a little bit of coming together during that race. But down in P23 is unfortunately not going to make much of a difference. So after an incredible performance by Aaron and the showing his mettle as a privateer, his first year in TKC, caught up in the action a little bit and has come out unfortunately on the other side with the penalty and has changed everything completely. And now we'll wait for it to be confirmed, but we think Lucas Esser will be taking the win. And Lucas Esser starting in 6th, not bad, eh?
No, not too bad from where he qualified. I think he qualified 28th to get to P1 in the Super Heat. Didn't think that was going to happen. Yeah. I'm like, Lucas, in my opinion, Lucas was going to come top 10. Top 10, P10, P5 to P10, and that's like the most he'll get. But he's just gone and showed and proved me wrong that he's now won the Super Heat. Yeah, and he could, he was keeping, even though Aaron was in front as the race was going, he was right there. The gap we only had was 2/10. So yeah. Really on it indeed. Well, so how are you liking the weather here? Because with Warden Law, it can be it can be
cold.
Sunny anywhere and it'll still rain.
Yeah.
But like today, it's cold, but the clouds look like they're not going to hold back and just still going to rain. And it's like I'm hoping that the weather will be on my side, like it was in Campillos and Cremona.
Yeah. Well. I'm hoping, you're probably not going to get as much sun, are you?
No. It's definitely not going to be 28 degrees here.
More overcast. Maybe not. The tyres aren't going to be as sticky as you might like them.
No.
But then you'll set the kart up completely differently for this Warden Law track. And nice to get some heat anyway yesterday. It was good out there. Anyway, I'm doing a typical British thing, Logan, where British people talk about the weather and how nice it was. We probably only want to do that a few times here, but it's pretty good. As Sunderland goes, as Warden Law goes, it's not too bad. When have you got to head off? Because I don't want to keep you too long from preparing for your races. So next we're on to the Mighty Bambino.
I can stay for this Mighty Bambino, and then I need to head off, really.
Okay, great. It would be great to have you in the commentary box for as long as possible, because it's great to have your perspective as someone who is racing out there in the midst of all of this. Well,
maybe like after lunch break, or like after if I do my next session and I'll go run up somewhere at home, I'll get changed and then I'll come back, because my suit is printed by Freem. I think Johnny Walker for my Freem suit and my Freem boots and my
all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I can get changed because this suit is a bit itchy.
Well, you're not showing it here on the commentary. Let's get into our next Mighty Bambino race. All right, so here they come round for Mighty Bambinos. Logan, before we get into the grid, as they're making their way around for a standing start in our cadet classes, did you ever race the electric karts? Have you raced an electric kart?
No. I've always wanted to try an electric kart out, like on the kart sim KSP, because I've got it for training at home. I've tried it and it literally takes off.
Right.
Like it feels like an aeroplane. Like it literally goes.
And it's like basically on or off, isn't it? There's no sort of like progressive to throttle.
And it's like these barely brake. That's why they're flat out. That's why their batteries run out so quickly round all the tracks because Mighty and all electric. Like, you might feel it on the electric cars. If any of you have got an electric car that are watching this live right now, it brakes, like it semi-brakes for you, so you can feel like a little bit of slowdown.
Right, when you lift off the throttle.
Yeah, when you lift off the throttle.
And that's basically engine braking, isn't it? When you're getting the battery sort of doing the work for you. Okay, let's get on to race 20, race 27, and Superheat 2 for our mighty Bambinos. And just trying to find the grid starting here. But you'll see on our screen here, it's Luca Pede on or P1 for Jules Nash, and Luca Pede on to P2, and we are away for this Bambino Superheat 2 race once again. And it was pretty hotly contested by Luca at the front of the start.
Oh, and there's a spinner of the 43.
That's Jonah Curtis, sadly down towards the back of the field now. So hopefully we'll be looking to make amends in this race with 7 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And there's a nice battle up front then between
Luca Pede braking really late into the new section of the track.
Into the new one, yeah, and taking the lead then ahead of Jules Nash. So as they come through here, completely different sound, obviously, isn't it? And
like on lunch break, I was like, I'll go walk myself around the track. As I got onto the track, I'm like, maybe not, because it's so quiet. You don't even know that they're there.
Yeah.
And it's like when I do, because like for people to get faster, because I'm now inspired of them. I now do track days with them. I have to look left and right about 20 times just to make sure they're not even like coming, because they're so fast. They're 45 mile an hour down the straight.
But we know they're racing there. I think that was Jacob Amos we saw on our screen there, who's in the mighty Cadets, cheering on his mighty Bambinos, who races a similar karts then. So here we are in the lead. Luca Pede is back out in front ahead of Jules Nash. A little tussle for the lead as we went through at the start of that race, and then coming through the 2 Senna sections at the moment. Take that nice tight line to start with and go out wide towards, and you can take a better line and entry through this second Senna and out towards the Dunlop chicane. And how crucial is it, Logan, to get the line right between these 2 chicanes, because you don't want to be clipping that curve?
Well, no, because like for the Mighties and Cadets, it's in the juniors, seniors, and all the other big karts. You could probably be fine hitting it, but it will bend your sash, definitely. And there's a move from the 77 of Oliver Reynolds.
That was a nice move up the inside there on Etherington there. So that is a place taken for P9, as we've got all of our 20 runners here in this mighty Bambino second superheat of the day around Warden Law. And look, Luca Pede out in P1. He's only setting the pace as well to prove why he is in the lead. Yeah. A 1:12.38.
Even in I can't even get my words out, because even in first, he can still set the fastest lap. So no matter what challenges face him, like say for example now if the number 18 Jules Nash hits him and he spins, Luca still won't give up. He'll get fastest lap still and again and again and again, and yeah, he'll keep on doing it until he's first again.
We don't want the contact, of course, but it's a
because karting's a non-contact sport.
Remember, it's a non-contact sport at all times, but they are very close to each other, and a nice little cheeky kiss on the bump, on the bumper in front, maybe just to let them know that the teammate is there. Carry on, mate, and
but
hurry
the 3
up.
RCE boys, like Luca P's, have already got a gap of 0.24, and like the RCE boys, so that's
quite impressive.
Referdy, Theo Apostrophe and Stanley Thruston, they just need to push to make sure that they can get a better result.
Yeah, nice. And in these classes as well, to create a big gap in a field that is really even, it's quite a feat, isn't it? Because they're all very, very close together.
Yes.
It's right, they're coming through the dogleg here now, and we're on the battle here for Rafe Verdi and Theo Azopardi for P6 and P7 here at this Warden Law track. Nice attempt of a move up the inside there from Theo, but nothing doing into that section of the Sennas as we make our way once again towards the Dunlop chicane and get a nice line between there, but you don't want to leave too much space on that inside for a nice little move around the outside, which will then become the key line into this gasworks bend here at Warden Law. And we're on this battle then, sticking on this battle for P6, 7, 8 and 9.
But it's like Eli Parkhouse in P3 and Teddy Smith in P4. Well, they've already closed the gap by 0.04 of a second, so they're already catching Luca Pede. And like, if you're not watching the timing, if you're watching the live screen, and I can see that Jules Naff, their lines are like on each other, or Jules Nash is literally just in front.
Yeah, so there's literally nothing to choose between their times. They are basically trading the same lap times. Both of their best lap times are 1:12.30 is Luca Pede, and Jules Nash's are 1:12.28. So literally 2 thousandths in it between the two of them. Not a lot to choose at all. But here we are then, as we're coming through towards the back end of the track into Sector 3, and we're on board with Luca Pede. So looks like when you're watching it like this, Logan, they're having a lovely time of it. It's all very calm. It's all under control. But there'll be so much going on in your head, I imagine, and keeping track of where you are at in the race. And, of course, you're aware that you've got people right behind you.
Yeah, well, it's like when I was in Bambino, I'm like, Dad's like, and like in micro, Dad's like, look behind you and see how many cuts are there. You do not need to look behind because you've looked behind and seen how many cuts are
do
there.
It once.
Yeah, do it once and do it
and
right.
He doesn't want to be looking behind right now because Jules Nash is all over the back of Luca Pede in this mighty Bambino race.
And it looks like Luca Pede's got a failure on his kart, because on the last heat he was out in the front, and there Luca Pede goes wide.
Yeah, he was actually, there was a big lead, was it like 3 or 4 seconds?
3 or 4 seconds, and now there's 0.2 of a second.
Well, we'll see what is all in the battery, but of course it could be the improvements from the teams behind, making adjustments from the first race, and all as odd as even right now between Luca Pede, Jules Nash and Eli Parkhouse. This is the top 3 we're keeping track of here for our mighty Bambino, and Eli Parkhouse in P3. He started karting on a farm. His dream is to get to GT3 one day, particularly as well, and that's the goal, for hopefully to get all the way up from Mighty Bambino, all through the karting classes maybe, and looking to make good use of those ambitions and aspirations right now to try and get into P2 ahead of Jules Nash as they come down the start-finish straight once again here at Warden Law through the Brian's Bend. This is a lot more twisty and turny of a section than I thought.
Yeah, a lot more twisty and turny. Like, when I got here...
When I did the track walk, I noticed that.
Yeah, and it's like, when I got here, I'm like, oh, I've been practicing on the sim. It's not that twisty and turny. But then I went out for the first time.
And it's more...
Yeah.
More turns.
And then on Friday, my engine wouldn't start. There was a wire that broke off. And there was a wire, then it broke off.
Yeah.
And then it was the other wire. And so it wouldn't start. Because the circuit wasn't completed. It had a little like wire missing from it, but I showed pure performance like in the first run. We had to make a few changes on my driving, but we had a quite good weekend, and Luca Pede has now extended that gap by 0.38.
Yeah, so he's putting out the gap to more than half a second at the moment, and in racing it is close like this.
And now the final lap board goes out.
Yeah, onto the final lap here then with Luca Pede in charge at the front. A little look over his shoulder, which we don't want to be doing too much as you were talking about, but essential at the moment. But I feel like that's really let Jules Nash close up, and it's almost like he's got a boost button out of nowhere because he's right at the back now, all over the rear of
and the
Luca
top
Pede.
3, Luca Pede, Jules Nash and Eli Parkhouse, these could all crashed, and then Aiden Castman, he could get the win.
Yeah, and it's
but there's a
anyone's
move
race.
of the number 21.
Yes, nice move up the
Eli
inside.
Parkhouse.
Eli
24.
Parkhouse, he has taken that move.
Parkhouse.
He's trying to find the space up the inside there into Dunlop, but there was nothing doing.
But
trying
there's
to make his
Jules
fastest lap,
Naff.
can't.
But there's Jules Naff that managed to hold it round the outside, and he held it really well.
And Luca Pede then has kind of got a bit more of a gap now because he's let these two battle it out of these mighty Bambino. We're coming through the final couple of corners, and Luca Pede once again dominating and showing why he is the top of this mighty Bambino grid. He takes victory here at Warden Law for the Super Heat 2 of this mighty Bambino race. We'll run through the rest of your final grid for you. There were some good battles going on with Rafe and Theo in that race as well. There was some movement between a lot of those. Rafe down, unfortunately, to P10, was up in P6 at one point, so maybe lost out in one of those battles. But let's run through the finishing grid and see where they all landed particularly. So Luca Pede takes P1, Jules Nash with P2, Eli Parkhouse in the end with the fastest lap as a 1:12.02, just a smidge faster than Luca Pede. So Eli Parkhouse doing well there. And P4, Aidan Castleman. Teddy Smith with the S plate in P5. P6 was Theo as a party. P7, Oliver Reynolds. P8, Arthur Everington. Edge Dara in P9. P10 went to Rafe Verdi. Unfortunately went down a few places, as I said, in the final few stages of that race whilst we were focusing on the lead. P11, Artin Ujla. And P12, Max Tetlow. Down towards Brella Stevens, P13, Stanley Thurston, P14, Aurelio Capalonga, P15, Jensen Paris, 16, Max West, P17, and Jonah Curtis, Archie Watkins, and Josh Chung round off your grid. Well, Logan, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat to you, mate, and to keep track of all of these different races. So you are in, what group are you part of at the moment? Because we're doing certain groups.
Rotax Inter.
You're Rotax, of course. You're Intermax, aren't you? So we've got a little way to go between all of that.
2 more juniors.
There's 2 more junior Rotaxes to come before we see you in action. And good to stick around? You want to head off after this one, or?
I'll probably head off about halfway because then I'll be in Part Ferme.
All good, yeah. Making sure that the cart is in one piece. So we'll get into some of the junior Rotax first race of this Super Heat 3 for junior Rotax, because there's so many drivers, there's so many Super Heats, and junior Rotax is a great grid. Are you looking forward to getting into junior Rotax in the future?
Yeah. So I think I've got 2 more years, or a good 3 more years, but I think I have to go up next year, or maybe the end of this year, because of my height.
Okay, yeah, and that's the key things.
Yeah.
Because I've got the chassis big enough to then allow you to go into that category.
Yeah.
And
but it's like Lucas Esser, he's tall. He's just as taller as me, just as the same height as me, but he's a tad taller. And like Lucas and his friends were like, "How can you still fit in a mini?" I'm like, "I'm only 11." It's like, yeah, I'm only 11. I don't have like all of the space like everyone's got. Like Sam Dixon, who is running with my dad as well. So we've got me, Lucas, and Sam Dixon, who is running with my dad this weekend, and all for the CKC and British probably, and the UKC, I think. Yeah, so Sam Dixon's, he's got 12 kg on. I'm like, how? I've only got 2 kg on.
Well, you know, it's all of the quirks of the different categories and rules. But at the end of the day, if you can put it out there in P1 and be up there in the mix, then that's all that matters. We'll just check in on some of the comments we're getting on our live stream. We've
got Kart Maxing saying, "No, Jude."
No, Jude. Unfortunately, do you recognise who that is on screen? Saying hello, enjoying on the karts on the drivers today. Give us an away for the cameras. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there. Is that driver there, and some drivers hiding particularly out there on the circuit. We have got good support today for the Apollo karts as well. Apollo kart team, Apollo Racing here in the paddock, having a enjoying themselves in Warden Law, having a good time of it. We've got Good Luck EJ after missing out on qualifying. You're doing brilliantly so far. And we're then now going to come on to our next junior Rotax race. All right, so back to junior Rotax. Bit faster, this one, isn't it, Logan?
Yeah, a bit faster.
Just a tad. And of course, we're back to the engines. We're back to the sounds of those petrol Rotax engines. And well, it was a very interesting race the first times around, and now back to junior Rotax. I'm sure it's going to be just as thrilling in this part of the race. Let me remind you of where we'll be for our pole position sitters on our second superheat, our third superheat rather, for junior Rotax. Fletcher Jameson is on pole, who was up there with Ryan Rapini, who's in P2 for this one. P3, Braith Murdoch and Noah Moulton in P4. Cooper Campbell leads in P6, and we'll then have Ewan House in P5. So Mr. Ewan House on P5, and then Harrison Bishop, and then Teddy Cooper P8, Sam Flynn P9, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson in P10. Adam Turek is in 11th. Alfie Forrester in P12, and Noah Stamp Clark P13, Cameron Tipping P14, and Maximilian Braskov in P15. That's top 15 runners. We'll see if runners further back can make their way through the grid here for this third superheat of junior Rotax here at Warden Law, up in Sunderland in the northeast. And lots of you here maybe today at Warden Law would have made the trip up to the northeast.
I've got to go all the way back down 4 hours.
You've got
tonight.
to drive to where, Logan?
Well, I'm 15 minutes away from Whilton Mill.
Whilton Mill, so all the way down there.
That's my local track. So I'm about 15 minutes away from Whilton Mill, so I've got to do my final, collect my trophy if I do get a trophy, if I do get in the top 5, and then we've got to pack away all the motorhome, make sure all the doors and belly lockers are locked, and the top cupboards are locked. Yes, we don't want to go over that. We nearly had a bowl smash. Because
it's
I
not what
did
you
not
want.
No.
But here we are going then for this third superheat of junior Rotax. And are we racing all fair and well through the tram lines? Yes, we are. And then a nice start then. It looks like from Ryan Rapini, if I saw him go up the inside into P1. I believe he did take the lead there. Off of Fletcher
Oh, and
Jameson.
there's a spinner of the
yes.
the 228.
Just off the track there, not looking good for, just trying to see that
Oh wow,
Sandy
massive
Eden.
pile
Goodness, that's not good into the dogleg, and we'll see what happens with the race here. There's lots of karts in the way on that dogleg section, and everyone's trying to get back into the race. Particularly, we're just trying to see who was involved in all of that skirmish right there.
We'll soon see when they
all play
head
out,
down.
and everyone coming through.
One
there,
of them
the
I've
Paddock
just
bend.
seen Noah go past outside on the track. Noah Clark.
Okay, so Noah Clark hopefully is looking
Oh, and Sam Flynn from P10, I believe. He's up at P6.
Wow, that's amazing. So a great start then for Sam Flynn. Yes, you are absolutely right, Logan. Sam Flynn has had a great getaway and has made the most of whatever happened in that first part of the race. So on board here, we've got the number 266 that we're on board with, I believe. Or my eyes were deceiving me. Was that Ewan House? Was that 226? Probably Ewan House, actually.
Yeah, Ewan House,
Ewan
P3.
House out in the lead, P3 of this group. And all the numbers, they're blown, like coming together, or making a nice dive bomb. Wow, up the inside, right there, of Braith Murdoch for P2. Ewan House came from absolutely nowhere then into the gasworks.
But the thing is, with the gasworks, you can brake so late. Oh, and there's a cart off, the Coles cart.
There's a Coles cart in the grid.
From
So
gasworks, 224.
in the. That's Bailey Collins, sadly. Unfortunately, not great for Coles Racing. Really sad to see them out, particularly. Oh, and caught a bit of the back there.
Bit of curbage.
Ryan Rapini not had the greatest of starts in this race off of P2. Down to P4. Does have the fastest lap, however. Fletcher Jameson now, though, in the lead. Ewan House, I must say, Logan, I don't know if you've noticed in the last couple of races in this junior Rotax class.
I haven't watched any juniors.
He's been performing incredibly well.
I only saw one junior where he's been performing very well.
Well, Ewan House then, up from P5 to P2, and we've still got a huge chunk of this race to go.
5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and the one lap we always don't forget. As we come on then onto the latest cross of the line at the start finish. How much do you do this human DRS, by the way, the ducking of the heads? Is that always helpful?
I do a lot.
You do a lot.
Like on camera, you can see that I do a lot.
Yeah.
Like last year, Max Gilman.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still doing racing.
Yeah.
But he couldn't even see over the steering wheel, like when he was racing at the British.
And do you notice the difference when you're doing it?
Yes,
yeah,
it makes sure because.
Oh, nice move up the inside.
Nice move.
Sorry to cut across you there, Logan.
Of the 240 of
240,
Teddy Cooper.
Teddy Cooper up the inside of Finley Smith, and now Teddy Cooper leading this group for P8. And yes, hopefully maybe some deploying of human DRS when they can do it down straight. What a move up the inside there from
James Tate.
From James Tate. So lovely move from that driver there up into P14. That's around there. But great battles right throughout the grid here at Warden Law. As we see that human DRS going through again, that is Ryan Rapini in P4.
I've just got the all right from Joe that I've now got to go, unfortunately.
He's got to head off.
It's been a pleasure with
Logan,
you, though.
shake my hand. It's been great
See
to
you
have your
later.
perspective. Thank you so much for being on. That's Logan Rolfe, who is in the Intermax and has been doing very well for the KR Sport team. And it's been great to have his perspective here during all of these races and getting a first-hand account of what these races are going through as we're watching here at Warden Law then. So we're jumping on board and picking up here with Braith Murdoch in P3. Wants everyone behind him to work together to go forward, because at the end of the day they'll want to push forward in the ultimate R-Kart that he's got. He was third in the JKC last season, had the winter off, some downtime, and is now putting that rest to good use here on this Warden Law circuit. Leading this pack then through from Noah Moulton, Ryan Rapini and Sam Flynn up in P6 at the moment. So a great start from Sam Flynn again, 9th up to 6th, not doing too bad out there right now as we come through these two Sennas. Braith Murdoch here, keeping his wits about him, coming through the Dunlop chicane, and has got Ryan Rapini and Noah Moulton for company. Noah Moulton up the inside of Braith Murdoch into Gasworks. A bit of a kiss of wheels there as they come through the horseshoe now and down into this tighter paddock bend and onto a brand new lap. So Noah Moulton very happy with getting onto the podium so far. We have 2 minutes 20 plus 1 lap to keep across all of this action happening here through all of our 3 sectors at Warden Law into the dogleg, taking a bit of curb on the inside and more curb on the outside, so you can straight line the corner and go towards the 2 Sennas the best way possible. Nice move again up the inside from Ryan Rapini, trying to capitalise on the downward momentum of Braith Murdoch at the moment, and looks like he's made that move stick coming through the Dunlop chicane. So Ryan Rapini now up into P4 and trying to make amends for starting on P2 and falling down earlier in the race at the moment. As we come down through, there's so much squabbling going on in that mid-pack, and that's not great, and coming together between some of our drivers there. Adam Churchek trying to stay out the way in that midfield battle down all the way, particularly towards P13. But there's action all over the field, and that's Adam Churchek on screen there right now. They are 251 hot on the heels with Benjamin Jones on his back. So good battles happening there. This battle we're on board back towards the Cameron Tipping, which is up towards P10, and Finley Smith in P11. Some good action going on there in that part of the pack. But here you are with Noah Moulton in the leader of this pack in P3, with Ryan Rapini looking to claim that spot back. There's been a great battle between these two drivers at the moment in this particular race, in this Junior Max class. Ryan Rapini for the KX team, putting them on the map and trying his best to fight alongside Noah Moulton at the moment. But Ewan House trying to catch after Fletcher Jameson in the lead. And here we go, though, a move from Ryan Rapini, as we were just talking about, on the inside of Noah Moulton. A trade, one moment, but you got the inside. Now I'm going to take the position back. We're going towards the Dunlop chicane now. It's all change as we go here on this penultimate lap around Warden Law in this superheat. And another move up the inside then from Noah Moulton. But now they're too busy worrying about each other. Brave Murdoch swings round both of them and goes to take P3, and just like that it can all change in an instant in this junior Rotax race. A nice move up the inside to Paddock Bend there from Teddy Cooper, who's now up into P6. But we're on to our final lap here, and it is all go. It is all action and skirmishes around these final few corners here at Warden Law. Our 12 turns and our 1200 metre track that they're using all at once, all into getting a bit of air. That did not look good for that driver there in the mix. Don't want to be getting air that much. Isabella Stansmore Wilson did not want to be getting that much air over that curb, and now trying to hold off 2-3-1 driver of Charlie Vary, but up to P8. And here we are then on this final lap. We'll come round to see our leaders who've been enjoying the company out in front as they're coming onto the start-finish straight now, and that is a victory for Fletcher Jameson. Converts pole to P1. Ewan House with another incredible drive from P5, really making those points count this weekend. And Brave Murdoch, great opportunist move there, making the most of the battles of Noah Moulton, Teddy Cooper, Ryan Rapini, going around the both of them earlier on in the race. And Sam Flynn, Charlie Vary, Wilson in P9, and Finley Smith rounds up your top 10. However, I am seeing a 5-second penalty for Teddy Cooper in P5. So just seeing where that's going to drop him down, and it looks like it might bring him down almost towards P12, P13, P14. So unfortunate for Teddy Cooper there. But let's run you through the rest of our finishing results then. So we'll go from the top: Fletcher Jameson, Ewan House, Brave Murdoch, Noah Moulton, Teddy Cooper, Ryan Rapini, Sam Flynn, Charlie Vary, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and Finley Smith is our provisional results, with Teddy Cooper's result to be decided. Cameron Tipping in P11, Adam Churchek in P12, having a good scrap between Tipping and Churchek in that race we saw on board with James Tate and Toby Farthing in P14. Leighton Kelly is in P15, Benjamin Jones in P16, Cooper Campbell Lees in 17th, Jack Bowie and Noah Stamp, Clark, Alfie Forrester, Charlie Quinn, Samuel Eden, Elijah Hartley, Kevin Ivanov, Hugh Hobson, Thomas Butcher and Maximilian Braskov is P27. P28, Pierce Whitehead, Noah Clare is P29. Oliver Hutchings and Bailey Collins unfortunately had to pull to one side during that race, and Harrison Bishop unfortunately not making it through either. Harrison Bishop starting on P7 unfortunately didn't have the best of races, and here we are seeing exactly a go-kart trying to be pushed back to the grid as much as possible, with all the manpower and effort of dad and driver, particularly not something we want to be seeing in this race. But that's Bailey Collins, who I was talking to you about, who did have to pull off during that race, and of course bringing their kart back to the paddock. And I mean, this is a different way of doing a track walk, obviously. But maybe some valuable track time to learn. Look at all the marbles out there now of all the racing that we've had. You can see all the tyres markings to one side, but I guess there's no shortcut here at Warden Law, is there, to go round and maybe get back to the paddock a bit sooner. So that's going to be a fun trip. Although going up the inside there, nice shortcut. And Bailey, if you're listening, best of luck with the rest of the weekend. Apologies and commiserations to the rest of everything that happened there. Well, look, coming back into the paddock now, you can see our Warden Law paddock towards the back of our start, finish straight. And lots going on, and you can see our very own. And here I see, in the wild, in his natural habitat, it's our producer of Alpha Live, James Fitchew, who's enjoying himself a lot here at Warden Law. And we're going to go now and stop doing a David Attenborough impression into our next race. So we are then on to our next Junior Rotax race now, into race 29 for our next superheat at the moment. And Junior Rotax been really great action today. You know, we've really seen Ewan House performing incredibly well. Oh, and what's this? Out onto the dummy grid. We haven't had a great start there from one of our drivers, and I'm trying to see who is not going to be making that out. That is Aston Brown, unfortunately, is not going to be making that out, as it seems at the moment, out of Parc Fermé. So not great for Aston Brown, unfortunately. Hopefully they can get that all sorted. We've got a couple of formation laps to do, so they can get all of their tyres and grip together. And just for a second, we'll leave you to see the drivers coming round, and we'll be back in a moment. All right, so here we are then for Junior Rotax Superheat 4, and joined in the commentary box by Kato, of course, of Kato Motorsport. How are you?
Very good, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very good.
How's it all going for you this weekend?
It's not too bad, actually. The competition is very, very good in the Junior Max. Very, very tough racing, as you can see. And we're in the top 10 with the 3 drivers, which is good. That's what we wanted. We want to make the main final, because obviously, unfortunately, there's no B final this weekend.
Yeah.
So we can see how we go. You know, we've made the main final, I think, so we should be fairly competitive.
Great. All right. Well, we're into this Superheat 4 then for Junior Rotax. It'd be great to have your perspective as a team manager as how we're seeing all this racing. And it looks like we are underway for our Junior Rotax Superheat 4, who has had Zach Turner on pole, with Jack Collinson in second and Nathaniel Gray third, Larry Price in fourth, and Laurie McVeigh fifth, and Elijah Hazelwood in sixth. Coming over this curb, you've got to be so careful not to catch it.
You've got to be so smooth. You've got to literally rotate the kart so the kart is straight over it and beyond the power as well, so the chain doesn't come off. We have that aspect as well.
And who's this out here? This is number 243, not having a great start of it. Unfortunately, that is Matt Scott, who was down in 22nd place, looking to make some time up. Unfortunately, not looking like he's going to be able to take any further in this race. But we'll go back to our action now and completing the first lap here. We'll see how they've come round for the first order, and coming through this much tighter paddock bend this year, Kato.
Yes, it's I believe Reece Hunter designed the last corner.
Yeah.
When I was speaking to Matty, he's done it so it closes the grid up a little bit. There's some opportunity to overtake, but very little. You've got to be very, very smooth through that, so you get onto the straight and keep the maximum speed up.
And of course, Hunter Motorsport look after Warden Law here and help us go racing, and the Hunter family. Particularly though, we're seeing on screen of our driver that went out. I think this is Matt Scott, who did go out just a little bit before, and unfortunately not seeing him in the rest of today's action. We'll see how the points all tally up towards the end. But we've got Zach Turner out in the lead then after a couple of laps here. Elijah Hazelwood, a nice move up the inside there, I believe, from the 250. Ronnie Smart in P11 and P10. Good battle going on.
Yeah, Ronnie
there
Smart's shown a lot of pace this weekend.
Yeah.
He's very impressed. I think he's just moved up from Inter as well, so he's very good. But the experienced kid, the Zach Turner, very experienced, been in the class 3-4 years now, and just like got his pace up straight away, and now can cruise through the race and just bring it home.
And how are you finding all of your drivers across your classes in Cato? How are they all going?
Very good, to be fair. There's a little bit of friction within the Primo because obviously it's the novice classes. They're just eager. They just need to calm down a little bit.
I think we saw in the first Primo race that we had to get the starting grids right and the tram lines. There were a couple of false starts, so it's just learning that discipline.
It is. Obviously, there's a few of the drivers that have never been at the front of the grid before, leading races, and they're just a little bit wary and get a little bit excited, and you just need to calm down, chill, and let the race develop.
Yeah, it's very important to remember that. All right, so we're here then, on to the latest lap at Warden Law. We have 5 minutes, just about, and 1 lap to go here in this Junior Rotax Superheat 4 with so many drivers in our Junior Rotax field. We have different groups racing each other. So we've got Group A and Group D at the moment, and Zach Turner showing you how it's done. Nice move there up the inside from Laurie McVeigh in the centres on the inside of Isaac Jameson.
Didn't lose any time when he did the overtake as well, so he progressed, passing the James boy, and then moved on.
And moved on to his, down towards the back straight, and defensive posture there, defensive driving from our JJ Plowman in P7 with Laurie McVeigh on the back of him at the moment. But you're seeing Larry Price there in your picture chasing after Jack Collinson and Zach Turner in P1. And Zach's really showing why he is on the pace, although we're getting trading of fastest laps all the time at the moment. Drivers finding that extra tenth of a second here or there all the time.
Zach Turner has put the times in at the very first 3 laps, and now he's got a nice cushion of 2.5 seconds. He can just chill, look after his tyres, and just let the time tick down on the clock.
And how much will you tell your drivers that that's a really key strategy, and not to over push their kart when they're in that position?
It's very, very important that you don't overcook the tyres, because obviously they've got to last through qualifying, heats, super heats and final. So you've got to save them tyres for the final, and you want the pace there at the end. And
if you can build a gap like Zach Turner's got at the moment of almost nearly 3 seconds.
It's amazing, really good.
Great position to be in. And there, the 2:19 of Isaac Jameson saying to Zach Wardle, let's work together, let's push forward and get after JJ Plowman, because the more time you're squabbling with me, mate, we're not making progress.
Exactly. If you're overtaking and fighting position, the pack behind's coming, the pack in front are disappearing.
Yeah, and that's not what we want, particularly here at Warden Law, where it gets to this technical section, and a lot of the time can be made up from what I've been seeing in these first few races today in this Kart Championship. Round 1 here in Sunderland. Hope you're enjoying it. Are you having a nice time up here?
Yeah, it's great up here. We love it up here. It's about 3 hours from home, so
long enough.
The weather's been great. Yesterday was amazing. Like, the sun come out. Everybody's happy with the sun out. Obviously, we were up here in March and it was a little bit damp.
Yeah, just a tad.
But no, it's we always love coming up here. Matty always welcomes us, and the team do a great job.
Yeah, it's very important to say that if you've got any of your support and love for Warden Law, particularly the circuit here, you can share that with us on the live stream on our Alpha Live YouTube channels, and who you're vying for, and also our Kart Championship live stream as well, broadcasting on both of those live to you around the world at the moment, which is pretty cool to say. All right, here we are, jumping back on board with the action, focusing on this battle here between Isaac Jameson, Jackson Lane, Zach Waddle and Nathaniel Gray. I've seen some penalties though popping up on my screen, and then a mechanical flag for Max Douthwaite. And just remind us in karting, if you can, Cato, that mechanical flag during a race, what does it mean?
Well, that's the end of your race, unfortunately. If you come in before the black flag, you will get the position. I think I might have changed it, I don't know, but I think you keep the last place position, so you get points rather than a did not finish.
Right.
If you get 3 mechanicals, then it goes to a black flag.
And you don't get anything.
You don't get anything. Yeah. And then if you miss 3 black flags, that is unfortunately you go home, because you're not obeying the flags, which you should do.
Which is very rare. I think we're all across it, and the drivers are very aware.
Very, very rare. Dan Aston's doing a very good job. He's putting the penalties in on the 5 seconds. He's obviously seen something.
Yeah. So this is Joseph Berkery, who is down in P16 with a 5-second penalty, I can see on my screen. And also Elijah Hazelwood, who's up in P5, and this could have some real ramifications for where he is at the
that'll
moment.
drop him down to around about 15th. Depends on what he had in his first heat.
Because it's such a tight field, it really matters.
It's hard to gain time around Warden Law. Everybody's within half a tenth.
So it's very, very close.
It is.
All right, so here we are then on board with, I believe, the front runners. Yeah, this is Larry Price chasing after Jack Collinson at second place here. So second place to third and fourth. Jack Collinson, Larry Price, Laurie McVeigh, these 3 runners here. With Zach Turner, as you said, kind of run away with it in the lead. So this is the real battle we're keen and focused on at the moment, or taking plenty of curb on that inside there. And Jack Collinson will be maybe doing a couple of looks over his shoulder, seeing if I can bide my time or if I really need to step on it and keep ahead. A nice move up the inside. Oh, what a great move from Laurie McVeigh into one of the centres here, and can keep that position going to the Dunlop chicane.
Very good move.
Really nice.
To be fair, if I was Larry now, I'd just sit behind him. You're going to get 4th place. That's going to nearly guarantee you into the main final if he did well in his first heat.
Another great move there from Elijah Hazelwood, who won't be probably aware of the penalty. Haven't seen it on the board yet, but he'll probably want to make as much ground as he can because he got that incoming penalty we can see here on our screens. But here we go then, the final lap, and Zach Turner is having a great time of it out in the lead. 3.5 seconds clear of these 3 drivers here. You can see Jack Collinson, Laurie McVeigh and Larry Price, all having a great time of it out there on the curbs particularly, and just trying to get round in one piece. Yeah,
it looks like they're just like now settling for where they're going to finish on that, started on that last lap. You know, there's nothing to do. You don't have to do anything excitable. You know, just keep it calm, bring the kart home.
Bring the kart home.
Don't get a bumper nose, and then just finish the race as you are.
So Zach Turner then cementing his authority around this circuit and bringing it home for his team, doing so impressively out there in the lead. Coles Racing for Zach Turner, P1 right across the line, and look at that gap between Jack Collinson,
excellent drive by
Laurie McVeigh, Larry Price, and really showing the domination and experience that's coming across there in this category. I think he's just noticed Elijah Hazelwood, I think, as the
just noticed his penalty.
Noticed the penalty.
Let's hope he doesn't drop him down too far.
Isaac Jameson, though, just got a 5-second penalty that we're seeing in P9 as well. So that's going to be...
That'll hurt him.
That's going to hurt a lot. And this is the guy you were talking about.
Dan Aston, he does a great job. He does a lot of European clarking and a lot for the British. Knows his stuff, very fair. You can always go and talk to him if you've got a problem, and he'll discuss what the issue is and where we can improve to tell our drivers, you know, if we need to be in the tram lines or we push somebody out the way, things like that, you know. Up
on the gantry, keeping an eye on things, and race directing to an incredible standard here that we have at the Kart Championship. Let's run through then our results for Superheat 4 then in a junior Rotax. Zach Turner taking a comfortable victory out in front. Jack Collinson in P2, Laurie McVeigh P3, Larry Price, Elijah Hazelwood, a provisional result there. We'll see he might drop down a little bit because of his 5-second penalty. JJ Plowman in P6, Nathaniel Gray in P7, and then also Zach Wardle in P8, Isaac Jameson P9, Jackson Lane is in your top 10. Isaac Jameson, though, as well, also has a 5-second penalty to come. Jake Anders in 11th, Ronnie Smart 12th, who you've been impressed with this weekend, Cato. Thomas Harper P13, Lewis Gilbert in P14. Zach Jennings didn't have a great first heat, did he? Because he was unfortunately out. He's made amends slightly in this super heat here in P15, doing the best he could with that. P16, Joseph Berkery. P17, Thomas Welsford. We've also got the penalty for Joseph Berkery to come, just to mention that. Jamie Richards, George Ralston, Alexander Lisecki, and I caught up with him yesterday. Great to meet him as a very budding and excited young driver to be here at Warden Law. Lewis Reed, Ellis Dealey, Chloe Waddle, Harry Ward, Amy Peacock, Alex Roach and Clark Naylor down to P27, and finishing off down to P32 it is Aston Brown. Max Douthwaite. Aston Brown had the problems in the dummy grid before we came out for our race. Jake Walker, Leon Canellas and Matt Scott, unfortunately, who had to pull off to the side of the track with a problem with his his car. So look, Kato, we're on the live stream. Say hello to everyone.
Hi, everybody.
On the screen, on the camera. It's great to have everyone's support around the paddock and, of course, around the world.
Yeah.
And just give us some perspective there. We've seen, unfortunately, a couple of drivers had to go out there. What is it like to, as a team boss, and to be in charge of that, to bring the morale back up, get the kart where it needs to be for the next sessions?
Sometimes it's very hard because it's an emotional sport. Like we can see sometimes some of the children get very frustrated. So you just have to take them away, have a quite calm one with them, get the kart back to where it needs to be, build it up, maybe jig it, change a little bit of the setup. It's just, it's hard to get the kid back.
Yeah.
If you've had a really bad heat, especially if you had 2 bad heats, there's no B final, so they have to go home, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's the end of their day, which is unfortunate.
But that's part of your
Yes.
role in all of that,
Yeah.
and hopefully to be across all those different classes and give them the support they need. And talking of the new classes, let's get on to our next race. So once again, we've got our combined classes of Mighty and Micromax, and we will set off kind of like a dual class. So you'll have the Micromax guys going first of all, and then we'll have our Mighties behind as well. And it turned out to be a pretty exciting kind of race last time, and didn't really get too much in the way, particularly.
It's Rotax Inter.
Oh, it's Rotax Inter.
Yeah, Rotax
fair
Inter
enough.
for this one.
I'm fine. I'm trying to go through all my sheets. Thank you, Kato, for pointing me in the right direction, because it's all a bit of a blur trying to find all these different kind of things of what is going on. But we are going to new to Rotax Inter. We had Logan Rolfe in the commentary box not too long ago, chatting with me, and was very excited about being. He was performing really well at Warden Law this weekend. But of course, our Rotax Inter, we can see all of our drivers there. Look, very excited.
There's all the micros and the electric boys and girls. Should I say girls
waiting,
as well?
Waiting
to get out and watching and learning from the older children.
So here we are then for our next Intermax, which looks like this for your grid. Superheat 2 in our Intermax. Logan Rolfe is in P2, who was chatting with me here, but it's Max Abrahart on P1, Lewis Herbertson, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Freddie Blackshaw, Hugo McCluskey, and Jensen Sale, followed by Ethan Manzi and James Devereux in P9, and even Mellor in P10. James Roots had some good racing in the last Intermax heat as well. That was good to see. Alfie Phillipson, Sam Fleming and Sam Dixon and Drew Davison down to top 15. So here we go then, and probably when you're on the side of the track, Kato, and wanting everyone to stay in file so we don't have many false starts, you're probably vying for, like, please just stay disciplined and get round. Just
make sure you cross the line, both front guys cross the line together, and let's have a clean start.
And here we go.
Keep
then
inside the tram lines
for Inter Rotax inside the tram lines, and yes, we are racing, and it looks like that Logan Rolfe has jumped up into P1, and he spent some time in the commentary box. He's pretty chill about it, saying what everyone else should be doing out there on the track, and he's proving it because he's out in P1 at the moment.
No, he's not. He's been overtaken. Max Abrahart has got the lead.
Max Abrahart's got back.
just got by him.
So, commentator's curse, I think that's called there, where he's gone back in front and is looking to stamp back his authority in this Intermax grid right here, as we can see a move up the inside there from Lewis Kirkcaldy, I believe, or maybe he was holding position on Lewis Herbertson into the Dunlop chicane.
He just didn't close the door enough into Gasworks hairpin. Nice
move there up the inside, and all these runners here in the midfield probably down to P10 at the moment. So let's see how it shapes up then after our first race here. First lap even, of our Rotax into a Superheat 2, and Max Abrahart ahead of Logan Rolfe, Lewis Herbertson, Hugo McCluskey, Jensen Sale in P5, and P6 in Lewis Kirkcaldy, James Roots, Ethan Mellor, Sam Dixon and Ethan Manzi. Lewis Herbertson having a good start, going up 1 place, Jensen Sale up 2 places from his starting grid as well. So nice performance from them.
Jensen Sale's very impressive young driver. To be a privateer, be up the front with the rest of the guys. Very impressive.
And as a team boss, with you kind of all the support that you can give to drivers here in the paddock, when it's the right time for a driver to go in, how much are you keeping your eye on the privateers?
We do. A lot of them want to be privateers because they like the family where they come along and they do it all together. Yeah. Sometimes they'll come for a bit of advice. We give it to them. That's not a problem. We help them out whenever we can. You know, but it's good to have the privateers. Yeah. You know, it makes the championship. You know, we don't just see big awnings. No. You see the little awnings. You know, there's a couple out there now that that can compete with the rest of them. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, cool. Nice move up the inside there from Hugo McCluskey on Lewis Herbertson, really forcing the issue and taking the risk with his kart, but it paid off. And it's a little bit of a spin on the outside of the curb, and that is James Roots just getting, as we're talking about curbs, yes. Too much curb on one of the centres there. Yeah, you definitely need to keep off the curb into the centre. He just unsettles the kart, and obviously you can see. And yeah, you'll go round, and it's not ideal at all. No. Intergasworks here using all the track on the outside as much as they can, and pushing the boundaries. Yes, they do. This weekend. Dan Aston was very clear on the rules for qualifying that you weren't allowed over the white line, which is how the rules are stipulated. But then he's been a little bit more lenient for the racing, just because of if there's overtakes or you make a mistake. That space. Yes. Yeah. So that's Jensen Say, who we're talking about, having a very impressive race and looking like he is hot on the heels of the top of this group. He has moved up to, has he moved to third now? It was P3, yeah, ahead of Hugo McCluskey. Nice move, I think it was into one of the dog legs there, and making that move stick. So really impressing out on the grid there, impressing you and impressing everyone watching here at Warden Law in the northeast in Sunderland for our day of racing. But let's go to the front two now, because it's getting a lot closer. The gap's closed right up. Very close now. Logan Rolfe with almost, a cart's width between them, if that, and neck as we go then into the latest lap finish and onto a brand new one with about 4 minutes or so and 1 lap to go here around Warden Law for this Superheat 2 in Inter Rotax and Human DRS. I've been talking to Logan Rolfe. It actually doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. It doesn't do anything. But it feels good. It does. It looks good. As the young ones say, it looks Euro. It doesn't actually do anything, realistically. The karts aren't going fast enough, to be fair, in a straight line. But if it makes them happy, and as long as they know where they're going, that's fine. Yeah, look up, take your head to actually where you're going for a second, and it might help you a little bit more. So Logan Rolfe there with, how much will he be like, he'll be aware of the proximity of the driver behind him. You can feel the kart behind you. You can sense, and you can sort of hear the knowing noise. When to defend, knowing when not to. Max will probably just sit there for a few laps, just look after his tyres. Logan's probably doing the same. He's probably just cruising around at a very fast speed. Not pushing too hard, but getting away from third, fourth and fifth. Yeah, and we can see that he's keeping the gap honest. He's literally a couple of thousandths quicker than Max Abrahart at the moment. So they are neck and neck and very happy to just sit with each other. And the gap at the moment of 3 thousandths. So not much between them. Not a great deal at all. No, but it's good, close, clean racing. That's what we want. Yeah, and that's what we want here for the Kart Championship. I think that's something that has been grown to love by this paddock, particularly over the last few years, and the same here in 2026. And getting this braking right and not losing too much of the rear into this corner is so vital. They do brake hard into that tight hairpin. Obviously, you don't want to slide it too much. Because it's overheating the tyres. And that 175 there, we got a little bit pushed out as Hamish Gordon came off the worst out of that move as they come out the gasworks bend. So we're looking to make amends as they come on to this new lap. 2 minutes to go then. Probably another 3 or 4 laps in this one, possibly 3 to go around Warden Law here. Coming through this Brian's Bend, as I was saying to Logan Rolfe earlier, Cato, it's a lot more twisted than it seems on It is very tight. If you ever get the opportunity, it's good to walk around the circuit so you get an actual feel of the track. Is that James Roots just going by? James Roots just up the inside there, well spotted. Yeah. Up the inside of... a little bit further down. I think it was up the inside of Freddie Blackshaw. Unfortunately, he's got a warning there P11. As well. But yes, you're right. There is a warning for maybe some
conduct in the race at the moment, so we'll see how that pans out with the race stewards. We'll leave it to them. They are always, of course, got the best perspective with CCTV cameras right around the circuit.
Yes.
They can see the moves, you know, of course, with the coverage we've got here Alpha Live, but much closer with what's happening.
Yeah. The clerks have got a very good view of what goes off. If there is an issue, they can go through the footage and then make a decision if there's going to be a penalty or not.
Yeah. All right then, so we are ticking down on the clock as we come back through once again onto the dogleg section. Before we go into the dogleg, taking a nice bit of curb on the left-hand side to give you a nice run through the next couple of corners and getting this real technical centre corners now, which are much tighter, give us more overtaking opportunities. You were saying about earlier with the track changes, Kato, and coming down onto the back straight here, and we're following this battle here, particularly between, I believe, Sam Dixon and Ethan Mellor, I believe. Yeah, trying to spot the numbers. Now I can see it's the 117 of Ethan Mellor for P6 and P7 Sam Dixon and Lewis Cacaldi maybe trying to keep up with the battle, particularly there. And Drew Davison, you just on your screen with Ethan Manzi. So at the front of this pack then, Ethan Mellor in P6 trying to hold off the challenge from Sam Dixon with these final few stages here at Warden Law in these Intermax karts with some of the best chassis around and plenty of power to use with those Rotax engines, and making sure they're all in one piece by the end they come back to the Paddocks, because of course, Kato, that's how you want it to return.
Yeah, of course you do. You don't want too much damage.
We don't want to be dealing with that in between.
The mechanics panic
sessions.
a little bit if there's a lot of damage, or they've got a lot of work to do between the sessions.
Keeping busy though. But here we go then for what is going to be the final lap around Warden Law in this Super Heat, and these two out front have had a right old skirmish for P1 and P2, and Logan Rolfe knows that Max is on his tail.
He is right on his tail now, but I think Logan has still got a nice comfortable gap. It's going to be hard just to close that gap up unless Logan makes a mistake, which I very much doubt, because his dad will be on his back if not.
Yes, always firm support here for all of our drivers in the Kart Championship paddock, and wanting to get the best out of their drivers. So Logan Rolfe just got to keep it, as you said, bring it home nice and calm and not panic too much. Max, of course, will be aware of that and try and capitalise.
Yeah, he's probably settled for second place now. You do
the gap
realise,
building a bit,
you just realise after a certain time that you're just not going to get quite the overtake done. So it's better just to back off and just look after everything, bring it home.
And you can see the neck movement and the work that he's doing with his body, Logan, to shift the car.
You'd be very, very surprised how physical this sport is.
Yeah.
People say to me, do I want to go back in a kart? No, thank you.
No, thank you. Absolutely. Well, that's why we're leaving to everyone out there, particularly Logan Rolfe, who takes victory here in this Super Heat. Once again, I believe that's another victory on the bounce from his earlier races. So a great weekend Logan Rolfe is having. He's doing it in the commentary box. He's doing it out there on circuit as well. And what is not to love about that? Max Abrahart in P2, and your podium is Jensen Sale.
Very good from Jensen. Obviously, he had the same views, bring it home in third position, brings him right up on the grid for the final.
And no penalties as we see so far in this race. Bit of a warning for James Roots and Ethan Lloyd in that race, but it looks like everyone's going to finish where they are as follows: Logan Rolfe, Maximilian Abrahart, Jensen Sale with an impressive P3, Hugo McCluskey P4, Lewis Herbertson is P5, Ethan Mellor, Sam Dixon, Lewis Cacaldi, James Roots, Ethan Manzi is your top 10, Drew Davidson, Freddie Blackshaw, Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Phillipson down to P14. And Sam Fleming is one of yours.
Yeah, he's one of mine. I've been watching him. He's progressed throughout the weekend, so he's getting there.
And you're happy with how
he missed out on Friday. Yeah, he missed out on Friday, so
the practice. But coming in a bit sooner and impressing you, which is good to hear, particularly down towards P15, P16, Adam Bart, Hamish Gordon, Dexter Petty, Finley Rhodes, James Devereaux, Rio Panayitu in 21st, Aaron Rigg, Finley Beals, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Jamie Walsh, Jensen Skeff and Eli Owen down towards the latter part of the grid in P27, and P28 and 29 is taken up by Logan Stanley Jones and Ayrton Galsworthy. And that is your incredible ringtone. What was that?
It's a proper F1 car.
That was a proper F1 car.
Yeah.
What engine?
It's a Ferrari V12.
V12 engine.
Yeah,
right,
V12.
okay.
None of this
None of the hybrids or anything?
No,
no,
nothing like
okay.
that. No, nothing like that.
The good old days in your mind.
Yes, yes, the good old days.
Well, Kato, thank you for being here in the
No
commentary
problem,
box
it's been my pleasure.
and joining us, and thank you for spending some time with your perspective, and good luck to obviously your driver Fleming for the rest of the weekend, and however that shapes up with whatever that's going to come into.
Yep.
How did he get on in the previous race, if you remember?
He struggled in the last one. I think he finished about 18th, 19th, but he was a little bit off pace because he wasn't here on the Friday. So we'd keep changing the car a little bit to suit him. He did the March meeting here, struggled a little bit with the new corners, but obviously progressing now and learning going forward.
Amazing. Well, wish you all the best of luck for the rest of Kato Motorsport. It's been great to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I'll let you go and soak up a bit more of the paddock.
Yeah, thank you.
And have a bit
Have
a bit of a breather if you can. Lovely. So, Kato joining us there in the commentary box. Nice to have that different perspective. And we can get a bit of a look here, nice little perspective, into the Ultimate R garage. And before we can get a bit more of that, let's go to our next race. Right, I said we were on to our Micro and Mighties last time out. We actually are now doing our Micros and Mighties once again with this dual class grid, which they'll set off with the Micromax first of all, and then the Mighties to come round. And an overcast day here at Warden Law, but a settled one out there with the weather, and holding off and predictable conditions for our teams and all our drivers and mechanics and parents and whoever else to set up their karts in the best way possible. So we'll have the same grid as we did in the last Superheat of our Micromax and Mighty, and Micromax coming round here and are all trying to bunch up as best as possible so they can get into the tram lines in good time. You'll see Arthur Rhodes on pole again, Sebastian Crawford, Freddie Baker, Milo Taylor, Will Hatton, Zach Andrew and Jensen Darlow towards your P7, and then up to Sebastian Talbot and Munro Wilcox, and we're going racing and hopefully stay all in the tram lines, and we are away for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in our Micromax class, and a great start from Arthur Rose, keeping that pole position firm as we come through Brian's Bend here for this Superheat 2. And oh, there's an off there. That's not going to be what that driver has wanted in our number 26 kart of Jensen Darlow. Had a good race of it last time, and now we set off with our mighty Bambinos in, a little bit just behind and having a bit of a skirmish at the front of the field. Oh, and that's unfortunate, a turn round there for Jacob Amos in his car, and oh, you can see the frustration there of just how that first turn went and coming out worse. Just to see if he can recover a little bit and get back towards the front. But that's a nice move from our S-plate there in our Micromax class, I believe, of Max Armit. Yeah, so a nice move up the inside from him as we get into the first settlings of this race. So we've completed 1 lap, and this is how the field is looking right now between our 2 classes. Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Baker, Will Hatton, Zach Andrew, Sebastian Crawford, Max Armit. Had a nice move there on that first lap. Milo Taylor, Benjamin Finley, Sebastian Talbot and Theo Jepson is your top 10, followed by Jensen Drummond in P11 in this Micromax class, and we'll try and keep an eye on what's happening in our Bambinos as well. And Ansel Murray up into P1 has jumped ahead of Harry Stinson in the Bambino Mighty class. So Ansel Murray will looking to flip the script there from the earlier heat of our Bambinos before. And coming down straight here, we're focusing on our Micromax runners, and that is a move up the inside from Freddie Baker from Arthur Rhodes into Gasworks. A nice switch back there to make that move stick. And now signalling, I think I just saw a hand signal pretty much from Freddie Baker saying, Arthur, I know it hurts, I know the pain that you feel that I just overtook you, but let's work together, let's go forward, and let's see where we can progress in this race and cement our points for our grand finals later on in this race. Oh, and then we've got another move up the inside. Maybe don't think Freddie Baker was expecting that, but Arthur Rhodes says, thank you very much, I'm coming right back up the inside as we go back towards the dogleg, and I want to be top dog in this part of the race. don't mind if you do. And then taking a little bit of curb there, Freddie Baker watching the kart skip over that edge side in that centre section, the 2 centre sections. And we got Sebastian Crawford now, though, going around Arthur Rhodes. Don't know what happened. Oh, Freddie Baker. Don't know what happened to Freddie Baker. Must have got out of position there. So Arthur Rhodes now in the lead, and Sebastian Crawford trying to maintain where he is at the moment, particularly as well. We're sticking here. This is our Micro Max runners, by the way. And when we come across the line, we'll see what the gap is between all of our drivers right now. And it is Arthur Rhodes out in the lead then, with Sebastian Crawford with a 4/10 gap back to Will Hatton, Zach Andrew, Milo Taylor, Max Armit, Theo Jepson, Benjamin Finley and Jensen Drummond. Out in the lead in our Bambinos is Harry Stinson and Ansel Money. This is the fight for the lead in the Mighty E's at the moment. You can see on camera right now, Ansel Murray has been having a right old tussle between Harry Stinson. They've been trading places right throughout the lap in this Mighty Bambinos, and have got a bit of space ahead of them on track now to do battle and see if Harry can reclaim that place from Ansel Murray. Coming through these 2 sections here towards and brake as late as you dare at the end of this centre and up towards the Dunlop chicane. This centre 2 here right now, we come towards the chicane and through all nicely at the moment and holding position, just thinking well, a couple of trading of places before then in that start of the race in the Mighty Bambinos. I might want to just chill out a little bit. There's a nice move up the inside there of Elliot Hitch on junior right, down in those lower positions in our Bambino classes. So good move up the inside there for the RCE team here this weekend. We'll be impressed to see that over in the paddock and supporting those drivers. And here we are back, I think, with our Junior Max drivers. 92 of Freddie Baker. Got it all going on with Will Hatton and Zach Andrew all of that. Oh, a bit of a racing kiss there between the 2 drivers. I think there's a bit of an apology there from Zach Andrew and Will Hatton, but on we go, and realising that wasn't all deliberate, and now wanted to chase after Freddie Baker because they've kind of let the gap slip a little bit and they just had that coming together. And now Freddie Baker enjoying P3 out there in front. As you can see towards the end of the start-finish straight, a move going up the inside here for Sebastian Crawford. Arthur Rhodes having to concede the position there. It was a fair trade into those corners there. And now Sebastian Crawford up in the lead. And joined in the commentary box by Paul Jennings.
How you doing?
How you doing? Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Yeah, it's great to be here, and thank you for welcoming me into the Kart Championship paddock. It's great to have you here from Ambition Motorsport. Particularly, how have you been finding the Kart Championship so far this weekend?
Not too bad. To be fair, we've been actually pretty good. Got a few drivers out, got 9 drivers in total, and so they're all out in the next last
superheats, of course. And how have you been finding the Honda Cadet field at the moment? Because it's been a very fierce, competitive one out there, like all the classes.
Yeah, for sure. To be fair, it's always a different winner, which is great for Honda Cadet.
Yeah.
It's all level playing fields. You've always got your RG barge, you're going through the mid-pack, and that what makes it more entertaining to watch. So, no, fair play to all the younger guys. They're doing a good job out there.
Yeah. And leaving it out all on the track. We're watching our Micromax and Mighty categories at the moment. Oh, a bit of a problem there, I think we had for Will Hatton in the Micromax. Looked like he had a bit of an off and a bit of a unfortunate spin. We didn't quite see exactly what happened there, but I'm looking to hopefully recover as many places as he can now. With 1 minute 10 plus 1 lap on the clock, we still have Arthur Rhodes out in the lead ahead of Freddie Baker and Sebastian Crawford. Last time we picked that up, and Zach Andrew on your screen there, the 27, keeping Milo Taylor honest. Will Hatton will have dropped down quite a bit because of where he had that issues with the earlier battles in the lap. And now we're on board with the lead Mighties in a Bambino class, and it's all trading and moving again. They might be electric carts, but there's great racing in this category, Paul.
Yeah, for sure. We've got our driver Henry Howes in third at the moment. He's done a great job this weekend. Near enough joint fastest lap in the last one. He's just hanging on to the two older kids in front of him. He's tiny, but he's got another 2 or 3 years left in this category, so for sure he's going to be one to watch going forward for this season. But we're knocking on the door. We just need that little bit more to be there.
And Ansel is also doing incredibly well over the last few years, has become a bit of a name in this category, but people like you say, like Henry Hales, is giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, Ansel's been good. He's been good in all categories. He did a little bit of Micromax last year, I believe. He's always at the sharp end. He's a good driver, very, very smooth, as well as Johnny's young boy in front.
Well, let's jump back with the Micromax as well, because it's all going on in this category as well. Freddie Baker up the inside of Arthur Rose, holding on to that P2, and they're letting Sebastian Crawford get away with it, and they're losing touch a little bit on this final lap here around Warden Law. All very competitive in this Micromax category. Coming through the two centres, you can see Arthur Rose was trying to get a bit of a cutback. Could switch through. Oh, and it's kind of worked because he's gone right up the inside of Freddie Baker and has taken P2 again. The noses are so close to the rear, and you have to be so careful not to get that nose cone penalty when you're making these moves.
To be fair, it all kicks off in the last lap round here. You've got so many corners around Warden Law. Obviously your race is over, and obviously your final grid position's over if you don't stay on the track in these super heats. And
we're about to be over here and commenced with our final driver coming round the final corner, who's going to take victory. Sebastian Crawford takes the win in Super Heat 2. He's very casually happy. Yeah, thanks, mate. And Arthur Rose, Freddie Baker takes the podium there. Zach Andrew and all that. But let's jump on with our mighty Bambinos. And Harry Stinson has dropped behind Ansel Murray, and it looks like Ansel Murray is going to put the experience he's had into good use over the experience of all the different seasons in Bambinos, and he takes the victory. So one for, I believe it's Harry Stinson who got the victory earlier in Bambino, if I'm right, and Ansel Murray this time taking home the bacon, particularly.
Yeah,
so.
no, for sure. Like I say, Harry's a good leader. Ansel's played the game there. He sat behind, waiting for him to make a mistake, picked up on the last minute and took the spoils.
But still, great performance from your guy Henry Hales there, or you've been impressed with.
Yes, very good.
You were talking about, and looking to hopefully build on that as we go towards the final. So let's give the final result of the 9 laps of racing we had with our drivers here at Warden Law. Sebastian Crawford takes P1 into our grand final. Loads of buckload of points there for him to be across. Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Baker, Zach Andrew, Milo Taylor, Will Hatton, Max Armit, Jensen Darlow, Benjamin Finley, Theo Jepson, and Jensen Drummond up towards P11. Anthony Ray down towards 12, Sebastian Talbot. P13, Anthony Ray, a 5-second penalty for whatever happened in that race, unfortunately. And then we'll go through the rest of Munro, Wilcox, Lani Eden, and P15, Ethan Bainbridge. P16, coming towards our Bambinos, we had Ansel Murray with the victory, Harry Stinson, Henry Hales, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, Elliot Hitch, Jax Wong, Arthur Thompson, Junior Wright, Seth State, Mackie, as part of missed out with the Junior Maxes, Jacob Amos down towards the bottom there, and then Pierce Gauntlet, Arthur Bath, Frank Pearson, and Hadley Jarvis, rounding off the 2 there. Getting some bit of attention here in the paddock.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm never really on this side.
No, first time in commentary.
Yeah, for sure.
How are you finding it?
Oh, not too bad, to be fair.
Yeah,
not something I want to do in the future. I'll leave it to the professionals, but no, it's actually all right.
I'm semi-professional.
No, it's all good. You've got to learn. There's a lot to learn in this paddock, and there's so many classes the MS UK run. It's hard to keep up, but you'll be fine. Yeah,
it's all good, and I'm enjoying it so far, and it's been good to hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak, of all of what has been happening particularly. But look, it's all go, because we're on to a brand new race right now. Let's do it. Okay, so we are back round to Honda Cadet once again, and you were saying there was some good racing in this earlier, weren't you, Paul?
Yeah, really good. We've got obviously 7 drivers in this. It's how it's worked out with the A, B and C groups. We've obviously had splits during the course of the day, and now we've obviously our groups that our drivers are in, we're all together. So as you can imagine, it's all going to be quite tense out there. But
Yeah.
for sure, we're not the only team who have got a few drivers out there, and there's a lot of privateers, which is great to see. And the good thing is the Honda Cadet grid has been fantastic racing in the past. Obviously, we've been looking after Honda Cadet since it actually started. It was 2005.
The memory comes in now.
Yeah, it's been 21 years I've been doing this.
Wow,
so
it's been going a long time then. Wow.
Yep, still in the job, still in the game, and we're still producing champions and race winners, which is fantastic.
And supporting all our drivers.
A lot of our drivers have gone on to many good things in the MSUK paddock, and obviously we've had a few world champions out of it as well. And we had a young Arvid Lindblad who did Bambino with me, and
Wow.
he's graduated to F1. So
And you must be so proud to see this is the progression of championships like this, and where it can lead for drivers in all those years later.
yeah, for sure, it's good to see. And obviously it's as long as they always remember their roots, where they come from, that's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we are on to race 33 for our Honda Cadets, Superheat 3 for them, and Archie Cannon was having a very good time of it up in the last Superheat and has been impressing out there. Luca Biocchi has been also having a great time of it as well, and they are Archie Cannon, Luca Biocchi and Jensen Kula, and Dino Rowlands is on your top 4, and they are away here for Superheat 3 of our Honda Cadet class at Warden Law, and a great start from Archie Cannon. We're seeing someone up the inside, and a great opportunist move from Luca Biocchi. Kind of always have noticed, Paul, this weekend that it's kind of good to be in P2 if you get the right start.
Yeah, no, it's the cleanest part of the track, of course. So obviously going down to the first corner, it's quite dusty. So you do lose a bit of lateral grip going into it, and you can actually easily swing around the outside how the circuit layout's formed here.
And as we just saw there, so Luca Biocchi making good pay of all of that, and good to see that he is feeling racy out there today, and also looking to hold on to that position and put his mettle down of what he wants to come out with, which is, of course, as many points as possible, and being the best position for Honda Cadet. Luca Biocchi, really showing his mettle in these last couple of races. Fellow Scot, though, I noticed as well.
Yeah, no, Luca's obviously did stuff with us last year. Is a really good listener, very, very competitive up north.
But unfortunately, as we've just seen come across the line, as we were thinking about that, it looks like he had a bit of an issue on that first lap, because Luca Biocchi is down to P4. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That's Honda for you. Every lap's got a different race leader, and no doubt this race is going to be full of action as well. And as you can see, it's all kicking off for second already.
It's all happening there, and Dino Rowlands up the inside of Jensen Kula to, maintain, I think that was P2, or even to possibly go into the lead, I might have seen there. No, we do have Archie Cannon out in lead. That was to maintain P2. So all happening in this first lap, and we're coming down into Gasworks and sort of having a mild look over to his right-hand shoulder to see what was happening, but nothing to worry about too much there as we come through on this first lap then, and underway in this next Honda Cadet race. And look at the lead that Archie Cannon has got out in front, whilst everyone's been squabbling behind. And I think there was a bit of a change of lead with Luca Biocchi and all getting caught up in P2 and P3 and P4.
Yeah.
There's a massive gap that's developed, and that's the risk that you run, isn't it, when you're caught in those kind of battles?
No, exactly. If you're battling for on the obviously second or third in the early stages, you might as well wave goodbye to the leader, because obviously Archie Cannon is a machine. He's really, really good, and he's very consistent, and he's going to be one of the ones to beat this year for sure. And that's our target for sure, making sure we get as close as we can to him. But he's been fantastic around Warden Law, and the circuit layout has been brilliant, I must admit, from Matt and the team here. They've done a fantastic job.
You're liking the changes. Yeah. Okay, that's good to hear. Pick out some of your drivers for me and see how they're getting on.
So every driver you see on your screen now in blue is under the Ambition Motorsport wing. We've got Dino Rowlands currently in second, and we've got Archie Loveridge in fifth. Obviously, Archie is obviously having a bit of a dice with his other fellow competitor in front of him, and no doubt that's going to change. They're all fast kids. Every kid is within, I don't know, two tenths. Yeah. So the consistency side of things, as soon as you lose a little bit of time, the field just spread quite a bit. So, everyone you see in blue is ours. We've had that sticker kit, it stands out really well. And
so like here, we can see Dino Rowlands battling with Luca Biocchi, who has gone back up, it looks like, to P2.
Yeah.
And
if Dino can work with Luca, they'll actually pull away from the chasing pack behind. And you can see now Archie has made a move, so hopefully he can break the toe from Josh. If Josh is looking at, I believe, Bradley behind. Yeah. So I might be mistaken there, but obviously they're changing every lap to our screen.
There's different groups. It's all go all the time. There's a nice move up the inside here of James Murphy, I believe, on Archie Loveridge. So that was a nice move that we saw just going on in this part of the race here for your Honda Cadets, coming down the start-finish line again. And a 1.4 second lead Archie Cannon has over Luca Biocchi in P2. And Dino Rowlands, your driver, back in P3, about 1.6 seconds off the lead. Is it, if they stay in this kind of routine and there's no incidents, is it completely insurmountable that he could come back
to be fair, if you're obviously looking at your screens, guys, if Dino could work with Luca, we can shave around about 3 tenths, 4 tenths a lap off. With the time frame, 3 minutes, we probably won't get to him. We'll be on his back bumper by the last lap, but obviously Luke is very consistent. If Dino can just sit there, he will then obviously push him away. 2 engines is better than 1 down the straight. They're going to catch him, and obviously that's a threat for Archie. But if Archie can stay focused, he can break the toe, and if we get some good points out of this, it's better than dropping back.
And the slipstream, yeah, absolutely. And to remember that, like the long game, to remember it's not all the glory in this one race, and or maybe in the final it might be a bit different.
It's all about staying on. Obviously, only 34, believe, drivers can go through to this final. Yeah. Not too sure if there's a B final this weekend, so if we stay on, that's all that matters.
Yeah, Honda Cadets, just the top 34 will be going through to our grand final later on this afternoon, just after 3 o'clock, if you're looking to see the drivers that you want to support out there. So Archie Cannon out in the lead, has dropped a little bit of his gap, maybe just managing that gap a little bit, saving some of his tyres and being quite kind to his kart, because he can be. He's got that gap to afford with. For the Apollo Karts factory, he was the vice champion last year in 2025, and showing his mettle that he wants to go one further this year.
Yeah, for sure. Archie's been in it for obviously a couple of years. He's always been at the sharp end. Obviously our driver Archie Loveridge, a couple of Archies, 2 fast Archies. We're actually coming at the moment. We've got our fastest lap in that last heat.
That's quite
sorry, that last lap.
The last lap.
So we're now obviously broke the toe from the one behind. We've got a full focus on Dino and Luca. Same again, if Luca obviously defends his second position, Archie might snap at the heels, and we might take 2 Ambition drivers that extra place. But we are still all closing in on Archie Cannon as well, so I reckon it's all going to kick off on the last lap.
And that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing a yellow flag at the moment, I believe, for maybe something that's happened instant on track. Not quite sure what's stopping that, but hopefully we can continue. With yellow flags are being.
We've got a full course
we've got
yellow
a full
at the
course
moment.
Yellow, so we've gone to the slow boards, right? And we.
This is where the race will kick off in the last minutes.
In the last minutes, yeah.
We probably won't see a restart if the pace. Obviously Archie keeps that pace nice and slow. He can make this lap a very, very long lap to go on to the last lap, but you will probably find this will be the finish off the race, but we'll see how they deal with the incident.
The reason we have the yellow flags is because the number 12 is off in this particular, and that's Luke Hamill who went off, and that's caused those yellow flags. So we got the full yellow flags. They all have to just maintain position where they are. We haven't gone to the full slow boards where they'd have to do the full restart and that procedure. The yellow flags are just enough at the moment, and let's hope that Luke Hamill is okay. Our marshals, can I just, from your perspective, get
the Orange Army? They're absolutely fantastic.
The praise of all the all the marshals that are doing some incredible work this weekend.
No, the team here at Warden Law and obviously all the marshals around the UK are fantastic. Not only at kart circuits but also at our car races. Without them, we couldn't go racing. So yeah, thank you everyone for supporting our championship that we take part in and letting us go racing.
Unfortunately, he's out. So Luke Hamill out of the race, and they're coming round over full course yellows at the moment. Then the race is neutralised.
A sensible decision in this race was to call it a full course yellow for the last lap, because this young lad needs attention, and it's not safe for a last lap battle with everyone going on. So that's race, I believe.
Well, no, we've gone to green flag, and it looks like
No, we've gone red.
We've gone red. Oh, completely red. Oh, so we've stopped the race. We've had a red
sensible
flag
decision on that side of
because
things.
of what's happened on track, and not much was going to change.
No, it's actually a safer thing to do for the marshal's sake, but also the drivers as well. No one wants to do a last lap dash. It ends in a lot of tears and a lot of paperwork for the stewards. So yeah, it's great that obviously all the karts are back. But best wishes to that young driver who's had that little incident. No doubt he'll bounce back for the final.
The marshal slightly struggling with his red flag here because it keeps rolling up and then unrolling when he wants to try and wave it.
There needs to be a little bit more training on that flag post. Sorry, mate, but P5, there needs to be a bit of an improvement. Oh, there we go. That's a lot better. Look at that.
There we go. It's full speed now, full furling, and all good. I'm being handed here something. Oh, we've got, so in the commentary box at the moment, we've got Stanley Thurston. Stanley, how are you? All good? Are you? Sorry? Right, okay. And Stanley Thurston's going to come on to commentary. So
no
Paul,
problem. I'll pass you over.
Thank you very much.
You're doing a good job. Keep it up.
I'm being told of everything.
Room for improvement as always, but you'll get there, okay?
Oh, how dare you? I'll see you in the paddock later. Stanley, can you hear me? You can hear my voice in here. How are you?
Good.
Yeah? How you having a good time in the Mighty Bambinos at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah? And look, we're on camera. If you look at the camera there, you can wave at the camera. Say hello to everyone. Right, hey! And James is going to, producer James is going to move the camera down slightly, and now he can see you. So if I've got to do that. I've got to kneel a little bit. That'll be fine. But this is cool, isn't it? All this. Do you want to do my job one day?
Yeah.
You do? What, rather than racing?
Maybe.
Maybe both. Maybe both at the same time. It'd be good. He's going to be really fast, says Paul, who was with us. So, how are you finding the Mighties?
Yeah, really, really good. But
Yeah?
sometimes we have little problems, like in the other heat we spun out.
Yeah, okay.
And then
I did see that,
Theo
yeah.
has a party. I hit the curb, then he smashed into me, so we had a bit of a bad heat then.
Yeah. But it's gonna happen, isn't it, when you're closer? I'm just going to move your mic closer, then we can hear you better. There you go. So, yeah, a little bit of a battle's out there, but yeah, hopefully you're going to take some more into the rest of the weekend. So are you going to be racing again from your races before? I can't quite.
Yeah, for
you
the
are?
final heat.
You are in the final. Good. Well, that's good to see. And when you go into the final, is everyone like racing much more closely?
Yeah, so in the final 2 minutes, our coach said we can all squeeze people in, so be a fun race.
You probably don't want to be revealing too much of the tactics of the teams, but you want to be in there to win, don't you? Where do you think you can get up from your position? Are you going to be sort of in the mid pack? Are you to go
17th?
17th? Okay.
13th?
Yeah. So it's not. You could bring a win home. Or could be on the podium. Lots can happen, can't it?
Yeah,
Lots
sometimes.
can go out. Do you like Warden Law, the track?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
do you like the most about it?
Probably Gasworks.
Gasworks. That's good fun. Yeah. It's that nice turn to make a lot of, like a dive bomb and an overtake into there, isn't there? Yeah.
For the track limits.
I've heard about
well.
that. Yeah, yeah. Are you liking the track limits?
Yes.
Good. Okay. That's. I think that's the correct answer. But yeah. So have you been enjoying being in the paddock as well? Have you like catching up with friends again?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in your team, in your RCE team,
Yeah.
is it like what do you do with your Saturday night? Would you like play games and stuff or
Probably just
chill
sleep.
out? Just sleep. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. And the badges on your side. Can you tell me about some of the badges on your race suit and who's supporting you? Do you know who these badges are? I can see a Grace.
So we got Berkshire Body Tops.
Yeah.
BJT, Velocity Race Engines, And the guy who made my dad's van.
You made your dad's van, wow, right
Yes.
from scratch, wow. And they're all helping you to be here
Yes.
to race. That's really cool, isn't it? Well, look, it's been good to see all of these kind of different, classes going through. And Maestro Bambino, oh, by the way, are you liking the electric? Do you like the electric
Yes.
go-karts, yeah? Are you excited to maybe get into the other go-karts, though,
Yeah.
when you're older, yeah? A bit faster. How fast do you go in the electric karts?
Up to 50 mile per hour.
50? Oh my goodness! I don't even drive 50 sometimes, and I'm an adult, so that's fast. That's really really fast. Okay, is there anyone you want to say hello to on our live stream? Anyone particularly?
Nah.
No. Okay, that's fair enough. Stanley, it's good to meet you. Good luck with the final. I'll be watching, and maybe we can bring in Logan and come on in now from. In the Micromax class, also from RC. Whack the headphones on. Stanley was good, wasn't he? Well, also, I've got Logan here as well. Can you hear me, Logan?
Yeah.
Yeah? How are you doing?
Good.
Good. And you want to wave at the camera here? Say hello to everyone? Hi, guys. All right. Is there anyone you want to say hello to at home?
Yes.
Yeah? Who do you want to say hello to?
Mum, Dad, and all my sponsors.
Oh, great. And who are helping you? Do you have certain people that you remember that are helping you out with sponsors, those kind of things? Yeah? Who are those people?
Force, who made my engines, my dad and my driver coach.
Great. I'm just going to move your mic up slightly. There you go. We can hear you a bit better now. So the RCE team, how great are they to help you, get on track and be out at the front?
Very great.
Yeah, yeah. And what are what are the things you've been working on this weekend to go faster?
Well, like braking and getting later on the throttle.
Mhm. And did you do the track walk this morning? You walked around the track to see?
Well, today I'm not really racing because I've got an injury.
Oh, have you? Oh, I didn't know that. What's wrong?
Well, my eyes. I have double vision.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. I see. And does that so you can go racing certain times and drive? Yeah. Okay. And so you're here to support the RC team more so at the moment.
Yeah.
And how do you think your teammates are getting on?
Very good.
Yeah. And if you want to swap around, turn around because then people can see you then, and then we can. There we go, and we're on camera. What do you make of all this? This is exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
All of the commentary box and all the notes and those kind of things. What particularly are you enjoying most about being in the paddock, though? Have you got friends here and those kind of things? Yeah, yeah. And what have you been doing in the paddock? I've seen scooters and things like that going around.
Well, what I've really been doing
Yeah.
is I've been helping my friends, trying to get them better and
Yeah,
better.
good. And giving them advice. Amazing. Well, look, we're on to our next race. We had a red flag then at the end of the Honda Cadets, but we're now on to our next senior Rotax race. And the senior Rotax is fastest of them all, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an exciting one again. And let's get into it, shall we?
Yep.
It's not the Honda Cadets, it is the Senior Rotax. We're just to find out, there you go, Senior Max Superheat 2, and a very competitive grid once again, warming up the tyres as much as they can out there on the track.
Yeah.
Logan, you want to stick around? You want to talk me through some of this race? Yeah, would that be fun?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. I'll go through the grid for this Senior Rotax Superheat 2, which looks like this. Hugh Moulton is on P1, Oliver Liversedge is on P2, Harrison Crowther is P3, Joshua Smith is P4, P5, Kai Newman, Elliot Dalton Ayres P6, Rory Hinckley is P7, Melissa Adrian is P8, Benjamin Lee is P9, and Hayden Sherwood is P10. That's our top 10 with lots of other drivers in the mix as well. What's your favourite part of this track, Logan?
Probably, I do like the home straight.
The home straight, yeah.
You get, because when you get on the outside, you get a good turn for the first corner.
And it's really important to get that first corner right, isn't it? Because you'll have people on you in the Bryan's Bend and all up towards the rest of the section. Do you like the last corner, or is it a bit tricky?
Well, haven't really been round it yet, but it looks quite tricky.
Yeah, and it's got, because they've changed the turn for this year and it slightly goes more out that way and comes back on itself. Well, look, we're getting ready for our senior Rotax runners, and side by side, as close as they dare, and are all going to follow into the tram lines here at Warden Law for our second Super Heat. And it looks like we're away. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. We are go, and we are hurtling towards turn 1 with all of the engine behind them of their senior Rotax kart, and all making it through fairly well, it seems, at the moment, with the first lap and the first sector in everyone's pocket. So that's a great start there by Hugh Moulton, who's hopefully looking in this race to maintain his lead, because in the last senior Rotax race he got pushed down a little bit, and that's really easy to happen, isn't it, Logan?
Yeah.
And you can go down a little bit and all those kind of things. So we're coming through the Dunlop chicane, round down the back straight towards Gasworks, and braking as late as they dare, getting a bit of a tank slapper on the back, trying to control the rear with the braking as they go into there. And just like that, we're about to come across the start-finish line and see where our runners have ended up after the first lap. It's Hugh Moulton, followed by Harrison Crowther, Oliver Liversedge, Joshua Smith, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Rory Hinkley, Benjamin Lee, Riley Bishop, Drew Preisner, and Jaden Sherwood, even, pardon me. So Jaden Sherwood in P10, rounding off there with Kai Newman close behind. All pretty close at the moment, not too much of a gap to be really writing home about. Of course, the timing screen's being set alight at the moment by Hugh Moulton out in P1, maintaining that lead. Particularly though, I do believe he has just been particularly overtaken by, well, that's Joshua Smith though, who was on our screens at the front of that pack. So it's all happening here in our senior Rotax, trying to pick up the leaders here once again as we come round for our second lap at Warden Law. Lots of hand instructions being pushed out from the paddock, and Harrison Crowther, I did think there was lots of changes on the lap. I couldn't quite believe the position changes, but it's now Harrison Crowther followed by Joshua Smith, and unfortunately Hugh Moulton once again in this senior Rotax Heat 2 going down the order slightly, as we can see a battle in between there. So first and second, third, fourth, fifth, you're all following there at the front of the grid and finding their way through the Dunlop chicane, and now looking to build a bit of a gap. Harrison Crowther, he's sensed a bit of an opportunity here, going through on the inside there. A nice move into Gasworks, I believe that was from Benjamin Lee on Riley Bishop, trying to make out between all of them and pick up the numbers on the go-karts. We'll come through and see the order as we come down this start-finish straight, and it's all as you were as before. Just Hugh Moulton up into P2 now, looking to try and clinch back the position he lost at the start of the race. Starts on pole, of course, and Harrison Crowther taking that from him in P2. So all these drivers having a bit of a battle here, Logan. I mean, what's going through their heads at the moment?
Well, they
What are they
might be
thinking?
like thinking they want to win this, but there might be a lot of traffic and you can't get through.
Yeah, and you've got to be really careful when to pick your moment to do that.
Because if you just do it too early, it could end your race.
Yeah, and we don't want that, especially, you know, crucial points possibly go through to our finals later on, and we want to be in the mix for the finals, don't we? And we come round again, and Harrison Crowther is really setting the pace out there. He is about a tenth and a half quicker than our driver in second of Hugh Moulton, the fastest second sector. It's a big gap, isn't it? Half a second in this speed of karting is really fast
Because they're
indeed.
all very similar speed.
Yeah, very similar speed, and to build that gap out the way they are, they're doing an almighty job out there at the moment. So, oh, a nice move up the inside there through one of the centres out to the Dunlop chicane. That was a lovely move from Riley Bishop on the inside of Benjamin Lee, making that stick there. So good progress being made by Riley Bishop in this part of the race of this senior Rotax Super Heat 2, and we're following this pack here, particularly all kind of, I would say, packs. We're all very close together. Nice racing going on between all of these drivers. Hayden Sherwood we saw in there with Drew Preisner, Kai Newman, all amongst that. You can see our cafe with refreshments whilst watching probably one of the greatest things in the world. How much do you love karting, Logan?
So much.
Yeah? When did you start?
When I was about 4, so 4 or 5 years. 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 3 years ago.
You're doing some counting there. 3 years ago. And what do you love most about karting? Why do you like doing it?
I like winning the trophies.
Yeah, I mean that's
because it brings memories.
yeah, memories, nice feelings, isn't it? And what's your home track? Where do you normally go racing?
Kimbolton and Whilton Mill.
Kilbolt and Whilton Mill will be at Whilton Mill later this season, of course, for TKC. So it'll be good to see what you think about your home track round there as well. But yes, of course, we all have the passion for karting. That's why we are here at Warden Law and enjoying moves like that up the inside from Jamie Kirkbride on Hayden Sherwood. Nice move into turn one, making it stick, coming to the dog leg and holding it on there. Fastest lap at the moment currently sitting with our 7th place man of Riley Bishop, was making some good headway ahead of Benjamin Lee on the last lap. So all going on here with our senior Rotax runners. Well, just a bit of a reminder whilst the field is doing its thing. Thank you to our sponsors this weekend of our Kart Championship coverage. Of course, Alpha Live bringing it to you here as we see a move. Oh, a bit of a move, a bit too much of a move on the inside there, some might say, of one of those drivers, of George Cole, getting a bit caught up there, I think, with Christopher Hughes or Michael Ambler down in P17 and P18. But a big thank you to our sponsors, Race Cloud AI, Victory Shine, as well, and On Track Marketing UK, making it possible for us to bring you this championship in the way that we are and keeping, of course, all the live coverage with Alpha Live on our live streams on the Kart Championship YouTube channel and also on Alpha Live's YouTube channel as well. Here we are then with 1 minute and 15 to go, plus 1 lap, Logan. And Logan's here from the RCE team with me, and a nice move, as we're talking about, of the ex-kart driver there, of the number 32 Riley Bishop, making some more moves, trying to get past Elliot Dalton Ayres now, which he has done as well. He's back now up. He's making real good progress, is Riley Bishop, up to P5. Or P6 rather, sorry. So P6 for Riley Bishop and Elliot Dalton Ayres overtaken there. Yeah, in this part of the race, when we've got a couple of laps to go, you're just thinking, don't make mistakes, aren't you, Logan?
Yeah.
For the RC team. How much do you talk about that in the team?
Loads.
Loads, yeah? And just to be sensible.
Yeah, because like you want to be up there, you don't want to be messing around, because it's not like you're not doing. You need to be doing the coaching, because if not, you're not going to be quick.
Oh goodness, we've had a car on its back there. I don't know what's happened there. I'm not quite sure who that is. I have seen a black flag for George Cole, our number 98 driver, and that is
Big
our
flip.
82 driver. That is a big flip indeed, isn't it, Logan?
Yeah.
Our 82 driver, who is sadly out of the race. I'm just trying to find who that is. That's Michael Ambler out of that race. So I do hope that Michael is okay. That's the most important thing.
Because he was been real good through that race,
Yeah.
and now he's out of it.
He was doing really well, wasn't he? So hopefully, well, the kart might not be 100%, but it's most important that Michael Ambler is okay, and glad to see him up and walking and coming out again and make sure that's all right. So the marshal's doing a great job there whilst the racing action is going on to get that car out of the way and out of harm's way and danger for our drivers. But here we are then. We are getting towards our final lap here at Warden Law. People making it count, like Kai Newman up the inside there of Elliot Dalton Ayres. The fastest lap pace right now. The race has really come to Kai in the last few sectors or so. And up the inside then of Elliot Dalton Ayres. Here we go then for our final lap of Senior Rotax, Senior Heat 2. Let's see if they can take all of these points, as many points and progress and momentum, into our grand final later on today. Who's going to take the crown here at Warden Law? Really using their body, aren't they, Logan, as they go through these turns to make sure they've got the weight on the side of the cart and making as much time as possible out of there and around this Warden Law track. Harrison Crowther is out in the front, leading Hugh Moulton by just under half a second, which is a great gap, and a big gap, as you said, Logan, before, in this level of racing. Really impressive. Joshua Smith in P3 trying to chase down, but Harrison Crowther, who once again was opportunist off the start of the race, from P2 to P1. He takes victory here at Senior Rotax at Warden Law. Coming across the line, with a very tight field. I think it's one of the closest races we've had so far in this Kart Championship weekend. So we've got Harrison Crowther, Hugh Moulton and Joshua Smith on our podium, followed by Oliver Liversedge and Rory Hinkley in P5. Was there anyone you were keeping an eye on in that race, Logan, that you were really impressed with? Who were you impressed with most there?
Riley Bishop.
Riley Bishop, yeah, he made great progress, didn't he? I think he came up from P12, so up 6 places, and that's great, isn't it? Let's confirm our standings and our running order and results for that Super Heat 2. As you heard, our top 5 then just before, we're talking about Riley Bishop in P6 there. Kai Newman, Elliot Dalton Ayres, having a good scrap was Riley and Elliot in that race. Benjamin Lee, James Kell, Jamie Kirkbride down to P11, Drew Preisner, Hayden Sherwood and Melissa Adrian is in P14. A 5-second penalty though for George Cole. We must make a note of that because George Cole was up in, I'm trying to see where the race guy, I think he's gone out of the picture, but this is Christopher Hughes in P15, Ross Tyler, Scott McDowell, Sam Kelbrick, Max Sheldon Hayward down to Dylan Tracy in P20, Elliot Surtees, Connor Tubby, Cassidy Southall, Zach Kane, Lewis Holt, Jack, I keep doing that, sorry Jack McGillicuddy and Eddie King is down to P27. And there we go. Thomas Ambler, Oliver Lomax, Joshua Jarvis and George Cole with that 5-second penalty, but a few laps down unfortunately anyway. And Michael Ambler, great to see him walking away from that incident that he had out on track, and I think they could see the car in my periphery on the track being wheeled back now to the paddocks. So we're just making sure that everyone is okay out there on the track, but all fine. And between all of those different classes, we have one final super heat to go, Logan, and it's all been very exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
All been happening. And what have you loved most about the racing here at this weekend so far?
I like the aggression in the drivers driving.
Yeah. And you've got to be like that, haven't you?
Yeah.
You can't just sort of be very casual and calm, and there's times for that, but you're not going to pass people otherwise, are you? No, and that's the main thing. Particularly, what do you love most about Warden Law? In the time that you've been here?
Yeah, I have been here. Trying to think. 2 years ago when I was in the Mighty E, and my favourite part of the track is.
Turn around so we can see on the camera. Look, everyone will see. There you go. Carry on. Yeah.
Is probably the first corner. It's nice and quick.
Nice and quick, and going up through those different sections. And particularly, how much do you love travelling around the UK and seeing all these different places, all these different races?
Like it,
yeah,
because you get to explore the new tracks, like you're learning.
Yeah, and learning all the different ones. And how much do you do? Do you do simulator work at home and that kind of thing?
Not really, because we're really racing every weekend.
So you don't need to as much with the simulator stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And with the RCE guys, have you got anyone you'd like to shout out, particularly that are really helping in the garage this weekend?
Well, the team coach, which is Dave Richardson, the owner of the team, and the driver coach, Josh Mercer.
Mm-hmm. Great, and they're all doing fantastic stuff. All right, we are then now, I think, ready to go for our final super heat, Logan. If you want to stick around for it, yeah,
yep.
and then we'll be there for a lunch break just afterwards into Junior Primo. Here we go. It won't be Junior Max, it will be Junior Primo, and we're on to our final heats then of the day.
It's the final.
Yep, and then we're on to all the finals. You're absolutely right, Logan. And there's been so much racing out there, so many incredible overtakes. Junior Primo earlier, when I was watching along, was very fiercely contested, and we had those couple of false starts. And that's really important, isn't it, Logan, not to have those false starts, because it's obviously takes a little bit of time out of the race, but also they want everyone to be disciplined going through the first tram lines. But everyone's, as you said, they want it to be aggressive, don't they? They want to be in front and they want to be out in the lead. So these are the most important things, to be aggressive and racing hard, but obviously keeping within the rules.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing. So look, our junior Primo grid for this Superheat 2 of this class, finally, before we get to our grand finals later and see how all of our drivers have done in all their different classes, I have a feeling this is going to be a very exciting one indeed. On our Alpha Live live stream, we've got lots of people saying good luck to the rest of the Scottish drivers this weekend. Good support to see for them in our other classes. A big shout out to Dan and Drew and the rest of the clerks of the course are doing some great work today. Yes, we're of course keeping everything moving. Dan Ashton amongst some of the teams there, all doing a great job for sure. And Keen Delaney getting a shout out from Scott Monks. Good luck on his debut, Keen Delaney, in a lot of our races this weekend, and great to see support for him. But it's pole for Jacob Underhill. Layla Berryman will be wanting to have a much better race in this one and went right down the order in the last Superheat, so really looking to make amends. Aaron Berridge and Jackson Heath P4 and 3, and then Jude Puddifoot and Lucas Esser as we now go racing then for our final Superheat here. Our junior Primo, they've all got through there fairly well. Oh, but I say that, as soon as I say that, there's a spin for our number 64 driver, unfortunately.
That's a big loss there.
And a big loss for Layla Berryman, who we were literally just saying could do with a better race because they went down the field last time in the last Superheat. And just rotten luck sometimes, isn't it, Logan? And that's racing sometimes. And unfortunate, but hopefully, again, that she's okay and we can see her coming up through the grid maybe in the latter of this race. It's all to do, though, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds with 1 lap remaining then. As a nice move there up the inside. A nice dive bomb from Toby Wortley on Oscar in front of him for P11. So every position matters in this grid and all of the points tally up. Then as we go through for the first time over the start-finish line, Jacob Underhill ahead of Jude Puddifoot, who got taken off the track a little bit in the previous Superheat. We wanted to be holding on to P2 in this one. Jackson Heath and Lucas Esser, who ended up becoming the race winner of the last one after all the penalties and everything was sorted out and applied. So Lucas up there in P4, doing incredibly well. And then we've got Berridge in P5, Arthur Murfitt and Odysseus Hole in P7, and Bertie Hodgson in P8. As we now coming towards the Gasworks bend in this part of the track down into the third sector, and Aaron Berridge was looking, and there's a big coming together there. Not quite sure what happened, but coming off a little bit worse was Liam Doolin. Probably didn't really know what was happening himself coming through Gasworks. We'll try and see what happens there, but a bit unfortunate as they're coming in to trying to all find space on this track, aren't they, Logan? It's everyone's vying for the same racing line, trying to get past each other. Sometimes you are going to have to come together a little bit, aren't you? And all you can see, Bertie Hodgson and Liam Dooding in the pits for one reason or another, maybe because of the damage to their karts. I'm not quite sure what's happened there and why, but they're in the pits. We've seen that. Lucas Esser setting the pace in P3 at the moment with the fastest lap. You can see now we're on board with this group here with Aaron Berridge leading the way in front of Jackson Heath and Arthur Murfitt at the moment. As we come through for our next lap around Warden Law, Aaron Berridge in P4 has gained that place ahead of Jackson Heath. And joining on board here with our race leader, Jacob Underhill, in full control, it seems, at the moment. Coming through the two centres with Jude hot on his tail behind him. And a great start from Jude, by the way, up from P5 into P2 now. So gained 3 places. A nice start from him in this race. And making all the way down to Gasworks again. Oh, you can see a lovely move up the inside there for the 88 on. Who's this on our screen? I believe, is that Layla? I'm trying to figure out who this driver is here. And the number 75, it seems, walking away from their car. No, that's Ashton Bailey, unfortunately, out of this race. So Ashton, bad luck for him, wanting to, of course, be going a bit further in this particular superheat. But we rejoin the front here. We are on picture right now with Jacob Underhill, Jude Pudderfoot behind, Lucas Esser. All of these three keeping each other in check, wanting to keep as far ahead of the chasing back as possible, Logan. Oh, and a lovely move there from Jude up the inside for the lead. How tempting is it to do that into a turn like that? Is it really tempting to throw it up the inside like that? Sometimes you just, if you didn't do it, you'd regret it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
To go for an overtake like that. So Jude thought he had the lead there, but clobbered a bit of the curb on the way out, and it's Jacob Underhill that resumes P1 once again. And Logan, do you want to talk us through some of this action here for us?
Yeah, very a bit rough in the driving. Going over all the curbs, it's just a lot of grip. They have the experience to just go.
Yeah, to just go and not be too bothered about it. And then, you know, Jude is back on it right now. He hasn't let that early clobs of the curves that he's taking unsettle him, and he's chasing still after Jacob Underhill. A couple attempts gap, but a little bit of a move there. Lucas Esser trying out a new line, see if it was going to provide any time for him. And actually, Lucas has dropped a little bit back, having taken that racing line and trying something a little bit new. So hopefully won't be wanting to try that again and can close up onto the back of our two front runners with 2 minutes and 20 to go plus 1 lap. But see, with Lucas doing that into Gasworks, he's now under pressure from Aaron Berridge in P4, who's got the fastest lap of the race by a good couple of tenths out there at the moment. So it's all to play for here. Oh, and a lovely sweep around the outside from Aaron Berridge on Lucas Esser into those centres. That was an incredible overtake. One of the overtakes of the weekend, I would say, because definitely Lucas did not see that coming for sure. We've seen, though, a couple of penalties popping up onto our screen as well. The number 66, Jacob Kent, unfortunately getting a 5-second penalty in the midfield. And Bertie Hodgson as well, who I believe did pit and then came back out onto the lead, has pitted and picked up a 5-second penalty there. So lots to keep across here, as always, in our Junior Primo and all our different categories and classes, but we're keeping across it here for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, also the Kart Championship YouTube channel, our live streams, and seeing how all of this is unfolding for you with all of our coverage this weekend. A nice battle going on here, as you can see on your screen, between Toby Wortley and Arthur Murfitt at the moment, between the dogleg chicane, going back and forth and all between the two. And here we go. Talk us through this this final few section, Logan, if you want.
Well, they are being nice and smooth. They want to get the overtakes done, but they might, when they go down the inside, they might just lose it and not get it.
That's very true. Got to choose their battles wisely as they're going around this Warden Law circuit. And we jump on board here with Jackson Heath, who is in P5 now, doing his best to hold on to this pack in front of him, and Toby Wortley pushing on, trying to hold them all together. So it's all these points to play for, and anything can change, can't it, in these final few corners? Anything can happen, particularly as we're going through these final few sections. Our 12 turns here at Warden Law throughout this weekend, and getting a bit out of shape there was Arthur Murphy on the outside, but managed to hold on to the position ahead of Odysseus Hull in P7. Right now, though, onto the final lap, and it is looking like a very intriguing battle for our top two. There's 4 tenths in between it at the gap. Has Jacob Underhill got this down to take as many points forward? This is a battle we're following, though, for P5 in the midfield. Some great battles going on here as well. Arthur Murphy, Jackson Heath and Odysseus all vying for as many points as they can pick up in the midfield in the final few stages of this junior Primo race as they come through the chicane of Dunlop there, and it looks like Jacob Underhill has got this under control as we come into a final sector here with Jude trying to chase down as much as he can, as many steering inputs as Jacob needs to put in to direct his car in the right direction to take victory here at the second superheat of Junior Primo, with Jude Paddock behind taking P2. Aaron Berridge in P3, moving up one place from P4 and doing a great job there. Toby Wortley and Arthur Murphy in P5. How fun was that, Logan?
Really fun.
It was good, yeah? Is it weird seeing it from this kind of side? Yeah. It's all very cool though, and you get to see all the different timings and where people are changing laps and keeping across all of the different tracks as well. So Logan, thank you so much, mate, for being with me. You've been a great co-commentator, and when you get to go out on track, I wish you all the best. All right? So thank you for being here. We'll have a little picture of some of the RCE team here as well. And I want a big smile. All good. Lovely stuff. Thank you, mate. I'll take those off of you, and we will go through and confirm then our results for Superheat 2 in our Junior Primo Rotax. We had Jacob Underhill taking the win with 10 laps round this Warden Law circuit. Jude Paddock in second. Aaron Berridge, Toby Wortley, Arthur Murphy, Jackson Heath, Odysseus Hull, Jerry Jafissi in P8. Oscar Dolinek in P9. Zane Perry in P10, round off the top 10 places. Harry Myatt Waldron in 11th. Archie Thoman Evans. Layla Berryman, really unfortunate race for her again, having that spin early on in one of those races. And Jacob Kent in P14. On to your final few runners across this grid. 15th was Shay Laird, Morgan Cooney, Rebecca Reestall, Elliot Daimlo, Hakeem Bart, Ruben Jenkins, Alfie Skip down to P21, Riley Linnell, Harby Evat, Logan Nixon, Jake Richardson down to P25, Jack Smith and Cora Moore in P27. And then rounding off our Junior Primo grid, we have Lucas Esser. Unfortunate race for him is up there high in the top 5 positions. Lily Cattingong in P29, Bertie Hodgson P30, and Ashton Bailey and Liam Dooling rounding off their unfortunate races here in Junior Primo. Well, that was an enthralling morning. Our first superheats of this Kart Championship in 2026, and it's been Jake Peach here keeping you across all of it as best as we can here on Alpha Live and the Kart Championship YouTube live streams. We are about to have a bit of a break for lunch now, but after lunch we will come back to see how all of our classes will get on in our finals. And yesterday we went out into the paddock here at Warden Law and met all the teams, so you'll see me in just a moment. Welcome to the first paddock show of 2026 for the Kart Championship with Alpha Live. I suppose I should probably introduce myself a little bit. Hello, I'm Jake Peach. I'm the commentator for this season in 2026. It's so exciting to be up here at Warden Law in Sunderland for the very first race. And here in the paddock, as you can see, all the racing has just finished for the Saturday. You'll be watching this on the Sunday. And you can see the paddock here in the background, just coming through scrutineering, and all the tyres would be checked and handed in at the tyre window here. But a fantastic paddock it is here at Warden Law. So many awnings going down for all the paddock, and we're going to have a look through all of them if they'll let us in and just have a little catch up. But we're here at X-Kart, who have had a lot of drivers moving up from different classes this year, from junior into senior and vice versa into other classes. So we're going to pop in here and see if we can have a chat with a few at the X-Kart team. And it's looking really busy. Obviously just come off the back of our Saturday sessions. When you're watching this, all of the preparations to get them in for the race tomorrow is, well, all the drivers working on them with their mechanics, looking very well. Hopefully there's been some good performances in here today for qualifying and those kind of things. But let's come into this corner here and see what's happening over in this section. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Chase.
Chase, nice to chat to you. You're live on the Paddock show. So you're the first one and the first guest of 2026. This is pretty cool. So we're here in the X-Kart team, and tell me a little bit about your involvement with the X-Kart team.
Yeah, so I'm driver coach for X-Kart. So this weekend I'm working specifically with our senior Rotaxes. So outside of this, I do my own racing. So I've done British F4 last year. I'm doing mini JCWs. So keep myself busy, and now I get to help all these lot out and hopefully get some podiums with these guys. So it's really cool. Yeah.
And what kind of things are you coaching with the drivers? You've been through this kind of platform, haven't you, and now on to where you are. What are the key things that you wanted to extract out of this, particularly the Warden Law track that we're at?
Yeah, it's quite a technical track, so it's really high speed, really flowing. So you've got to have the kart dialed in, but you've got to make the kart work as well. So it's quite hard to get the setup right around here with a lot of mixture of corners. So when the kart's not quite right, it's just keeping your head in the game and keep digging and keep pushing. So it's just keeping everyone in check, making sure that everyone's happy, and hopefully getting results.
And what are the drivers making of the track changes? We've had one of the Sennas altered, and also Paddock bend the very last corner. Has that been a challenge in the setup as well?
It's been a challenge for everyone to learn the new corners, but there's been a lot of positive feedback from everyone. I think that the improvements have been really, really good. It's made the racing a lot more exciting, and it's given us all a bit of a headache on trying to work out the best way around it all.
And for you, the season of racing you're going to be doing, you excited for 2026?
I'm buzzing. I can't wait. I didn't think I was going to be racing until about a month ago, and then I ended up winning the Jam Sport Scholarship, so I get to do minis. So it's mega. So really cool. I can't wait to get started.
Chase, lovely to meet you, mate, and best of luck with the rest of the season. And the X-Kart team is a hive of activity in here. We should probably get out of their hair. And James, cameraman, just bumping into one of the drivers here. If we can we have a chat with you? Hello, what's your name?
Zach Jennings.
Zach, I've seen you in my preparation for the notes. My first season of the Kart Championship. How has your preparation been going for Warden Law particularly?
So we didn't do any pre-rounds, which was probably a mistake, but so far it's been good. Got a few good sessions in, made up a lot of places on the start, so it's going well.
And how much do you like Warden Law? And there's been lots of talk about the track changes coming into this weekend. They've given you a little bit more space, maybe for some more overtaking in a couple of the corners. How have you found that?
So I found that now the track's wider, you can go for moves a lot easier. But I don't really like the new tarmac. It makes it all slidey on the back. It's a bit of a hard time.
If you came back in a year's time, there'd probably be more grip out there.
Yeah, it'd be much easier to drive, yeah.
And particularly for your goals throughout the year, obviously we'll be probably to check in with you throughout 2026. How do you want to build on 2025, and what maybe some of the aspirations for this year?
So I want to be like maybe top 10 is the goal, but I don't know if I'll reach it because it's first year in main junior, but we'll see how it goes and hope it goes well.
And I know the mechanic relationship is very important. Are they helping you out, doing all the things they need to do?
Yeah, my dad's my mechanic, so we've got quite a good relationship. There's a few.
Oh, here he is! Look, he's filming us. This is very meta. So we're doing the Paddock show, and you're filming us. And then there's going to be another camera filming us soon, and it's just, I can't cope with that. There's too much filming going on. What's your name?
My name's Ali.
Ali, and I'm sure Jennings is the surname. Yeah, there we go. And what's it been like to have Zach coming into 2026? Has it been exciting? Looking forward to the year?
It's been interesting. So we done Primo last year. That was his first year in junior, and then this year obviously we're going straight full junior. But as we got the cameras, we obviously vlog a lot, and we record his journey throughout the whole year to help other parents understand what karting is all about and those next steps. But it's been interesting, although you've been challenging this week or this weekend with your setups. But yeah, we've got it. We'll see what happens. We'll find out tomorrow.
Proof's in the pudding, of course. And then your dad referring to the setups there. I mean, not to give anything away because people may be watching this during the Sunday. Don't want to steal anything, but how do you like to set up your kart particularly?
I like it so that when you turn in, it's pointy, but I also don't like a slidey rear because of it. So it's got to be like a mix between the two, so that it's balanced.
So basically, it's got to be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zach, it's lovely to meet you, mate. Best of luck, and thanks for being on the Paddock show. And we'll get out of your hair. Have a great rest of the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see you soon. Thanks a lot. So X-Kart team in good spirits there. That's Zach Jennings there, who has moved up the class. Hopefully has got some good momentum and some good morale behind the team. There's a good atmosphere there in the X-Kart team, as there is probably down the whole paddock, as you would imagine. But as you can see, the paddock goes on for a long way here at Warden Law. We're in the sunset. It's golden hour. It's gorgeous along here. And the Kart Championship, if you haven't watched this before on Alpha Live, maybe comprises of the sort of 4 age classes. You have Bambinos, you have a Junior Karting Championship, you have the Senior Karting Championship, and I think I forgot the Cadets Kart Championship as well. So we've got those 4 classes and people racing in Honda Cadets. We have the Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, we have Junior Primo as well. So all really competitive grids, and we have the Bambinos doing the Mighties as well, and the all-electric go-karts, which is really interesting actually, and hopefully we'll get to go into the Mighty awnings down the paddock. So James, if you want to follow me, let's see what's going on in Apollo karting, and came in here earlier today and had a chat with some of the guys. It was all a great atmosphere at the time. Let's see if we can poke our heads in a little bit and see if anyone's around. No, looks like they're pretty chill, but Apollo were very keen at the start of the weekend that they're going to have some great results here at Warden Law. Let's particularly go into this garage here, the Cadets, and I know there are some people avoiding the camera because they don't want to be on the Paddock show, but unfortunately this might happen because we're going around the Paddock particularly. Oh look, some people are avoiding it. What's your name? Uh-oh, I've done it to you. Ellis, it's Jake, nice to meet you. How's preparation for the weekend been going?
It's been going okay. Bit of a tough start to the weekend, but we've picked up in the races.
And how has the pre-season been? Have you been taking time to relax to prepare, or have you been doing a lot of testing out there?
Just done a lot of testing at the tracks we need to for the championship.
And what's your home track?
I live in South Wales, so Landau, but like no one really knows the track.
Well, hopefully, wishing you all the best of luck with the rest of the weekend. And are you planning that this circuit's going to be really strong for you? Are you looking forward to PF or Whilton more, or do you feel like you've been going really strong here?
I've been going a lot stronger than I've used to be going, but I feel like Wow was probably my strongest track on the calendar, and Whilton. Yeah.
Ellis, thanks for the quick chat, mate, and all the best. And we'll see how we get on in tomorrow's Grand Prix and racing. So just some of what is happening here. We're actually getting invited to go and speak to another part of this all in the Kitty X team, particularly in here. Everyone's hiding, so don't feel like they want to bond. They're literally avoiding the cameras, as cameraman James is saying. Don't worry, they're going to film you anyway, so you can't escape it. Oh, he's been forced in by Ellis. It's Jake, what's your name?
Sam Flynn.
Sam, nice to meet you. I feel like you've been dropped in it there a little bit. Oh, come on, don't get... Look at the slack he's getting in here. Look, they all turn their heads. They all turn their heads away just a second. Just going to be on camera. But Sam, how's it been at Warden Law so far? Have you enjoyed it so far?
You know what? It's been a really good weekend so far. Today went really well. I mean, except for qualifying. Qualifying 19th, but since the track limits, we moved up to 14th. Yeah. Heats were a little bit difficult. Heat 1 and got in a crash at the start, but made our way back up to where we started. And then 7th in the second heat, so it was all right. Could have done better, but overall, decent day for not being out in the car for 3 months. So it's new chassis, new track, everything different. But I'm quite happy with it, yeah.
And what's the reason? What's the reason for the gap? You have lots of fans, Sam. Yeah.
So the reason for the gap was I had surgery in my back in February, and I've been off for a month, not been doing any sports, so I'm quite unfit. It's quite physically demanding to be here, but I'm trying my hardest, making my way through it, and got to survive tomorrow, basically.
Have you been trying to do some rehab in that time to build that back strength? Because obviously karting, using your whole body.
Yeah, so I've been going to the gym quite a lot now. I've just got a new membership at a different one, so I've gotten back into it. Exactly, yeah. I'm playing more football, playing golf now as well, so I've taken, after surgery, it's like 2 or 3 weeks just sat in bed, but I've been getting back into it properly, feeling much better now. So.
And how important is doing all of those sports into your preparation, of course, but minus the operation, which normally wouldn't be there? How important is that?
Full back, so it's up and down, up and down, up and down. And then for golf, just to calm down. It takes you away from all the stress from different other adrenaline sports like this and football. But it's a good bunch. it's quite expensive. But it's, yeah, I think it's good to have variety in sports, it really is. And
We'll just wait for the clean to be done here, just cleaning some parts, making sure, it's a big part of the weekend, and making sure these things are in the best condition for your go-kart and every little part that goes into them, Sam. And we've had, not doing a show or anything here, it's fine. Oh, he's finished now. Has he finished now? He's finished now. And so finally, Sam, before we let you go, how connected do you feel to your go-kart having the 3 months out and trying to dial back into that? I mean, maybe it's a little bit of muscle memory, but hopefully you're kind of nearly there.
to be honest, I was 2 seconds off the pace Friday first session, but by the end of the day, I was bang on the pace, like within a tenth. So I feel much better. Obviously, yeah, like you said, muscle memory, and it's been difficult, but I've had to adjust to the new chassis. I've gone from a KR to an OTK, so it's a lot different to drive, but I'm getting the hang of it now, and it'll all come with time. So I think by second or third round of the championship, I'll be up there. Well, I hope so anyway.
Well, we'll be keeping an eye on things throughout TKC. Sam, great to chat to you. Everyone give it up for Sam. They're going to give it up for Sam. Everyone give it up for Sam. Look at the support in here for Sam. Oh, there we go. And that is a supportive team. There we go. Thank you, Sam. Go well to the rest of the weekend. Go well tomorrow. Good to catch up with Sam there, but particularly, hearing about that back operation that he had to try and dial back into this season of TKC. It's physically demanding karting, and in the junior Rotax, you're doing a lot of speed. You're doing 60, 70 miles an hour. So, you need to be physically fit for all of that. So let's work our way down more of the paddock here at Warden Law, and particularly lots of people have been surprised about sort of the amount of sunlight and amount of heat and temperature there's been here, because Sunderland's not obviously famous for that kind of thing. So people have been loving the conditions, the weather, and particularly no wet weather running yet. Fingers crossed by the time you're watching this, hopefully it's not raining. But we've got so much going on throughout the paddock. Everyone's sort of dialing down for the day, and particularly will want to hopefully get their car in the best place for setup for Sunday. We've got the superheats that have been going on that you've been watching right now. We've got obviously the grand finals in each of our classes as well. So lots happening here, and particularly maybe for the JWR team who might want to talk to me or avoid the camera. We will see. Hello, welcome. We're doing the paddock show live here at Warden Law. Does anyone want to jump on it? Yeah? Jake, what's your name?
Rory.
Nice to meet you. As we've seen throughout the paddock in every awning, there's been a lot of support for the person that's on camera. I wouldn't know why.
I finished P7 in that race, so did quite well. I was P9 in Heat 1, P6 in Quali, so it's been a pretty productive day so far, so yeah.
Rory, tell us a bit about your home circuit, where karting started for you, and the journey to this point to being TKC this year.
Yeah, so I started at Team Sport Karting Indoor Warrington. I live 40 minutes away from GYG, so that's my local track, so I'm pretty good around there. 3.5 hour drive here today, so oh my god, yeah. So, yeah, don't get me started on that. But I'll say my favourite track's GYG. I've only been to Warden Law once, and I'm P7 novice, so yeah, quite happy.
And how much sim work, or maybe just watching laps of previous, people karting here in previous years in TKC, have you done, or maybe a minimal amount?
I've got a sim at home, so I practice on the sim daily. Try and do as many races as possible to lead up to this point, really. Yeah.
And what are the goals and ambitions for this year? Obviously a lot of people will say, P1, want to win the championship, but maybe how particularly the pre-season has gone. Have you got any sort of realistic expectations?
Well, it's my rookie year in seniors, so I'm not expecting too much, but I'm hoping for top 10s each round. So yeah, it's going well.
And just finally illustrate for us what that jump is like for people that maybe not in karting too much. Does it take a lot of effort to make that jump up and a lot of preparation, or is it you just have to sort of go in at the deep end and see what happens?
Well, you sort of just have to go in at the deep end and see what happens. It's a lot faster than juniors, but you get used to it pretty quickly.
Rory, it's great to meet you, mate. I'm sure we'll see you in the rest of the season. Thank you, guys. Thanks to the JWR team there who are hoping for a great result at the end of the weekend. At the time of talking, they're here as we are in the Paddock show, the end of Saturday. P7 there for Rory, which hasn't been at Warden Law many times, as you heard there. Will be very happy with a lot of that. So, yeah, all smiles in the JWR team if we want to make our way further down the Paddock. Oi! You're... It's almost like they don't think they're going to be on camera. But, you know, it's part of the Paddock show. It makes good fun as we go through the paddock. As you see here, actually, as we're just coming up to reception and racing engines here, Aurum racing engines, big part of the weekend, and lots of always going on in the paddock, particularly here, the reception as well, where everyone is going to get their refreshments and their coffee, including me and cameraman James. What's your drink of choice, James? A what? A cappuccino. Yeah, good choice. I like it. 2 sugars? Cappuccino's all right on its own. Okay, cool. But lots going on. We seem to have people following us on the Paddock show. It's almost like they want their 5 seconds of fame. Oh, look, they're on camera now. There you go. What's your name? Thank you. Hope you have a good one the rest of your weekend. This is a Jackson Motorsport team here. I've got some really promising drivers in the paddock. Oh, that didn't sound good. In the paddock this weekend, and looking to be successful and, you know, build on a lot of things in all the classes this weekend. And I've just seen our race director, Dan Ashton, and I might be able to grab him because this would be quite a steal on the Paddock show. But he's just gone on his phone, and I don't know if he's pretending to be on a call so that he doesn't have to chat to me. But of course, all the pressure is on this man this weekend because he's making all the big decisions out there on the track, kind of leading the way with penalties and stewarding and all those kind of things, but making the championship run as smoothly as possible, and hopefully, you know, towards the end of Warden Law, that's what we hope for with the TKC, and doing a great job all the time as well. Don't think we're going to catch him because he looks like he wants to probably dial down a bit for what's been a busy Saturday here at Warden Law particularly. But lots happening here. We come further down the paddock. There's our mighty teams. Now, this is, of course, a fairly newish addition in the sort of karting world. It's sort of been three or so years where we've had all electric karts, and you know, really integrated now with Motorsport UK, and you know, officially here with the Karting Championship. We have our mighty Bambino classes and the mighty Cadets before they get into, obviously, higher up the sporting pyramid. But a completely new challenge with electric karts because it's 0 to 100, as we know. And let's see if we can maybe grab a word with some of the guys in the mighty garage. Doesn't look like there's too many around, but I feel like we might be able to bother someone here. What's your name? Tom, nice to meet you. You're on the Paddock show, so well, say hello to everyone on Alpha Live.
How's it going, all right?
You're working on the mighty go-karts, which always really interesting and intriguing, of course, in a world of karting, which for years has been, you know, all petrol and those kind of things. And we take, if you could talk us through some of like the sort of key components that would really sort of give you a lot of performance with the mighty, and the battery is key.
The battery is number one, definitely. Yeah, I mean, without the battery, you're not going nowhere. Just making sure everything's as free as possible. And that's really about it for a mighty Bambino. Just making sure it's all free and yeah, your battery's fully charged. Very, very easy to come into the sport for that reason.
Yeah, and what is the class like for, you know, young drivers coming in and jumping into a go-kart like this? And the field that we've got here at Warden Law, it's competitive but accessible, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is our first time. This is our first national event. Right, wow. So it's very new to us also. Definitely. But yeah, we're enjoying it so far.
And are you looking forward to the rest of the calendar? Maybe you've, on your travels particularly and other things you've done, you've been to other circuits on the calendar or not?
We're very new. No, we're very new. This is really one of the sort of first major circuits we've been to. We're from Dunkerswell, so Dunkerswell is our home track. We know that back of our hands, but these circuits, not yet.
Different gravy.
Yes. But no, he's doing very well so far. So.
And this is Harry, you have...
I'm Eli's dad.
Oh, you're Eli's dad, and then have you got Harry as his... is Harry Stinson his teammate?
No. It's just, no, we've just been invited into the tent for the weekend. Very kind of Johnny.
Well, I wish you all the best with the mighty class and your guys going well, and Eli as well. I'm sure we'll see you around, Tom, in the rest of the 2026 season. You too. And there you go. It's pretty much. Oh, as we'll get out the way of this rather large van that James doesn't want to be run over by. We would not want that. And of course, a key thing in the paddock as well are dogs. The dogs in the paddock are always keeping us entertained. And anyway, yes, I mean, keep an eye on the dog there. But maybe we could take you into some of the actual edge of the paddock and possibly into the track itself, because all the teams won't bring their karts in here. They'll bring all their karts way down where we started the paddock show, right at the end, where they'll go onto the dummy grid, and then they'll be ready to go out, and the pre-grid marshal there will send them on their way, and they'll be hopefully all starting all well onto the grid and into the races. But here we come into this section, and this is sort of right on the start-finish straight where all the magic happens. We have some particular kind of race starts. So we have the rolling starts for some of the classes, but we also have standing starts for some of them as well. So the grid just the other side of there, and lots of things happening and ready to make everything tick for the rest of the weekend. We could perhaps maybe go down further to the paddock. We also, it's important to say as well, there are many great teams here as part of the Kart Championship in this 2026 season, but lots of great privateers as well. You know, people doing it themselves, are their one-man band and making sure their kart is just as great as maybe X-Kart or one of the other teams that we paid a visit to earlier on. So, you know, it's always good to remember kind of the impact, the effort of our privateers as well. And we see 171 there doing very, very well, and working on it furiously on the rear axle to make sure it's in a good place for tomorrow. People do not want to be in this paddock show. Other people really want to be in it. It's kind of a mixed bag, to be honest, and I don't blame them, to be honest with you. It's it's a highlight. I would see it as a highlight potentially. But yeah, this is kind of like the other end of the paddock. There are some more teams up this other end of the paddock, so we will go and try and have a little see if they are willing to have a chat with us, particularly. As we see, scooters are a feature of the paddock. When there is no engine or electrical battery, pedal power is just as good, and gets you around the paddock, especially when the racing is not on, because you can't just use a go-karts all the time. I mean, James nearly got taken out there. I think you just avoided it. But kind of getting to the far end of the paddock, you can see we've obviously been taking a real walk down from where we started, where the dummy grids and where they enter with their karts. It's a really long paddock and goes on for quite a while, but there's still some awnings at this end as you come through to the entrance for Warden Law, kind of in the hills of Sunderland and sculpted in into the hillside, and of course a fantastic circuit that we're at this weekend. We can hopefully see some Dan Holland Racing drivers here with their awning down towards the end of this Warden Law paddock, and let's see if we can pester some people. It sounds like there's some loud noises going on, so they're like probably doing a lot of fixing, and let's see if we can lots of people are saying to run because they don't want to be on the paddock show. Oh, and here we are. And I think we should go into that corner because they're kind of asking for it, you know. If we walk up this way, oh no, uh-oh, I want him. Here we go. You're not a driver, but you're coaching. Nothing, he has nothing to talk about. No coaching. Well, who are you then? Alex? Alex, nice to meet you. How are you? Welcome to the Paddock Show, the first one of 2026. Lots of furious work going on in this awning, particularly. Yeah, a lot of drama. Tell me about your team and how good they've been this weekend so far.
I mean, I've only just joined the team. We've been racing with pretty much one-man team for a while now. We joined this team because I've got mates from DRS, Daniel Ricciardo Series, and yeah, the team's been very strong. Coaching has been good. Like, I've learned a lot as a team here. This weekend's been a turning curve for me. It's the first time really racing properly with the British champs and that. So yeah, And then we've had some ups and downs, but it's been going well.
And what's that step up been like to, race in a championship like this?
It's been a big step up. It's been really hard. It's been really tricky, but yeah, I'm learning still. It's going to take a while, probably till the end of this year, to be going really fast, but yeah.
And Warden Law's the first track of the calendar, but we've got some great tracks on the calendar. We've got PFI, we've got Whilton Mill. How aware are you of all the other circuits, and particularly this one?
Yeah, I mean, some great circuits to come up. I mean, quite far from me, but yeah, all around the UK, which would be lots of fun.
And where's home for you? Where have you come from?
Oxfordshire, near Oxford. Wow. Yeah, so like 5.5 hours from here. So.
Putting in the miles, but we will be all season as well. So what are your aims and goals? Because you were very honest there, like you've come into for the first time into this kind of level of karting, but I'm sure you'll want to do as well as you can.
I think my aim for tomorrow is really to make it to the grand final, because there's no reprecharge, so just fingers crossed I can make it. So far I'm on my way there, but just hope for the best.
And can you talk to me about your go-kart? Can you tell me about what you love about the most of it, like the livery and the paint? And maybe you could talk me through some of the things that you might work on or that you might like to change?
Might want to think about getting some more rear grip on the car. It's quite slidey.
Is it?
Yeah. Quite, so probably bringing the rear width out.
Hello, welcome back. We're cutting away from our Paddock show because we are getting back underway for action here, straight into our finals of the Kart Championship Round 1 at Warden Law, and we're starting with our mighty Bambinos with Luca Pede on pole and Jules Nash in second. I'm Jake Peach, and let's do this then for the rest of today's Kart Championship, brought to you live by Alpha Live, and we are away. And Luca P gets a great start, egging his car on to get the most momentum he can towards turn 1. But Jules Nash on the front row as well was looking to try and get a move up the inside there, but not happening for him at all. Nothing doing. So yeah, welcome back to our coverage here, straight into the action with our finals right through, hopefully, until just after 4 o'clock today. And we've jumped in to our mighty Bambinos, all electric karts at the moment. So boy, you're probably not hearing too much noise compared to our senior Rotax and our cadet classes. But you're hearing plenty of wheel noise as well, and plenty of tyre screeches as they try and maximise all of the grip out of their tyres in their mighty Bambino chassis and karts as well. And in our final, of course, we have a bit longer for our races in our finals, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So 4 more minutes to play with than our super heats that we had earlier on, and all to play for again. And who's going to be crowned the champion of this first round in Warden Law for mighty Bambino? We're going to find out over the next 10 minutes or so together as we come across the line then for the very first time. And Luca Pede, Jules Nash and Teddy Smith are your top 3 with that S-plate, trying to hold that prestige into this Bambino grid, and going forward with Eli Parkhouse in P4, Aidan Castleman in P5, Rafe Verdi in P6 had a mixed bag of superheats and has ended up in P6 now, so not a bad result considering all things. Oliver Reynolds in P7, it's 7 and 7 and 7, 7 heaven, as I said earlier on. Arthur Everington even in P8, and Theo Azzopardi in P9, and Edgedera in P10. That's how we're looking at the moment, and all pretty, if I'm not mistaken, processionary in some regard as to how we've started this mighty Bambino race. Let's see how everyone gets on though in the next 10 minutes, and make sure that you are on our live stream on Alpha Live and leaving your comments in our live chat, also on the Kart Championship live stream as well. If you're here at Warden Law, we'd love to hear and see your comments on there. If you're watching from home, supporting from afar, we also love to see your support for whoever you're cheering on as well. So Luca Pede out in the lead with a pretty just honest gap of just about a tenth of a second in this mighty Bambino class, which is really all quite close and bunched together. Jules Nash though with the fastest lap with a couple of tenths quicker, a tenth and a half quicker than Luca Pede in front of him, and all looking to see if they can become the first champion of our Kart Championship calendar this year, a champion of a certain track, of course, which goes towards all the points tally. The rest of the season has become the ultimate kart champion in our Bambino Kart Championship as part of the Kart Championship family, which comprises of all of our different classes here. Kicking things off in Warden Law this weekend. It's been really enjoyable, thoroughly enjoyable to see all the racing action today and over the weekend. I hope you agree the same as well. And looking forward to seeing more action throughout the season. We've got lots of you getting in touch though on the Alpha Live YouTube chat, particularly Chomper Purea, I think that's how you say that. He's saying Oliver faster, and I think you mean Oliver Reynolds. So Oliver Reynolds, go faster. It's great help, isn't it? Go faster round a kart race. I'm sure I'll pass it on to him if I can. I'll try and get a message to him, seeing if we're going round here in this circuit all through the different sectors. And get a note to him maybe. No, we won't distract the drivers. I'm sure he is fully concentrated on the way he wants to go forward with this race and maximise his result. Oliver Reynolds there and doing his utmost to challenge after Ray Furdy at the moment in the midfield battle really between P6, 7 and 8 with Arthur Errington, privateer, as well as Theo Azapardi, also a privateer this weekend and sitting there in P9. But now some racing action starting to bubble up a little bit in this Mighty Bambino class, and you can see them sort of making their way through that section there. Aidan Castleman out in front of Rafe Verdi and making the move stick all around our circuit there. But it's as you were again, and the field sort of behaving itself a little bit at the moment as we come through Brian's Bend and a twisty left-right section, which is a lot tighter than it seems on TV. Seems just very easy, flat, and don't have to worry too much about moving your kart too much, but it takes a lot of effort in all of our turns here at Warden Law. Very technical, tricky circuit, particularly as you get into the Sector 2 between our Sennas and the track changes at Senna 2 with a much more sharper and wider line in this season in 2026. The track changes here at Warden Law. And keeping things moving with Aidan Castleman here, following this group for P5 then, and not having too much challenge. Look up the inside slightly there for Ray Furdy, but thought better of it and went back to the racing line to make sure he gets his braking spot on so he can keep chasing after Aidan on the laps to come. We've got 6 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're halfway through pretty much this Bambino final here at Warden Law. Although look at the gap at the front, they are absolutely neck and neck, almost Jules Nash pushing him along. Oh, and a nice move, kind of a nice move, nearly there up the inside. Having a look was Eli Parkhouse on Teddy Smith, our S-plate runner in this Bambino final. Sort of went for it. It's like, I've had enough time sitting behind you in this final. I want to get up towards the guys in second and first and try and make some headway. But Teddy Smith showing him the door, not giving in too much of an inch there. And it's as you were, and a bit of defensive driving going on there from Teddy to stave off the challenge from Eli, but now compromised out of that turn as we come towards the Dunlop chicane. And Eli Parkhouse, I feel like, can sense it in the body language of his go-kart coming down towards the back straight here into Gasworks as we jump on board the leaders there, going past you in your picture. We are now in further back in the pack with, I think that is the 80, the 46 of Aidan Castleman, 86 of Arthur Everington as well. Oliver Reynolds here, you can see we're picking him up again, has been, as we were saying, having a pretty solid, consistent race out in front. Lots of hand signals going on there to work together. Aidan Castleman wants his group behind to work together and chase up and then use everyone's slipstream so you can take less out of your own go-kart and try and catch up to the pack in front. And also signalling to the driver behind him there, you can see Ejdera to not make a challenge, and let's work together. There's a long time still to go in this race around Warden Law and see if we can push on and make some progress in this race. Oliver Reynolds around the realms of Aidan Castleman there, and jumping on board right here towards the front then. Here's our front two, Luca Pede and Jules Nash. They've been battling over the last couple of laps, and that was third and fourth rather, sorry. That was Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse. Forgive me, but there's been battles going on at the front, battles in for third and fourth as well. Yes, this is Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse. The front, they've done the exact same fastest lap, Luca Pede and Jules Nash in first and second, just coming through across the start-finish line there. What has happened in here, though, is Teddy Smith has gone defensive, has gone to the inside line, hugging the track as fast as he could to stop the challenge from Eli Parkhouse down the start-finish straight. It seemed to be a good move because he's held on to that position there. And Eli just must be so frustrated, knows what he wants to do, trying all these different manoeuvres and keeping the pressure well and truly on Teddy here, but not giving him a single inch as we get into, a bit out of shape there, was Eli Parkhouse, tries to say, putting pressure on Teddy Smith, felt a bit of the pressure himself through these two centre corners, and hopefully looking to close the back up here. But look, it looks like Eli Parkhouse has got the pace because he's right again on the back of Teddy Smith. So this will be frustrating Eli, wanting to try and get past. The privateer Eli is, and started his karting on a farm, and now here he is as part of the Kart Championship in 2026 on a brand new circuit layout and freshly laid tarmac for Warden Law in 2026. But Teddy Smith's having none of it. He's like, if I can place my kart in the right way, I know exactly where I'm going to be putting myself. And particularly here now with the front runners, Luca Pede was going defensive on the inside, just like our runners for third and fourth, to cover off any challenge there. And that is a nice defensive move again from Teddy Smith, holding off the challenge down that start-finish straight and not getting much of an edge over his teammate. But look, there's a couple of minutes to go. We have also a couple of minutes plus one lap to see how this all unfolds, and people may be biding their time slightly to see how it's all going to play out, and maybe not wanting to make any lunges, any deep moves in on the insides until maybe the final lap, when of course there is no more chances to progress in your race and make it count. So here we are. Luca Pede opened up a bit of a gap there, as we can see. With a pretty equal series, there's quite a gap there, a quarter of a second gap as you come down towards Gasworks, and we pick up the battle in the midfield there. And also our P20, number 21 of Ray Ferdy down in P12 at the moment with Stanley Thurston. Stanley Thurston's in the commentary box earlier on, chatting to me and catching up with how his progress has been in this race weekend, and would like to maybe a little bit more, but has been quite impressive all nonetheless. Anyway, we're coming across the start-finish straight, picking up this group here of Aidan Castleman out in front of Edgedare and Oliver Reynolds. Staying as you were, and now all looking like they're starting to want to make those clinical moves to bring home the win and valuable points for the rest of this Kart Championship in 2026. 30 seconds on the clock though, plus one lap. We're going to have this lap, a lap and a half to go. Oh, there's a nice move up the inside there. I don't know if there was a bit of a slow getaway, as that driver got a problem. We've got the back markers right here, but this is the leaders battling side by side, because this is Luca Pede and I'm pretty sure, and Jules Nash. Yeah, Jules Nash out in front there, as you can see now. So Jules Nash, just picking that up, going through the traffic, is out in front of Luca Pede and has completely been clinical, as I was talking about just not too long ago, to take advantage of the traffic they just had and get back in front. But Luca Pede does not like that as we go on to our final lap here. Who is going to be crowned the winner of our Bambino final here at Warden Law this weekend? They come through Brian's Bend for one final time this weekend. And Jules Nash, who's been sitting on the back of Luca Pede for the last few corners, the last few laps, is using the initiative to go out in front and will be using the same defensive driving techniques that Luca was using not too long ago. There's a couple of centres to go through, a nice opportunity possibly coming up with the Dunlop chicane, but maybe here into the second centre, and a good exit out of Luca Pede. Is he up the inside of Jules Nash? Can he make that stick? Uses a bit of the curb. No, he can't. and out of the Dunlop chicane. It is all to play for now. Who is going to make that clinical move? Is Jules Nash going to hold on here into the third and final sector, or is Luca Pede going to sweep round the outside? He's trying his best. Is there any grip out there in that part of the track? It doesn't look like there is. Jules Nash, who has been patient for most of this race, going round the final couple of corners now and through Paddock Bend for the final time. It's going to be a very close finish. They're going to the line. Luca Pede's on the inside, but it's Jules Nash who takes the victory here in the Bambino final at Warden Law. The very first race victory and final win of this TKC Championship, and what a great battle that was out the front with Jules and Luca. Nice to see that there, and coming home in P3, I think Teddy Smith will be pretty happy with the battle he was having with Eli Parkhouse. Just checking if there's any penalties that could affect the situation. No, it's all looking like that running order is going to be as you were. Well, there you go. Exciting first final indeed. And this is how it looks. Jules Nash, Luca Pede, Teddy Smith, Eli Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds, who was getting a lot of love on the live stream, bringing it home in P5, Ejdera in P6, Aidan Castleman in 7th, Max Tetlow in 8th, Arthur Errington in 9th, and Theo Azzopardi in P10, unfortunately down from 7th, and you're losing a few places in that race. Ray Furdy's P11, 12th is Stanley Thurston, Beretta Stevens is P13, and Joshua Chung is P14. P15 is Artin Urujla, Max West is P16, Aurelio Capalonga, P17, Jensen Harris, Archie Watkins and Noah Curtis rounds off your 20 drivers in this race. Well, there we go then. What did you make of that first final? That was great racing towards the end, and here we are in the commentary box. And it's all going on. We've got all of our final notes here for all of our finals. You'll be able to see, keeping track of it. We've got our timing screens here if you're watching at home. If you've just tuned in for the final, particularly, you'll see all of that going on. Producer James might just want to be having a little sneaky look at the timing screens, and you'll see this gives me a complete rundown of all their best sectors. It gives me the amount of laps they've been doing, the gap. That pretty much is kind of updates most sectors between the Warden Law track here, around the 1200 metres that we've got, and of course then we can see where they started on the grid and the amount of progress they're making up. So that's how I try and keep track of it. That race up until the end was pretty one by one, but it got very spicy towards the end and was very great to see. So congratulations to Jules Nash, who was probably not expecting to get past Luca Pede at some stages in that race. However, brings home a first final win and the trophy for Warden Law at Warden Law here and the TKC for 2026 for the very first time. So let's have a look at some of your comments if you are sharing your support on the Alpha Live YouTube stream here. So we've got just this one. Sean Perugia basically is just telling all the drivers to go fast. I'm not sure that is really useful. I think they understand the assignment, as they might say. I think they want to go fast. I think they want to win. He was saying that to Jonah to go fast, or maybe you meant to say Jules. Maybe it's a typo, that kind of thing. Or Joshua Jonah Curtis. I see you're talking about Jonah Curtis. Yes, we were trying to sort out. Hello to Leo Hunt on the live stream as well. I can see your support for the Kart Championship today. Thank you for getting in touch, and make sure whilst you're actually here watching Alpha Live and on our live stream and also on the Kart Championship, make sure you subscribe, hit a like on the stream. It helps the channel, it helps karting get out there into the wider world, and we can share more of what we're doing. You can keep track with the whole season as well for the Kart Championship. But here we go then, on to our next race, and we go from this to the next class. And that next class will be onto Junior Rotax, which was, I have to say, really fiercely fought today. The Junior Primo was a very exciting class, and Junior Rotax no different as well. So all the top 34 drivers have gone through from our super heats today, and they are making up the grid as we see it now for this Junior Rotax final. And of course a lot more laps will be in this race because they're much faster, go around this track a lot quicker. But you can see they're doing a couple of formation laps at the moment and getting themselves all in order. And whilst we've got time, let's go through the grid then for our Junior Rotax Final here at Warden Law this weekend. So Zach Turner, with some dominant displays here in the Superheats, is on pole, with Fletcher Jameson on second place. Ryan Rapini on row 2 is with Jack Collinson. Row 3, Noah Moulton in 5th, Nathaniel Gray. Ewan House, very impressive streak in the last couple of Superheats, really outperforming that car underneath him, but doing a great job in all of that as well. So not to be sniffed at. Ewan House is one to watch in this race, coming through the field in a lot of the races up, making multiple places. And can Ewan House go all the way from P7, maybe to a podium, or even more than that? Elijah Hazelwood, Sam Flynn follows on from Teddy Cooper, and Cooper Campbell leads. Ronnie Smart, JJ Plowman, Braith Murdoch, who was unfortunate in that late Superheats, got taken aside by one of the moves in that race. And Isaac Jameson alongside Cameron Tipping and Finley Smith. So that is most of your grid, and we will see how this will unfold then. After all the preparation, the blood, sweat and tears of our Junior Rotax drivers in the practice on Friday, the qualifying on Saturday, and they're going 2 by 2 to get all slotted up and towards the tram lines. And let's see if we can go racing here in Warden Law for this Junior Rotax Final. And they make their way across the line, and we are go. We are away for 1,200 metres of this Warden Law track, and it is a false start. Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true. So another opportunity then for our Junior Rotax drivers to get some heat into their tyres if they feel like that they need it, or just take care. It looks like with the weaving that's going on at the moment, they definitely want all the heat that they can get in those karts of theirs. And Fletcher Jameson on pole, looking to hold on to that position. Zach Turner on pole, rather, alongside Fletcher Jameson. Zach Turner hopefully will be looking to see if he can hold it. That is our race director, Dan Ashton, who avoided me in the Paddock show yesterday, but we won't talk about that because he's a busy man, and I'm sure we'll get him before the end of the season. But making all of the big decisions here, including the false start, he clearly saw something was untoward there with our drivers, who have to stick rigidly within the tram lines and not try and overtake too early before they get towards turn 1. Lots of action, I'm sure, here to come. You'll see that the clock has been paused and stopped, and that will resume once we get underway with our racing here once again at Warden Law for this Junior Rotax Final. How will they go again? Are we going racing this time? Let's find out as they roar towards the start-finish line. And we are go, and a quick cover off to the inside there from Zach Turner. Felt the danger, and that's because there was a real sniff up the inside from the second place of Fletcher Jameson. So out into this first sector, and that is Fletcher Jameson in the lead, actually. Fletcher Jameson showing how it's all done and holding off our battle from behind. And all coming through the first couple of centres and trying to fill through all of our top 34 racers in Junior Rotax. There's a nice move up the inside there, moves happening aplenty, and using all the curb and the exit there on the outside was Jack Collinson trying to make up a place as we go through, and then on to our first proper lap there at the end of this. We have Fletcher Jameson out in the lead with Ryan Rapini up to second place. Zach Turner, Ewan House already up to P4, starting from 7th. So I said Ewan was a fast charger today, and it looks like that is the case here in this Junior Rotax Final. Noah Moulton, Nathaniel Gray, Jack Collinson, Sam Flynn up to 8th. 2 places up for Cooper Campbell leads as well in P9, and Teddy Cooper in P10. 10. That looks like, though, that Ryan Rapini has got past Fletcher Jameson. So Ryan Rapini up into the lead now and trading places even with 10 minutes on the clock. It's all happening, and no, it will go straight back through, back to Fletcher Jameson saying, I'd like that place back, please. He has retaken the lead of this Junior Rotax final, and just sort of sensing what the kind of racecraft that's going to be going on in these next few laps at Warden Law, and testing each other's mettle out there towards the circuit. Hurtling down then in towards turn 1. You want to do a little dab of the brakes as you come through left and right through Brian's Bend, and making sure the kart's turning on a sixpence and taking as much curb as you dare through the dog leg here. And then up towards Senna 1, which is the same as last year. Nice and tight, trying to clip the apex as close as you can. But Senna 2 goes out much more wide. You can see where the grass has not formed so much. That's where the track used to curve round. Much more pointy of a track now, coming towards the Dunlop chicane, and get through there as much as you can in terms of all cleanly and quickly as possible, and hugging those racing lines as much as you want to as well. So nice moves up the inside here in the mid-pack from Teddy Cooper, having a nice old skirmish with Brafe Murdoch, who's up in that mid-pack as well, trying to recover from his earlier parts in the races as well. Fletcher Jameson sets the fastest lap of the race by only about 5 thousandths of a second. There's nothing to choose between our drivers here for Junior Rotax in his finals. All to play for, and the visors are down, and it means business out there around this 1,200 metre circuit, the 12 turns that we do have here at Warden Law, providing the ultimate challenge to our Junior Rotax drivers. A nice move up the inside there from Brafe Murdoch on Teddy Cooper. So Brafe Murdoch looking to still recover even more. Oh, a little bit on the outside of the gasworks bend there. Not something you want to be doing, and losing grip on your tyres. Nice move around the outside there on the X-Kart driver. And Elijah Hazelwood and Brafe Murdoch, Teddy Cooper, all having a really nice battle in the mid-pack there. However, we are jumping through into turn 1 now, and lots of competition. So much talent in this Junior Rotax field that I think you're seeing on display in full abundance right now. And the leaders right now, this is Fletcher Jameson back in a real fight with Zach Turner, because Zach Turner has shown all of his experience over the last few years in this class and has retaken the lead ahead of Fletcher Jameson. And my goodness, if this is what the action is with 7.5 minutes to go, goodness knows what it's going to be like by the final penultimate lap. Zach Turner there looking to try and now pull away a little bit from these two here. And Ewan House with great momentum throughout the weekend in this race as well, chasing down the front two. Can sense a great opportunity with these two at the front, because whilst these two were squabbling slightly on the last lap, Ewan House has closed the gap up quite considerably and is lapping a bit quicker than Fletcher Jameson in the sectors right now. So Ewan House can definitely sense the opportunity here. He's on your screen right now with Ryan Rapini behind him, and you'd like to think that these two would want to work together to use the 7 minutes they've got remaining to get closer towards the front for Fletcher Jameson and Zach Turner here going into Gasworks. Although I say that, Ryan Rapini goes, no mate, I don't want to work together, I've got my own thing to be on with. Oh yeah, and that's a podium right now, mate, so thank you very much. Ryan Rapini into P3, coming round for this latest lap then down the start-finish straight, and adjustments of the radiators, trying to get a bit more performance out of their Junior Rotax karts and chase up to the front two. Oh, and who is that off? I think that was a car out. That was the 212, I believe. That's Cooper Campbell-Lees of Cato Motorsport. Oh, I'm so gutted to see that for him, and has been doing Valencia testing. He was been doing some endurance racing recently as well, down at Buckmore Park in January, and something completely new for him as well. So unfortunate that he's out of this race and won't be taking any further part in the battles going on there on the circuit. So wish him all the best though. Hopefully he's doing okay and is out that kart right. Looked like the case as well. But back to our leaders here and our front four now. It was a bit of a group race, but now it's becoming a bit more between Zach Turner, Fletcher Jameson, Ryan Rapini and Ewan House. And here on the screen, we're going further back to see a nice move up the inside there from Sam Flynn, I believe, on Jack Collinson. And, well, no, that was Teddy Cooper and Nathaniel Gray and Finley Smith and that group there. So lots of similar karts, all with different liveries and different helmets. That was a nice move up the inside made by Teddy Cooper and trying to be in this part of the race. Contact warning you can see there from race control from Joseph Berkery down in the other part of the order at the moment, and trying to make his way up from a 30th place on the grid. But nice moves you're seeing here all the time on the inside there, particularly nice moves there from Finley Smith in this mid-pack around about 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. Charlie Very in the mix as well with this. Brave Murdoch wanting to make amends for the superheats and how they went, and people really using, you can see all the drivers getting out onto that curb, coming through the dog leg, really making the most of all the track space that they can as we come through. A nice dive up the inside there from Isabella Stansmore Wilson for P16 on Alfie Forrester. So great racing even in the earlier packs down through the order of the grid. And on board with this battle right now, looking pretty hairy over those positions down towards the mid-pack. But here we are then with Zach Turner and Fletcher Jameson. We're back to P1, P2, and a fierce battle out front here. All the things on the line, high stakes for this Junior Rotax final. Who's going to take home the trophy today? I bet you these top 4, even top 5, have a big feeling and a big chance and a sniff thinking that they can take home this crown from Warden Law this weekend. So here we go. It's our front 4, all keeping pretty much in touch and distance with each other. Noah Moulton starting to come into the fold a little bit now as well in this Junior Max grid, and seeing if he fancies his chances as well, and hopefully using each other's slipstream and working together for a slight moment before they might need to break away and make some moves. So we have about just over 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go around this Junior Rotax final in the Kart Championship for 2026 in this first round, setting the tone for the rest of the season. And judging by the racing at the moment, we've got plenty of great racing to come throughout the rest of 2026. We'll be going all over the UK, starting up here in the northeast in Sunderland with some great racing on show for you. These top 4 all vying for any sniff of an opportunity, a mistake, trying to keep it consistent through Paddock Bend and getting a good run out onto the start-finish straight. And has a little look over his shoulder, does Zach Turner. So does Fletcher Jameson, to see how much company they've got in their rear on the back of all the action as they're trying to move forward around this circuit. We are running out of time here, or Fletcher Jameson rather is running out of time to make the moves that he needs to make if he wants to get his hands on the trophy. Oh, and there's a nice move up the inside. I don't know what Zach Turner was doing there, but he went wide and is now letting Fletcher Jameson into lead. And then Ryan Rapini took advantage of both of the mistakes between the top 2, and now Ryan Rapini is out in the lead, and just like that it can change in a flash in Junior Rotax. And I was saying they were being consistent, I was saying that it was looking all pretty hunky-dory, and far from it now, because as we go on to this lap, third becomes first for Ryan Rapini. Ewan House is also up into P2. I said not to write off Ewan House because he's had an impressive weekend here at Warden Law, and Ewan has been saying that Warden Law is one of his favourite tracks. It is certainly showing right now as we're on to the penultimate lap here, what it might look like at the first couple of Sennas here going round. Zach Turner now down in P4 and won't like that one bit, given all the the progress and success he's made in his race. And Ryan Rapini probably can't believe his luck out in front, thinking that this is exactly what I was hoping for. A dive down the inside there for Fletcher Jameson. And between Noah Moulton, this and all Zach Turner, this is all a battle between third and fourth particularly, and fifth, and trying now to hold on to the lead that they did have, sort of evaporating away in the distance while they're busy battling with each other. And Ryan Rapini is out in the lead. So we are going to have 2 more laps on this Warden Law circuit. We see a mechanical flag for Joseph Berkery. That means he'll need to come into the pits and retire from this race. But out front, Ryan Rapini into the first Senna turn. Nice and close to the curb, hitting the apex there of your second Senna and getting as good as run out as you can and take a little as much curb as you like through the Dunlop chicane. But Ewan House here really taking his time to see when the right move will be. Ewan House is in the prime position right now to pounce on Ryan Rapini and really putting the pressure on as we come round Paddock Bend for the penultimate time. We go on to our final lap here at Warden Law. The human DRS is being activated, seeing if they can gain any advantage. And Ewan House, you bet, will be right on the back of this junior Rotax car of Ryan Rapini's right throughout the rest of this lap. No mistakes. A little mistake there from Rapini, getting his car slightly up in the air on the right-hand side. Don't want that at any stage, and having to go really defensive now is Ryan Rapini, because Ewan House is challenging around the outside, although he loses out now to Zach Turner. Ewan House though comes down the inside once again on Zach Turner, retakes P2, and Zach Turner is now back in P3. Ryan Rapini holding on to the lead, coming down into Gasworks. Will anyone make a move and be brave enough to go round the outside? Ewan House thought about it, but he's let Zach Turner in for P2 right at the death. Ryan Rapini looks like he's going to hold on. Oh, but it's a nice move as a switchback up the inside. Oh my goodness, Zach Turner at the final corner takes the win for junior Rotax. My word, you cannot write off any of the racing here until the final few meters of this Kart Championship. Wow, what did we just witness there? That was extraordinary racing indeed. I can't believe my eyes. I thought Ryan Rapini had that and he's in P3. And that just shows that racing can ebb and flow in any which way, of course. And Ewan House as well was progressing so well in that part of the Grand Prix. And just at those final stages where it all becomes a bit chaotic, a bit frantic, it all changed. And there we are then. So Zach Turner is your winner, who did convert his pole in the end, made it a bit complicated, you might say, but then went out onto P1 to finish. Ewan House in P2 then, a really, really impressive weekend from Ewan. I think he'd be very happy with his performance coming up from P7 in that in the final. Ryan Rapini P3, Fletcher Jameson, Noah Moulton, Sam Flynn with another impressive performance from him today. Jack Collinson, Teddy Cooper, some nice battles in the midfield as well. Teddy, nice to see him going up through the grid too. Laurie McVeigh, Ronnie Smart, Brafe Murdoch, nice recovery from the superheats to P11. Nathaniel Gray, Finley Smith and Charlie Vary. P15, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, some nice overtaking moves from her in the race that we patched to with our cameras. Isaac Jameson, Jackson Lane, Larry Price, Adam Churchek. Alfie Forrester is your top 20. Harrison Bishop, Elijah Hazelwood, Cameron Tipping, Thomas Harper, JJ Plowman, Jake Anders and James Tate is your P27. And Lewis Gilbert, P28, Zach Waddle, P29, Amy Peacock, P30, Thomas Wellsford, Noah Stamp Clark, Joseph Beckery, who got that mechanical flag and had to come into the pits. And unfortunately, Cooper Campbell Lees out early in the race with an issue. Couldn't partake in any more of the junior Rotax final. I'm just seeing how this might play, though, into the last positions. So Larry Price down in 18th on the classification at the moment as a 5-second penalty. Fletcher Jameson has also been penalised for a jump start, it was seen then, right by race control. So Fletcher Jameson in P4 at the moment will have a 5-second penalty. and that might see him drop down the order somewhat, maybe even towards P8, around there. Adam Churchek as well with a penalty in that race. So it'll all come out in the wash, but we're on to our next category just like that. Right, here we go then. So we're on to Intermax. And there's been some great racing in Rotax Inter today. Logan Rolfe joined me in the commentary box earlier on in our super heats. Very confident about his performance. Has been performing very well, as you've seen, in the 2 super heats. And hopefully looking to convert that for sure in this final. But as we just saw with the junior Rotax, anything, and literally anything can happen right till the last moment. Let's go through your grid then for our Intermax final. Here we go then. So Logan Rolfe on pole, Max Abrahart is second, Lewis Kirkcaldy is third, Hugo McCluskey is P4, Lewis Herbertson is P5, and Jensen Sale P6. Ethan Mellor on P7, James Roots is P8 on row 5, it's Ethan Manzi, Sam Dixon in P10, and row 6 for Sam Fleming and Freddie Blackshaw in P12. Sam Fleming, joined by Paul Jennings earlier, was very happy with his Ambition Motorsport driver. James Devereux, P13, Drew Davidson, P14, Alfie Phillipson, Finley Rhodes, Finley Bills, and Aaron Rigg to P18. Ethan Lloyd, Dexter Petty, Hamish Gordon, Adam Bart, Rio Panayitu, and Jamie Walsh to P24 of our drivers to P25, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Logan Stanley Jones, Eli Owen, Jensen Skeff, and Ayrton Goldsworthy. And we got some support from Beberswick on the Alpha Live YouTube stream saying, let's go Jensen Skeff, let's see how many places he can make up. Let's have it. Evan Mellor in P7. Says lime potato on the live stream on Alpha Live. Make sure you get on the live chats on both the Kart Championship live stream and on the Alpha Live live streams too. Sponsored by Victory Shine here, the Kart Championship throughout 2026, and also Race Cloud AI and OTM On Track Marketing to make all of this possible and bring it to you in its full HD glory that you're seeing right now on your screens. Well, I'll just take a couple of breaths, because the junior Rotax was enough to recover from. Let's see how Intermax plays out and whether Logan Rolfe could convert an impressive display right across the weekend here for his KR Sport team. And let's see how things will pan out. We've got support for Maximilian in P2 as well on the stream, and they come through the tram lines. And are we racing? Yes, we are. We are go for the Intermax final, and we're into turn 1, and it's a very, very brave defensive move from Logan Rolfe, holding that inside. It's a spinner to the right of screen then onto the grass. We'll try and find out who that was for you. That was the number 112. Unfortunate for Alfie Phillipson there, going off the grass. Not the ideal start that Alfie would have wanted. Maybe how he can recover in this race, how many positions can he make up from where he is. A bit longer in this race. There's 11 minutes 20 on the clock plus 1 lap. So as we know, anything can go down in that time that we have. Nice move early up the inside there, it seems, from Jensen Sale on Lewis Herbertson. Impressing very much so is Jensen as a privateer this weekend, and really outperforming his car and going really well round here at Warden Law. So they come across the start-finish line for the first time. Logan Rolfe in P1, Max Abrahart in P2, Lewis Kirkcaldy in P3, Jensen Sale up to P4 now, up 2 places from the starting grid, performing so well. Is Jensen Sale on for a potential win here and challenging with the likes of Max Abrahart and Logan Rolfe? It's all to be seen over a series of the next few laps. All making their way pretty well though in these first couple of laps as we come now through the Dunlop chicane and hugging that inside curb as much as you dare to get the best racing line down towards the back straight and into Gasworks. A nice move there up the inside. Beautiful move on the brakes by the 134, I believe, James Roots on Freddie Blackshaw. That's for P9 in the midfield there. So a great move we're seeing on display now. But we've seen also, as we panned away from that, Jensen Sale up to P3. The charge is on from Jensen Sale because he is wanting to prove a point and back up the words we had from Paul Jennings earlier in the commentary box that he's impressing this weekend, and he wants to do that with a trophy in his hand. Let's see how it all unfolds throughout the next few laps. On board here with Jensen Sale, as we can see, talking about him, he's not far off P1 and P2. That Rotax underneath him performing really well for him right now, and looking to chase down Max Abrahart, also looking over his shoulder a little bit because he's got Lewis Cacaldi and Hugo McCluskey for company as well, trying to chase down equally after him. Oh, a bit sideways there, managed to hold on to it as the battle between Evan Meller and Lewis Herbertson plays out there through Paddock Bend. But just about keeping it all in the right direction with all four wheels on the track. Surprise, surprise, Jensen Sale with the fastest lap of the race so far, a tenth quicker than the leaders at the moment. So it's looking like great momentum for Jensen Sale at the moment. Elsewhere in the back of the pack, you can see some great racing going on here with James Roots again up the inside of Evan Meller, I believe that was, going for a move into the first Senna. And as they come out of Senna 2, Jensen Sale hunting down through the Dunlop chicane and maybe using his time to think, right, I've got myself into this position. How can I capitalise on this? How do I choose my moment and not outbrake myself, and also hunt down Max and Logan out front in P1 and P2 right now. Logan Rolfe has got a 6/10 gap to Max Abrahart, which is pretty substantial at this part of the race. As you can see, it's starting to open out a little bit across the field here. But some impressive racing on show here and some great progress. Jensen Sale, as you see there, the back of your picture is coming through the dog leg, looking to keep on that. And so is James Roots. He's making some great progress up through the field, skirmishing again with Lewis Herbertson between P6 and P7. Great racecraft on show here from James Roots, doing his best to make his way up the field, that is for sure. And here we come down the back straight towards Gasworks. And thinking about a move there, Lewis Herbertson was very, very cautious as to whether he was going to be taken down the inside. But a nice defensive driving on the inside of Gasworks and through the final bends onto the start-finish straight. We pick up the lead here with Logan Rolfe and Max Abrahart and Jensen Sale. The three breaking away now from this pack here on screen of Lewis Cacaldi and James Roots. James Roots probably equally wanting to be using the same momentum as Jensen Sale has had in this race. Oh, what a switchback on the curb. That is one of the overtakes of the weekend. He did not see that coming, and Lewis Cacaldi has been caught shock and awe because James Roots has gone up into P5. Fantastic move there from the Dan Holland Racing livery, and coming down now into the back straight. And now look at James Roots wanting to chase down after Hugo McCluskey and pick off another driver in the mix as well. But here we are, P1, P2, P3 coming through to the Paddock Bend here. We'll stick with these three here and see the progress of Jensen Sale. Some adjustments on the radiator. Logan Rolfe wanting to make sure he's getting the most out of his junior Rotax. Inter Rotax even. Coming through the dogleg and these couple of sections, the tight sections, through the Senna 1, Senna 2, and all keeping each other pretty busy right now. It looks like they're kind of just taking a bit of time here to gather their thoughts, save the tyres a little bit, maybe go towards the end of the race. We've got about 5 minutes 40 to go, plus one lap. Still a long way to go in this Rotax Inter Final, but not for James Roots because he's up the inside of Hugo McCluskey. That's James Roots up to P4 now. An impressive race, gaining 4 places already from the starting grid. James Roots does not want to hang about in this final, and he's now going to make a charge after Jensen Sale has had an incredible race himself as well, and you can see the hand signals on the straight as well to Hugo. Hugo, work with me. I want to push forward towards Jensen. You can follow my slipstream. You can follow my lead. Let's not fight too much. and get out of this battle, and the chance with 5 minutes to go of taking a podium potentially and valuable points into the rest of the TKC 2026 Championship this year. This is the battle behind for 6th now and 7th between Lewis Cacaldi and Evan Mellor. We've got a warning for Dexter Petty down in P16 from race control, so be mindful of that. But a nice switcheroo, switch back up the inside. Oh, and a bit of contact possibly from Evan Mellor as we went out wide coming round Gasworks Bend. We'll see what the stewards have to say about that one. Didn't look like he knew he was there, but putting him to one side, that was a move up the inside from Evan Mellor. And we'll see how that pans out in the next few laps. But some fierce racing going on at all points of the circuit here. And you're running on boards right now with Evan Mellor, with Lewis Herbertson and Sam Dixon on your screens. And little bits of bumps to people encouraging the other to get on with it. Some fierce racing going on there. Gets put across the chicane at the Dunlop chicane and then has to take avoiding action. Does Sam Dixon in all of that, as Evan Mellor and Lewis Herbertson had a bit of a skirmish between themselves at the Dunlop chicane. Not enough space for all the karts to do what they needed to do around then. And Lewis Cacaldi now at the front of this group trying to lead the way. But we go to the lead and Max Abrahart pounces with 3 minutes to go or so here in this Rotax final, and has gone ahead of Logan Rolfe, who has been in charge all of this weekend, leading the way, in control. And Max thinks, no, I'm going to give you a bit of a surprise in the rest of this race and see if you can catch me now and equally catch me out as we come through the Dunlop chicane down towards Gasworks Bend. Will Logan fancy it here? You bet he does. Right up the inside. Has he gone too wide though? And Max Abrahart shows him the outside of the track, saying you can stay there, my friend, because you went too wide and you took too much speed into that corner. And Max retains the lead. A proper battle here then for P2 and P1, and also Jensen Sale, whilst all of this scraps are going on, is loving this. Maybe waiting for an instant to happen with the two of them in front, and Jensen Sale could come on, pardon the pun, sailing through to take the victory. Who knows what is going to happen in the rest of this inter-final for our Rotaxers here at Warden Law. Logan Rolfe mustn't know what's coming. He does now, because Max Abrahart up the inside. Jensen Sale fancied it, but then he backed out and was like, I don't want to get caught up in that incident. And Max Abrahart is now in the lead. He set the fastest lap of the race by a tenth or so. Logan Rolfe back up the inside. Oh my goodness. It's great racing here at Warden Law. Back and forth between P1, P2, and does Jensen Sale in P3 fancy a sniff at the win? Is he just waiting for the opportune moment? Look at them all bunched in this huddle, trying their best to stay in front of each other and right on the bumper. You want to be very careful when you're battling this close. Don't want that front fairing penalty. As Max Abrahart goes up the inside again. What a great move from Max Abrahart up the inside of the dog leg, and now into Senna 1 and Senna 2. There is absolutely no tyres being left out there now. They're using everything they've got, and this is what could happen. Max Abrahart goes wide onto the track, and Jensen Sale, as I said, was coming through, sniffing an opportunity, and now has dispatched of him. Jensen Sale in P2, Logan Rolfe in P1. Of course Logan wants Jensen to work with him. He wants to get the win, but is Jensen Sale going to let him have that? And now we've had Max really drop back into the clutches of James Roots in P4. So it's really ebbing and flowing in this last Rotax inter-final of the weekend. We have probably 2 laps to go round this Warden Law circuit to see who becomes the trophy winner for this class. And what do you think's going through Jensen's head at the moment? He's made an almighty way up through the superheats this weekend, through this final today, and look where he is now in prime position to try and take it off of Logan Rolfe, who had a bit of a shaky start in this middle part of the race, but towards the end of the race, when it's mattered, he is being consistent once again, holding out the lead. Will it stay that way? Is Jensen going to go for a late lunge into Gasworks now, or is he going to leave it a little bit? James Roots, what a great race from him up the inside, but gets pushed out wide by Max Aberhart, shows him the door and says, no, you're staying behind me for now, thank you very much. And here we go then, we come round Paddock Bend for the penultimate time onto the start-finish straight, the final lap of our Rotax Final, and Logan Rolfe is out in the lead, coming through Brian's Bend now, left and right, picking the most optimum racing line as he can, doesn't want to make any mistakes as he goes through the final few turns of this circuit and wants to use every single one of those 1,200 metres as best as he can to not let Jensen Snell snatch up the inside, take advantage of a bit of oversteer, outbraking himself, picking up a curb. The pressure is on right now to take home the crown for the very first round of the Kart Championship here in 2026 in the Rotax Final. Jensen Snell, I don't know, maybe looks like he's settling for P2, but maybe he senses an opportunity up the inside of the final corner. We all saw that happen in the Junior Rotax just before, but it looks like Logan Rolfe is going to come across the line to take victory here for the Rotax Final. Jensen Snell just sadly didn't have enough left in the tyres and in his kart at the end. And what great racing again from our Rotax Final. And I said, could it get any better? Well, arguably, yes, it did. Great racing from all of our runners there, some changing of positions in our top 4 and 3, and even down with Hugo McCluskey, James Roots as well. Great performance there. Let's run you through the final result then for our Intermax this weekend. Great performances all round from all our drivers. Logan Rolfe takes that dominant victory that he's had all weekend. Jensen Snell, an incredible P2, I think it must be said. Really making some progress up there from P8 and really hunting for the win, but Logan Rolfe had the mettle to hold him off at the end. Max Aberhart in P3, sadly losing out that battle for the lead. James Roots in P4, an incredible race from him as well. And Hugo McCluskey in P5, Evan Meller in P6, Drew Davison in P7, Lewis Cacaldi in P8, Sam Dixon P9. Your top 10 is Ethan Manzi, followed by Sam Fleming, James Devereaux, Lewis Herbertson and Freddie Blackshaw in P14. P15 is Ethan Lloyd, 16th, Hamish Gordon, Adam Bart is in P17, Finley Beals is in P18, 19th is Dexter Petty, Aaron Rigg, P20, Jamie Walsh, P21, Logan Stanley Jones, Felix Sheldon Hayward is in P23, Eli Owen, 24th, Rio Panayitu is P25, and Alfie Phillipson is 26th, followed by Ayrton Goldsworthy in 27th, Jensen Skeff in 28th, and Finney Rhodes in 29th. Just seeing if there's... Oh! I've literally just seen this. Logan Rolfe, 5-second penalty has just come up on our timing screens. That's extraordinary because he held the lead out for quite a while. Not too sure what that's to do with at the moment. But if that is the case and that does go through, then Jensen Snell has come up all the way from where he started in the race in about P6, P7 to take victory for our Rotax Final. We'll confirm those results, but we're pretty sure with that 5-second penalty that Logan's had, it looks like Jensen Snell has taken victory. Well, that is... when you thought it was over and when it was all happening, it all changes again because that's karting and that's all the fun of it. Luke Jardine is with us in the commentary box. Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, good. And tell me what team you race for. How have you been getting on this weekend?
I raced for JWR and in Junior Primo.
Nice. And Junior Primo has been. Very hotly contested this weekend. It's been a fierce battle, isn't it, throughout the weekend?
Yeah, definitely.
So, to be watching the final, how did you feel like your weekend went to this point?
I think it was going good so far from our first ever race in Junior Primo. And Yeah.
But you had a bit of a crash yesterday,
Yeah,
didn't you? Which
that was
sort of took you out of it. But I think you were doing pretty well up to that point, and you're finding your feet. And how are you finding the class? Is it really exciting?
Yeah, it's a lot faster than since my last class, which was in Honda.
Mm. And the difference in speed, where you're trying to sort of gather between those kind of, the differences, how your kart reacts, and the different braking points. Has that been like tough to get your head round?
Yeah, it's a lot different now.
Yeah. Well, here we are. Look, we're in the commentary box, and we're here for our finals, and we're on to the next race. Do you fancy sticking around?
Yeah, I do.
Let's do it. All right, so look, we are on to our Micromax final. So you're in a junior Primo right now, but at one point you would have been in Micromax, wouldn't you?
No, I was in Honda.
Oh, did you skipped it? Sorry, you were part of the Honda categories, but this kind of speed, and then hopefully it would be good to have your perspective on this kind of level now you've taken a jump up. Let's go for our grid, shall we, for the Micromax final here at Warden Law. Sebastian Crawford is on pole with Arthur Rhodes on P2. Freddie Baker is third, Milo Taylor in fourth. Will Hatton is P5, and Zach Andrew is on P6. And then further down the field, you've got Jensen Darlow with P7, Max Armit in P8, Benjamin Finley in P9, and Theo Jepson rounding off your top 10. And here we go then, as they all come round through the tram lines pretty well. And who's going to take the lead and hold on to it? Sebastian Crawford uses that inside line, it seems like, unless Arthur Rhodes has got up the inside through the next turn. I do believe that Sebastian Crawford has held the lead. Yes, he has. He's held the lead through the dogleg and through the first centres. And coming through this section of the track, what's been your favourite sections of the track this weekend, Luke? Where have you feel like you've really performed well?
Probably the first corner. Maybe the chicane.
Yeah, and this chicane are going through here, the Dunlop chicane. How hard is it to get those corners right when you're out there and amongst it?
It's pretty hard since you can't take the curb anymore.
Yeah, and you used to be able to, did you?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the curbs around? Do you wish they were still lower?
I like the other ones better.
Yeah.
You can't really take the curbs anymore because it just slows you down.
Yeah, but with all these changes I've said with the previous drivers, hopefully it's the same for everyone, so it's the same conditions, and we're hopefully going forward then through our first lap of this Micromax final around Warden Law. And Sebastian Crawford has held on to his lead, although there's been some changes at the front. Arthur Rhodes, as we were catching up about your racing, Luke, has dropped down to P5 in the meantime. It's now Freddie Baker in P2. Will Hatton had a great start, up 2 places into P3 on the podium. And Jensen Darlow in P4. So all happening here equally in this Micromax final. So it's now Sebastian Crawford being hunted down by Freddie Baker. A really defensive line there. You can see the extra speed that Freddie Baker was able to carry through Gasworks there, and on the bumper, right on the bumper of Sebastian Crawford out in the lead here. And how easy is it, Luke, to be bumping like that when, there's different momentum and everyone's braking?
I mean, if you are, it depends, because you can't really bump someone, because
no, you have to get the penalty.
You'll get a nose cone if you're not. I mean, you might give them a little nudge, but it's fear of getting a nose cone penalty, which is 5 seconds.
And how are you finding going over that curb out the dogleg section? You've got to get it bang on, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you probably feels quite unstable anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But it gives you about 3 tenths.
Is it really 3 tenths? That much time?
Maybe not. I don't really know.
But something in those realms that just proves that the racing line is what it's all about. You can see Freddie Baker there signalling to say, "Come on, I want to work with you, Sebastian Crawford. I want to get ahead and try and see if we can push ahead away from this pack here in the race," because they're all on the tail. There's like a group of about 4 or 5 really not going to break away. About a group of 5 there on the tail, and anything can happen here at this stage of the race, Luke. And how many times in the race will you be pointing ahead going, "So I want to work together with you"?
Not many.
No, you keep to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel it's like mind games when drivers are doing that, trying to throw you off?
Yeah. Not really. It's just so that they could advance and you don't overtake them.
Yeah. But then some drivers don't listen to that, do they?
Yeah. I mean, I'd only really do it with my teammates.
Yeah, so you wouldn't do it with other drivers that you are out in front of. That's fair enough. So here we are with a very a close run thing coming towards Dunlop chicane there. Freddie Baker was trying to go up the inside of Sebastian Crawford. You can see this line that Sebastian's taken much tighter, isn't he, into the gasworks section, because he wants to be defensive, and he was, you could argue, maybe going a bit too defensive, but the amount of braking you can do straight line there, you could probably gain a lot of time, can't you, into that particular section. And here we are then, side by side on the home straight. This is a nice battle.
82 and the 26
yeah.
Of Jensen
Between
Darlow.
Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow, and Arthur Rhodes comes out on top. Great racing and fair racing between the two of them there, and coming into the dogleg here in the mid-pack with Will Hatton in P3, Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow, as we were mentioning there, in P4. The fastest lap of the race at the moment sits with Max Armit, the S-plate holder, a privateer with us here at Warden Law in the paddock this weekend, and really showing his mettle as well, along with his fellow countryman Archie Cannon as well in another Class 2. But we've got some radiator adjustments as well in these karts at the moment. Are you doing that a lot in your race, or not bothering too much with the radiator? Have you got the radiator to your left or in your?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And do you change it too much, or?
It depends if the heat. It depends what the heat temperature gets to.
Yeah, and you don't want to overheat the engine, do you?
No, it depends. If it gets over 55 or something, you just open it and then close it.
Yeah. And when's the best time to adjust the radiator? Is it when you're on the straight? You can get loads of clean air into the radiator.
Not really. I mean, it's hard to do it through the corners because you could make a mistake.
Yeah.
It's better just to do it on the straight.
Yeah, want to be focusing, don't we, at those times particularly. So here we are then through Senna 1 and Senna 2, and here's where the old track was before then. It goes out much wider now, much tighter through there. Through the Dunlop chicane, one of your favourite corners on the track. Nice right left coming through there. And here we are then, the front two here.
Gasworks?
Yeah, break into Gasworks. And
the
82, Arthur Rhodes and Will Hatton batting, but Will is staying out in front and he's doing his best for sure out in the lead at the moment. I can see a 5-second penalty
for
Sebastian Talbot, who is down in P12 at the moment, so that's not going to help his race going forward as well. See a place moving there as well for Zach Andrews, gone ahead of Milo Taylor around for P6 and gaining a place there. Taking this curb as well, got to take it instead of gaining the time. There is a warning, a contact warning out there for Arthur Rhodes at the moment in P4, so he has to be careful, but he wants to keep in this mix for P3 and P2 and possibly the win with Sebastian Crawford. Very close out front between Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Baker. There's literally 0.03 of a second between their best laps around here at the moment, and they are not hanging about out there for sure. The front two starting to break away a little bit at the moment.
Number 8 of Sebastian Crawford and the 92 of Freddie Baker have seemed to pull a 1.23 second gap.
Yeah, and when you do pull a gap like that, how valuable is it to just give yourself a bit of a moment to rest and gather your thoughts?
I mean, you can really never rest because they could pull it back almost instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Will Hatton coming into turn 1 here, not really too bothered by Arthur Rhodes behind him, but Arthur Rhodes should be more, well, careful and more bothered about how his race is going to go through. Oh, a bit wide there from one of the drivers. I think that was the 27 of Zach Andrew, and Milo Taylor was following through, went a bit wide. But then coming in here to the couple of Sennas, plenty of space to be doing what he wants to do.
Sebastian Crawford seems to be pulling away from Freddie Baker.
The gap has built a lot, hasn't it? We've gone up to half a second now and really putting down the miles and meters around this Warden Law track. And in the in 31 there, Will is getting a nice old time of trying to catch up to the back of Freddie Baker. So Sebastian Crawford will be loving this, and we've gone into the sub 1 minutes now into this part of the race as the fuel burns off, the tyres are starting to be in their optimum range. A 59.71 for Sebastian Crawford, with Freddie Baker the best of a 1 minute dead behind him, of Arthur Rhodes at a 59.8 in P3. So not too much to choose between, but there's almost 2 tenths between P1 and P3's fastest laps at the moment as we go round through the couple of centre corners here. And this is Arthur Rhodes we're seeing now battling with Will Hatton again, this group for 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Jensen Darlow, who was having a bit of an argy-bargy earlier on in the race, but now these three look fairly comfortable in their pack, in their group. We have 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap, and when you're in this position, Luke, are you aware of how much time you've got left, or are you just full focus on what's in front of you?
I mean, you have to look at the time, because you'll want to get forward to try and overtake them, but at the same time you want to overtake the people in front of you, just in case there's no time left.
Yeah.
So on the last lap you'll see a bit of
some moves, yeah? It's got to be done, hasn't it? Because it is the last opportunity to do that. A few more opportunities here, but time is running out a little bit for our Micromax drivers around this circuit right now. And important to say about the elevation change, the amount the track goes up and down. When we come into Gasworks, there's quite a hill down, isn't there? Even if it's quite little.
Yeah.
And do you feel that on the kart? You feel it unsettle you a bit?
Not really. It's just it's a little bit of a drop for a split second.
Yeah.
That you turn.
And then you're gone, and then you're round, and here they are at Gasworks, and we can see Zach Andrew leading this pack ahead of Milo Taylor, and Max Armit coming through here, and hopefully keeping it in the direction that they would like to keep going in for sure. Jensen Darlow in P5 at the moment. You can see to the back of your screen there for Jax Motorsport this weekend, was 3rd in the Kart Championship last year, so very much looking forward to seeing if he can build on this with a very competitive field out there, and particularly in Junior Primo this year, the class. And how competitive is the field and the people that you're taking on this year?
Really competitive.
Yeah.
Definitely. It'll just get more competitive when I go to Junior Rotax.
So use it while you can in Junior Primo. That's the importance of, though, why there's that extra class, so you're not making that huge jump up, are you, straight away, with, and also the heights and all the different things you get used to, the chassis and those kind of things. So here we go, we've got a minute pretty much to go, plus 1 lap for our Micromax Final here around Warden Law, brought to you by Alpha Live as part of the Cadet Kart Championship in the Kart Championship family for 2026 and the season here.
Sebastian Crawford has just pulled a 1 second gap on Freddie Baker.
And that's huge, isn't it? And where do you think he's finding the time out there from where you've driven around here this weekend? Warden Law's hard to find time.
Yeah, it is. He just might be braking late.
Braking later, more confident with his car.
Yeah.
The rear's more stable. You can feel like you can hustle it way more. Absolutely well spotted. But Freddie Baker now lapping pretty much exactly equal to Sebastian Crawford and his fastest lap. Although, as you say, there's a second gap ahead. We'll see how that is going to pan out as we come down now towards Gasworks Bend once more, and we can see this fight further back here with Will Hatton and Jensen Darlow. Jensen Darlow going up the inside.
Coming around the horseshoe.
And coming through the horseshoe, yeah. And this is a great opportunity to almost like shut the door, isn't it, as you come back towards Paddock Bend and make that move stick. It's a nice opportunity now to do that rather than sort of hanging it round the outside. So Jensen Darlow up to P4 with Will Hatton in P5, Zach Andrew in P6. Will Hatton, as we're following on the back of here, wanting to claim that place back, having to look up the inside of the dogleg there, nothing doing.
There'll be a move maybe down here at Senna.
You think? Here we go. Have you predicted right?
Yeah.
He's predicted right. And he knows
there's a bit of
exactly what's going to happen. That's Will Hatton gone into the side.
Will Hatton's beaten Jensen Darlow in the contact.
In a Jensen Darlow, yes, in the moves between each other. Right, look at this. Sebastian Crawford, but he's loving this, isn't he?
Yeah.
There's nothing behind him.
Unless he makes a mistake.
Well, this is true.
Spin.
We don't want to curse it, as the commentators curse, as we know. But Freddie Baker is probably thinking, what have I got to do to try and stick with this guy. I'm pulling ahead. I'm doing all I can.
Sebastian
I'm going for
Crawford
it.
wins
Sebastian
the
Crawford,
race.
and he's going to take the victory here ahead of Freddie Baker and Arthur Rhodes, Will Hatton, Jensen Darlow, Zach Andrew, Milo Taylor, Max Armitt, Benjamin Finley, and Theo Jepson. Is your top 10? What do you make of that then?
It was a good race.
Yeah.
To be fair.
There's some
was
good
a lot-
overtakes in there, but
yeah,
a cemented victory in the end by Sebastian Crawford. Look at that gap.
with 1.5 seconds.
1.5 seconds. And just illustrate to me, 1.5 seconds, right? A lot of us maybe watch Formula 1. 1.5 seconds in Formula 1 is a lot, but 1.5 seconds in this class of kart.
Really good, because most of the times basically everyone's got near to enough the same times.
Yeah. So we can
that
see
is
here
really
then
good.
and see the gap. So Sebastian Crawford will confirm the result unless we see any other penalties that could hamper anyone here. We've got
Under investigation
got,
for
yeah,
Lanny Eden.
Lanny
is it?
Eden under investigation P14, so might not change too much of the victory, but we'll go down. Sebastian Crawford is your race winner and taking home the trophy for Micromax here at Warden Law. Freddie Baker, Arthur Rhodes, Will Hatton, Jensen Darlow with some nice battles in there, I think we agreed on. Zach Andrew in P6, Milo Taylor, Max Armitt, Benjamin Finley, Theo Jepson is your top 10. Munro, Wilcox, Sebastian Talbot, Jensen Drummond and Lanny Eden may be lower than P14 depending on the investigation we see from Race Control. And Anthony Ray, Ethan Bainbridge and Seth State Mackey is your final runners in the Micromax final. Well, another class done, another exciting race, particularly. Are you looking forward to seeing how the final race of the day in Junior Primo goes? Because you'll be wanting to sort of get a bit of an edge on your competitors to see how you can come back for the next round.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Or just let them get on with it. It'd be fine. Do your own thing. Luke, tell me about your time in the paddock here this weekend. How do you sort of relax and stuff? You got like some games to play or meeting friends?
I just like sit in the tent and just like
Just
talk.
chill, talk
yeah.
with families here as well. Are they this weekend?
No, just my dad and me.
Just your dad? Nice, cool. Well, that's all you need, isn't it, to get out there and compete? And you felt pretty good about your go-kart this weekend, apart from obviously where we've finished?
Yeah, I wasn't doing so well, but I mean, I was doing all right for my first race. But the brakes on it's really good, to be fair.
Okay, well that helps.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be not braking into a lot of these corners. And you're doing what, excess of 50, 60 miles an hour almost, pretty much?
Around like 60 to like 70
60,
down
70,
the straight.
yeah. Is that a bit scary? Is that a bit mad? Or
Not
you,
really.
You got over it, haven't you? It's fine now.
Yeah.
It's good fun. Well, look, we'll be on very shortly onto our next race, which is the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, it is.
Here we go then. Our Honda Cadet, which you've got experience in this field, as you were telling me.
Yeah.
And how much did you enjoy the Honda Cadet class?
Really good, but it's changed a lot since last year. There's
Okay.
only like 5 or 8 carts that people who are in it still.
Okay, all right, well, we'll see how it all plays out for our Honda Cadet final here. Let's go through your starting grid. Archie Cannon, Luca Biocchi, Sawyer Henderson, Marcus Cooper, Deno Rowlands, and Archie Loveridge is P6. Joshua Bailey, Jensen Kooler, James Murfitt, Freddie Drury, Sebastian McCarthy, and Keen Delaney down to P12. Mason Becker, Bradley Sutton, Jensen Drummond, Ben Bowers, Ollie Knox and Alistair Saunders down to P18. Henry Colburn, Finley Thursfield, Joshua Doherty, Seth Wright, Reggie DeFisi and Jacob Jones down to P24. Oliver Ratton, Luke Hamill, Aubrey Harrington Evans, Phoebe Shelton, Eric Grisbeck and Finn Hollis down to P30. And your final runners of Archie Edgar, Alfie Love, Tommy Burgoyne and Isaac Young is how your Honda Cadet runners look. The 34 that made it from the Superheats into our final here on the grid at Warden Law. And you can see one of our stewards here with the red flag in the middle, getting all of our drivers to stop and wait. And is this a bit annoying doing a standing start when you do rolling starts now? But
yeah,
what do you prefer?
I mean, I do like the build up to the standard start.
Yeah.
It's like you don't know what's going to happen. If
No.
you stopped, then it goes.
But of course, this obviously has its fun as well, because if someone gets a poor getaway or reactions, you can be on it as well, can't you? So and that would be a really positive thing. Well, look, we got
Ollie Knox.
Ollie Knox. Yeah, you a big fan?
Huh?
You a big fan of Ollie Knox?
Nah, he's just in my tent.
He's in your he's in your tent. Okay, so you're sharing the awnings this weekend, but you're hopefully secretly rooting for him slightly, maybe.
Yeah, everyone is in ambition though.
In this, yeah, lovely stuff, and good to hear.
And Archie, Loveridge, Dino Rollins.
Yeah, nice. And Dino's been performing pretty well. But
Yeah.
But here we go then, and it looks like we're getting ready and set to go. You can see all the parents in the background on the paddock watching, and all along here, the start-finish straight at Warden Law. Let's get ready then to see how we all going to form up. We're just getting the last final carts at the back of our grid. The likes of Alfie, Love, Archie, Edgar, Isaac Young, and Finn Hollis, getting them all in the best position. And let's see how we'll shape up then for our Honda Cadet Final, of which has been a big grid this weekend. So it's the top 34 that made it through from the Superheats into where we are right now. So that's an achievement in itself with such an incredible field. I mean, I've got the most notes for Honda Cadet. This along with Junior Rotax, is pretty packed. So lots to talk about there, and lots to talk about with action as we are go for our Honda Cadet Final here at Warden Law with 12 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action to see who's going to clinch the trophy. And there, up the inside, Archie Cannon takes the lead early on ahead of Luca Biocchi, I believe. Or maybe it's the other way around. This always happens at the start of the race. The person on the inside, it always swaps left. Someone's on the grass there in the background, got a bit out of shape out of the
Archie
dogleg.
Loveridge has made a place since the start.
Yeah, and Archie Loveridge then up to what we think is P4, so that is a very great start from him. Yeah, Archie Cannon is up.
Sawyer Henderson coming in.
Archie Cannon is up to P1, and Archie Cannon is kind of highly respected in this class. He's regarded as a fast driver, and hopefully looking to keep on that. It's a nice move up the inside there. I think that was Sawyer Henderson on Luca Biocchi. So Luca falling down the order from being on the second place grid slot at the start of the race, falling down into P3 and looking to keep it all straight and narrow as we go down here for the very first time as we're racing at full speed here into Brian's Bend. Archie Cannon with a half a second gap already over Marcus Cooper, and we're barely in to this Honda Cadet Final. Luca Biocchi, Sawyer Henderson, Archie Loveridge, you said, would make up the place. It was ahead of Dino Rowlands, maybe it looks like, Joshua Bailey, Jensen Kula and Freddie Drury.
There's a big group of 7, I think,
yeah,
at the front.
Yeah.
That's starting to pull away.
And that is so crucial in a final like this, when you'd think that Archie Cannon had it all his own way, and he doesn't really, because you've got Marcus Cooper on the background, you've got someone having a sniff up the inside.
Luca Biocchi in the inside of Marcus Cooper. Sawyer Henderson coming round, but gone backwards.
And Luca wants to have another sniff at basically getting the position back of where he was in P2 and wants to be challenging. He's been up there all weekend though through the Superheats and into this final right here. And we've got the fastest lap then for Jensen Kula down in P8 with a 1 minute .99, breaking into the 1 minutes this early in the race. Very impressive pace from him at the moment. And coming through the dogleg section there, Luca Biocchi all over the back of Archie Cannon then. So that half a second gap has pretty much
down.
Evaporated.
Sawyer
and
Henderson
gone.
on the inside of Marcus Cooper.
Yeah, that's a great move there for P3. Well spotted, Luke. So Sawyer Henderson in for P3, for Marcus Cooper for P4, and making their way down then for the next time. A very defensive
Archie
driving.
going down on the inside of Marcus Cooper.
Yeah, that's a great move. Great move, looking like trying to make it there. Didn't quite make that stick, did he? And we've got Archie Cannon then with Luca Biocchi all over the back as we go on to this next lap. Luke, why don't you talk us through it, my friend?
Archie Cannon and Luca Biocchi just over the line, which are starting to pull away from Sawyer Henderson and Marcus Cooper and Archie.
And then through the dogleg, it's pretty similar as we were thinking, isn't it? Coming back into that place and then into these centres. Quite tricky to navigate and make sure we're hitting these apexes. Oh, we've got a warning that's just come up from
Alfie Love?
From race control, yeah, from Alfie Love, who is pretty much, I believe, down in what I think down in P19 we're seeing there. So. Or P28 even, sorry, so not too much to be
Archie
worried
Cannon
about.
and Luca Bayaki is starting to pull away from Sawyer, Marcus and Archie.
And will these two be working together here? Looks like they certainly are.
Probably, since they're in the same team.
Yeah, same team, of
never
course.
mind.
All
Luca Bayaki coming down.
He's thinking
the inside.
This is like the sort of the papaya rules in this Honda Cadet class final, employing the similar Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri strategy, maybe, and letting them race, but making it fair and clean at the moment. For the
Archie coming on the inside of Marcus Cooper.
Great
Dino
spot.
Rowlands tries to get it, but he just was a bit too short of it.
All these moves going on behind the front two for Archie Cannon.
Dino Rowlands on the inside coming into the chicane,
and
which
that
he
just
has
came
completed.
out of the centre. That was a great move there. And so the two Apollo karts guys at the front. I went into the Apollo awning in the paddock yesterday. It was great to meet the guys there and see how they're all getting on. And it seems like it was really good to see
Fastest
that.
lap at Mason Becker in 11th.
Yeah, he's gone down into the 1 minute 3.7s. Let's see if that fastest lap changed. He holds on to it. No, Mason Becker holds on to it.
The four karts of Luca, two Archies and Sawyer are starting to pull away from Marcus, Dino and Joshua.
Yeah, that's Joshua Bailey in P7 and P8. You're absolutely right, Luke, for Jensen Kula and Freddie Drury and James Murphy back to P10. And some great, as always, great overtaking opportunities here into the centre. And I believe just behind that was Archie Loveridge and Marcus
just got in
Cooper.
Sawyer Henderson.
So there we are, Archie Loveridge ahead of Sawyer Henderson. So Archie Loveridge up to P3 now. It's been a great performance from him, hasn't it?
He started from 6 and he's gained 3.
And that's really great with such a tight field out the front. Coming into the gasworks then.
This might be the race for him.
And we're getting pretty out wide out there, using all the track that was available to our Ben Boas out there in P12 at the moment, trying to maintain that rhythm and that routine, that flow, as we go here then onto our next lap in Warden Law in this Honda Cadet final. And this is all close, isn't it, Luke?
Yeah, I think this is a little group that are trying to catch up to Sawyer. And I think Archie Loveridge is starting to pull away.
And that's not what the group behind would want. And Sawyer is kind of holding them up a little bit, maybe it seems.
Oh,
the
moment. Inside of, I don't know.
No, it's very honest. I don't know sometimes either, Luke, because trying to keep up with all of these karts is incredibly difficult. Jensen Kula, I believe that was, on the inside of Freddie Drury for P8.
The inside again.
Oh, it's very close there into that Dunlop chicane.
Joshua Bailey comes out winning.
He's out on top with that one, and of course, part of the Apollo.
Oh,
Mason
Becker's come from P11.
Yeah, that's best. A great spot. He'll come from P11 up to, I think, is it P9 now? Just made that move there. We'll see. We'll confirm that when we go across the start-finish line. But coming round Paddock Bend then, here we go for another round. And then Luca Biocchi putting the pace down now as the fuel wears off, as the tyres start to improve. It's got the fastest lap, the front runner, Luca Biocchi at the front. We've been focusing on the midfield a little bit, and at the front, Archie Cannon, Luca Biocchi has been having a bit of a scrap, bit of a battle between those two.
Sawyer Henderson and coming into Dino Rowlands, Marcus and Jensen Kula.
Yeah.
Are they starting to catch him up?
Yeah, and that's exactly what, well, one of the drivers will want, the others will not want at all. And coming through this section here.
Whilst Archie Loveridge pulls away from Sawyer, and I think he's getting close to that group of Luca Biocchi and Archie Cannon.
So this is here, they come into this gasworks section 55 there of, I believe that was Freddie Drury looking to make a move on the inside, and as you kind of were coming through, confirm all these places as they come through the start-finish line. Everyone's staying in a very similar position, but Dino Rowlands looking over the shoulder there of Marcus Cooper to see about where everything is going on. Freddie Drury, Mason Becker, as you've been mentioning, Luke as well, doing a great job at sticking and not giving up too much time.
Dino Rowland's right on the back of Sawyer Henderson right now.
Yeah, he's really pressuring him. Must be careful
Oh,
with those
he's going on the inside.
He's up the inside.
Senna, and he has completed that move. Dive bomb.
What a dive! What a lunge! It's so good to see, isn't it?
That was a good move.
This is what we love to watch. This is the Kart Championship on a plate for you right here. Battles
Sawyer
up and down the
Henderson
grid.
going
Oh
on the
my
inside.
goodness!
Ooh, he went on the grass a bit. But Marcus Cooper has took the advantage, as well as Jensen Culler to
So
take
Sawyer Henderson there has really lost out because he took the risk, tried to go on the grass. They run out of room, there was no space, and now Sawyer Henderson, I think, will be down in sort of P7, P8 right now. And she said lots of people taking advantage.
P4.
And Dino Rowlands, yeah, absolutely right, up to P4 there. Marcus Cooper, Jensen Kuhn, and Sawyer Henderson, yeah, down to P7. Nice move up the inside there, it looks like, from Mason Becker, or good defensive driving against Joshua Bailey.
Mason Becker's had a good race so far.
Yeah, Mason Becker, you're absolutely right, is up from P13 and is now in 8th. So 5 places, not much to be disappointed about there.
No, there isn't.
And on Dino Rowlands here, we're focusing on these 3, Dino Rowlands and Marcus Cooper, and we've got Jensen Culler on this battle here. And now a gap started to really open here, isn't
Archie
it?
Loveridge.
Yeah, and Dino Rowlands is trying to keep on the back
Ooh,
of Archie
there's a
Rowlands.
lot of
How do we keep track of that? What's going on there? That is your number 28 taking an opportunist move.
Ben Boyers,
up the inside. Yeah, absolutely right. Ben Boers up the inside. Oh my goodness, and there's about just under 2 minutes left.
Jensen is on the inside of Dino Rowlands.
And he makes the move stick. What a beautiful move there into turn 1. As you've been saying earlier in the time you've been with me in the commentary box, it's really important to nail that first turn, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And get
Sawyer Henderson has dropped back even more.
We got
contact warning of the 67 Reggie DeFissy.
Yeah, Reggie DeFissy got to be careful going forward. So as Alfie Love from earlier in the race, a nice move there up the inside.
Mason Becker's took advantage as well.
Yeah, and Jensen
But can Dino hold it on?
Dino Rowland's going to go around the outside. Oh, and using a bit of the curb for good measure there as well. Jensen Kuhler around the outside of Mason Becker. Coming to Gasworks
Mason
here.
Becker's on the inside of Dino. Oof. But does Dino get the cut back?
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be close. I think just about.
Mason Becker took the advantage and now overtaken Dino Rowlands.
Yeah, so here we are, and then they're very close on the straight. Marcus Cooper, Jensen Kuhler, Mason Becker, Dino Rowlands, Sawyer Henderson, Joshua Bailey, and James Murfitt is your top 10 at the moment. But again, it could all change because there's 30 seconds plus 1 lap to go. It looks like, will they possibly get in another 2 laps, or it might look? I'm just trying to see.
It'll be
close.
I think they'll get about. I think they'll get another lap, maybe. It'll be close.
It'll be close to see if we've got 3 more racing laps or 2 more. It depends how far our leaders are in the lead.
Dino Rowlands have taken Mason Becker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dino Rowlands then up into P6 and then coming down into Gasworks then. And who are we picking up here then? We're picking up Luca Biocchi at the front and Archie Cannon.
I think these
in
two
P2.
might have a bit of a scrap at the front, so Archie Loveridge might take the advantage of that and catch up.
Let's see how this all unfolds then.
Final lap.
Our final lap. They're getting very close to each other. They're both the Apollo Karts racers, wanting the victory, sensing the trophy for this Honda Cadet final. They are leaving nothing out there. You can see they're using 100% of that Honda Cadet kart, using it to the max of the proper G-force as they go for all these corners.
Archie Cannon on the inside.
And a great defence there
by
Luca Biocchi and Archie Cannon.
Archie Cannon trying to get it as well, but Luke is on the inside.
Great defence by Luca. Archie, though, will be wanting to sniff this back. He knows that there's loads of opportunities running out, but hopefully maybe there's got to be a move into Gasworks, hasn't there?
There might be a move unless Luca defends.
Is it going to be around the outside or a switchback from Archie Cannon? Well defended from Luca Biocchi, but here we come then through the final few corners.
Final corner.
And
Luca Biocchi's still at front.
And into the final corner, out the final turn. It looks
and
like
maybe
Luca
Biocchi's won.
He's got. It's going to be on the line. It's so close.
Who's won?
But Luca Baiocchi
won it by 4 thousandths of a second.
That's incredible. Wow, what incredibly
Dino
close
Rowlands
racing.
fourth and Archie Loveridge third. Archie's had a good race so far, from 6th to 3rd, and Dino's gone from 5th to 4th. Archie Cannon start leading and is now swapped around with Luca Baiocchi.
There we are, all not too happy with who we saw come across the line now. I believe that was the 82 of Ollie Knox. Not looking too happy. Who you were mentioning earlier was in your awning this weekend, I believe, if I got that right. But let me run through the Honda Cadet final results then. Who's taking the trophy home this weekend? It's Luca Baiocchi. Archie Cannon is P2, Archie Loveridge P3, Dino Rowlands P4.
Unless there's maybe a 5-second pen. Nose cone?
I can't.
We don't know
We
yet.
can't see any yet. It all depends. Of course, these are provisional results. P5, Marcus Cooper, Jensen Kula, Sawyer Henderson, P7, Joshua Bailey, P8, Mason Becker, P9, Sebastian McCarthy is P10. 11th is Ben Bowers, James Murphy P12, Alistair Saunders P13, and Henry Colborne is P14. Bradley Sutton is in P15, Seth Wright P16, Freddie Drury 17th, Luke Hamill, Ollie Knox, Keen Delaney, Finley Fursfield. Keen Delaney making his debut at the Kart Championship this weekend, so be happy with a midfield result and getting his eye in his first round. Reggie Trufisi, who was in P23, had the contact warning but managed to avoid a penalty. Joshua Doherty, Oliver Ratton in P25, Jensen Drummond 26th, and Tommy Burgoyne P27. Phoebe Shelton P28, Archie Edgar P29, Finn Hollis P30, Eric Grisbeck is in 31st, and Alfie Love in P32, Isaac Young and Jacob Jones rounding off the field. Well, there we are then. There we go. Yep. That's all good fun. You want to stick around? You want to go out there? It's been great to have you here.
I think I've got to go now.
Yeah, that's all good.
It was good, nice doing this.
Yeah, Luke, great to meet you, mate. And thank you for being on with us. It's been great to have you here in the... Oh, I'll just pick up your mic bit there. That's fine. Thank you for your insight and expertise. And, good luck with the rest of the season. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again. Thank you for coming here. So we'll let Luke go out the commentary box, as you can see on me now. And we will be moving shortly on to our next race. We're flying through them here at the moment, and all to come in the near future. Just sorting out my papers here as we do between each race, and we are going to be next on to our mighty cadets. However, I am hearing just now that it might be starting to rain, which is very, very interesting indeed. First mixed conditions then of this 2026 championship, possibly, and between the mechanics and the drivers, who will have maybe both sets of tyres ready on their trolleys in the dummy grid, they'll be wondering whether to fit those dry tyres and risk it and see if it's wet enough, or whether they'll need the wet tyres to be able to get through towards the end of this final. Few different mixed messages out there on the circuit. Some people are saying there's rain, some people are saying there isn't. People out there on the cameras are hard-working cameramen bringing you the action here across Warden Law this weekend. It's a toing and a froing as to whether it's going to rain or not. But it is some darker clouds for me if I look out my commentary box here, that there could possibly be some precipitation in a very short while. So we've had pretty good weather as it goes. I don't want to jinx it too much. We've had pretty good weather as it happens for our Warden Law Round 1, first of all, in 2026. Is it going to stay that way, though, before we get through to the sort of end of our racing action? We're hoping to finish at around about 4 p.m. Or just after about 20 past 4 GMT time. If you're watching around the world on our Alpha Live stream, let me take a look at some of your comments here. Great drive from Logan Rolfe, says William Bennett Motorsport in the Intermax class, and a great scuffle there wasn't there, between all of them. And we have got Come On Hugo and Sam, and we were having a lot of cheers there for, I think it was Hugo Moulton in the previous classes as well. Go Theo, we have from TC Racer, Isaac Young getting a lot of support in that recent one as well. And Lorraine Joss says, you go Luca, who picked up the win in that last race here at Warden Law in the northeast of the UK in Sunderland. Going to move on shortly to our next final. 3 races to go then in this TKC Championship of round 1. And put in the comments below, what's been the favourite race you've seen so far today? We've had great action, I think, in a junior Rotax. That was a really good battle. In the Rotax Inter as well, we had toing and throwing quite a lot. Who have been the drivers you've been most excited about? Right, let's get into the next race and see how this is going to unfold. Okay then, so let's go in to our Mighty Cadet final, all electric karts for this race. Ansel Murray on pole ahead of Harry Stinson and Heath Smith. Henry Hales is in P4. Elliot Hitch, Freddie Dye is in P6. Jax Wong in P7. P8 is Arthur Thompson. Junior Wright is in P9. Jacob Amos Pierce Gauntlet is in P11. And P12 is Frank Pearson. And on to P13 and 14. To 14 runners in this Mighty Cadet race. We've got Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis rounding off those final few. As you can see, making their way out of the paddock here. And just whilst they go round and sort themselves out, and go round for a starting grid, a start from the grid. No rolling starts here, a standing start. Getting away from there. Just want to tell you about our sponsors for the TKC throughout 2026 are RaceCloud AI, the one-stop shop and platform for all of your race management needs between crew, kit and setup improvements and times, and using AI to do all of those kinds of things there. And also Victory Shine, providing the best kind of cloths to clean your karts, so every kind of millisecond counts when you're cleaning your go-karts, don't they, in any class, but particularly maybe in this Mighty Cadet Final, which you might be seeing on the screen there, Senior Rotax. It's a bit later. We've got our Mighty Cadets first of all. So this is our younger drivers in the class, particularly, and all electric karts. Our Senior Rotax ones will be next race. This one is the all electric, so we will get underway very, very shortly, and doing a rolling start somewhat here, and for the final, and all bumping each other, trying to get into position. And it looks like it's a rolling start then for our runners. I thought it was going to be a standing start, but here we go then. And we got a driver out there to one side. Confusion, sorry. We thought this was going to be the Mighty Cadets, but I think we've gone into this is the Mighty Cadets. I'm hearing kart noises, but I'm hearing the silence. I'm pretty sure we're in Mighty Cadets right now because we can see our numbers, yeah. Ansel Murray and Heath Smith, Harry Stinson, Henry Hales, Freddie Dye, Jax Wong and Arthur Thompson and Jacob Amos. I was hearing sounds basically in the paddock, and that was basically throwing me off just slightly. So we are in our Mighty Cadet final here, and we are into the first lap with 11 minutes to go and one lap here. Nice move there. Looks like up the inside from Freddie Dye on Elliot Hitch in this Mighty Cadet. Ansel Murray takes the lead with P1 out there ahead of Heath Smith in P2. Harry Stinson then gone down into P3 for this first part of the race and looking to hopefully recover then going forward in this Honda into this mighty final. And pretty close in the middle of the pack here, and that's Henry Hales trying to size up Freddie Dye there on the inside and coming through the Dunlop chicane now and round onto the back straight. We have Ansel Murray out in the lead, and then lots of chasers trying to chase him down. Nice move up the inside, it looked like there, from Jacob Amos on Arthur Thompson, who's been enjoying himself in the paddock this weekend. Was chatting to dad and driver as well, very much enjoying all things going on this weekend. The RCE, they're coming through turn 1 of Heath Smith then in P2, and now right, very well, kind of close through to P1, but we've got right on the back there Harry Stinson all over him, and making a move then is Harry Stinson up the inside of the second and first Sennas, the second one coming now, and getting a good run then Harry Stinson out of this into the Dunlop chicane, and then we'll probably want to work together, try and close down towards Ansel Murray, who has got the fastest lap at the moment by a good 3 to 4 tenths of a second, whilst these lot battle. Ansel Murray is enjoying building a lead out in front once again here at Warden Law in this mighty final, and taking home the trophy as well. So they come down the start-finish straight and into turn 1 we go. Can you spot the braking point? Yes, they can, and carry as much speed as they want into there with Harry Stinson trying to keep all across that. You can see Ansel Murray now, though, building a massive gap in terms of mighty Bambino, because all these karts are pretty similar. And Ansel looking over his shoulder thinking, lovely stuff, I can breathe a little bit, I can control the pace. However, it can all change very quickly. No mistakes you will need out there around this Warden Law circuit. You can see the 117 Freddie Dye coming through the chicane of our Dunlop chicane at Warden Law of our mighty karts. And who's this? Having a little look up the inside, it looks like that Henry Hales, that's a fancy move on Freddie Dye. Who's going to come out on top then as we come into the horseshoe? And it looks like Henry Hales has held on to that move and then is going to go up into P4 here round this Warden Law track as they come hurtling then down the start-finish straight. The sound of the rolling of the tyres with these all-electric karts reverberating around the paddock, and into the dogleg section, a bit of a screech of tyres as they come into the first Senna and the second Senna, and all keeping each other pretty in check with what's happening at the moment. Henry Hales there has a lot of plaudits from a couple of our guests in the commentary box today, and doing really impressively, sitting out in P4 right now. Although it looks like there's a great run from Henry Hales, looking to go up the inside of Heath Smith, and he's done just that. Might have got a bad run, did Freddie Dye, out of, that was Jax Wong going up the inside of Freddie Dye rather. So that's Jax Wong getting a nice move there onto P5. And as we go down the start-finish straight once again, you'll see that Henry Hales now has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute .127, setting the pace by a good sort of half a tenth out there with our mighty Bambino final at the moment. And they come now through the dogleg into Senna 1, Senna 2, and these two here kind of pulled away and peeled back from the drivers in front of them. So Jax Wong want to catch up maybe to Henry Hales and bring Freddie Dye with him to try and see if they can battle along. So you're now seeing the front of the pack here is, I'm pretty sure, near the front of the pack. No, that is, so there's P1, P2, P3, P4 in your shot, and the back of their P4, this is third place at the moment. Heath Smith trying to battle off Henry Hales at the moment and trying to see who is going to make the first move and the first mistake. Looking over the shoulder is Heath Smith to see if Henry Hales is going to chance it down into turn 1. Might look up the inside for the first centre into the dogleg, but not really happening there for him. A nice taking of the curb there from Henry Hales. Looked like he gained some time trying to make a move, but then Heath Smith says, please, can we work together? The RCE driver trying to push along to catch up with Harry Stinson, who is 8/10 off Ansel Murray. The gap coming down slightly, but Ansel maybe just taking a little bit of time to gather his thoughts and take a little bit of pressure out of his tyres and a bit of wear and a bit of, well, energy, not just from his body, but from also the karts that are hurtling around with their chassis and all of the things going on there. So lots happening here as we come through turn 1 and go into Brian's Bend once again, and let's just listen to some of the tyre action here, because you can hear just how much they're physically pushing it. And then you will come back to Centre 1 and Centre 2, and picking up on shot here is the down towards Jacob Amos and Junior Wright. Jacob Amos down in P8, Junior Wright in P7 at the moment, and we've got a contact warning of Arthur Thompson earlier in the race, and Junior Wright with that contact warning in P7 as well. So we are looking at a very interesting midfield scrap going on here, particularly, and now got the gap of Heath Smith and Henry Hales here, looking like it's going to be a really strong couple of corners for them. And all the while, though, they're bothering with people like themselves driving into this part of the track. They're letting Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray get away. Who do we want to see come out on top in this one on our Alpha Live YouTube live streams, and also on the Kart Championship as well? Let us know your comments on there on the chat, and we'll get some of your reaction and support read out as we go through our last races and finals today. And we're coming down into the gasworks again, and Heath Smith again signalling earlier, wanting to work on going forward as much as possible. And Henry Hales, though, trying to work with him and might be getting a bit frustrated in his machine, wanting to push ahead and saying, I've got more pace, I want to use this, I want to get ahead, and you're not going to let me through. We want to see really what unfolds in the next couple of laps, but we've got support for Harry Stinson in P2, who's trying to close down to Ansel Murray. The gap right now, latest gap, is down to 3/10, so Harry Stinson is probably buying his time up at the front. And here we are then with the front two. The gap was about 1.4 seconds earlier on in the race, and now Harry has really closed up on Ansel. Does Ansel have the answer to hold off a charge from Harry Stinson behind him in this gasworks section now coming through the horseshoe? We've got Roisin Stars on the Alpha Live Chat YouTube channel in our stream saying, go Harry, to try and chase down after Ansel Murray. Thank you to everyone that is watching along with our coverage today. As we come down then into turn 1, the gap down to 0.2 of a second. Absolutely nothing to choose between these two drivers now, as we get into the closing stages of this mighty Bambino final. And these two have always been the ones to watch, and that looks like you will be watching this as well, because Harry Stinson up the inside of Ansel Murray. That support there on the live stream, he might have heard from thousands of miles, hundreds of miles away, because it's worked in his overtake towards getting past Ansel Murray. But you bet Ansel Murray's not going to just lie down and let that happen. He's going to stick to the back and now try and see if he can become the hunter that was hunted just a moment ago. Here we are then with probably about a couple of laps left in this mighty Bambino final. as we come across the start-finish line. We are focusing on your top two with Harry Stinson setting the fastest lap, a couple of attempts quicker than Ansel Murray right now, but it looks like Ansel is starting to dial in and really hunt down the best he can to make Harry Stinson now make a mistake through any section of this Warden Law circuit. 12 turns we go around here, 12 opportunities to make a mistake and lose time with how you approach them. Hard on the brakes as much as you dare into all of these technical corners of Senna 1, Senna 2 and through the Dunlop chicane as we come down the back straight here. Will Harry Stinson have a little check over his shoulder to see where Ansel is? No, he's confident that he's got enough of a gap, and P3 and 4 here to have swapped around, and Heath Smith is now down into P4, Henry Hales in P3, so there's movement behind as well. But let's go to our front runners. Oh, and there's a great battle going on there between the Heath Smith and Henry Hales as P3 and P4, so we want to fold away from that, and this is them. So this is Heath Smith now back in third place. And now we come to your front runners here. Harry Stinson keeping Ansel Murray in front. There is nothing to choose between these two drivers. Harry Stinson has put in a great performance, takes the defensive line into the first Senna. How will he approach the second Senna? Yes, he goes deep and inside again. Ansel Murray will try to cut back and go round the outside into the Dunlop chicane. It's not quite working for him. Harry Stinson stays in front, looking to carry the momentum. It looks like Ansel's got the slight jump on the momentum. Will Ansel Murray do the switchback, hang it around the outside? Harry Stinson uses all the track that he can on the inside. Will there be a look at a move into the final couple of corners? Can Ansel Murray do anything to answer to Harry Stinson? He chucks a nose cone up the inside. They touch, and it's going to be a drag race to the line, and it's Harry Stinson who takes victory from Ansel Murray. Wow, so close again. 0.067 between them on the start line. Where's the photo finish? Because I think we need to see it. Wow, incredible. Quite remarkable races here at the Kart Championship. This is what it's all about. This championship is becoming known and loved for a reason, and that's because we have such a competitive field, and you've just seen it there on show in our mighty Bambino final. I've enjoyed myself so much the last few races. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm going to take a drink because my voice is struggling. So, you know. Talk amongst yourselves, you know? It's fine. Okay, right, now that that's a bit better, you know, commentating for the whole day, which don't get my tiny violin out, it's great, but it's been great fun, and the reason I've been shouting at the top of my lungs has been so exciting to see all of this amazing racing. So let's maybe run through the final results then for your mighty Bambinos in this final. Harry Stinson then. Been great to see him around in the paddock. Caught up with him earlier actually, just before he went out for his final. Was feeling confident and optimistic that he could take the victory. And look how it's happened there. Held on right at the end for the challenge of the fast charging Ansel Murray. In control for a lot of that race, but Ansel Murray in P2. Heath Smith to P3, Henry Hales P4. Jack Swong, Freddie Dye, Arthur Thompson, Junior Wright, Jacob Amos, Elliot Hitch, Pierce Gauntlet, Arthur Bath, Frank Pearson and Hadley Jarvis to P14. And that's all of your runners, because there was only 14 runners in our mighty Cadet final. And a great race that was. And can we just say as well, Harry Stinson, a privateer. Very impressive result for a privateer to be up there in this class and just not caring about any of the politics or the teams out there that might have an advantage maybe over one or another. That is a great performance, well-deserved victory from Harry Stinson, and looking forward to seeing how Harry progresses throughout the season in this mighty Cadet Bambino Championship, or the Cadet Championship, because it's the Cadet Kart Championship. The Bambinos, of course, they've all moved up from. There's loads of people moving about in the different classes. And we're going to try and see if we can look back at some of the incredible action we've just witnessed. And here we go then. So this is a battle between the two right at the front. This is Harry Stinson keeping Ansel Murray honest. And this is the last moments of the corner. Ansel Murray trying everything, getting his kart on the inside. As you can see, just about going in. And you see how close it is coming across the start-finish line. There is nothing in that. And that, my friends, is a photo finish, if you needed one. Just in front. Harry Stinson bringing it home. And now on to our penultimate final of the day for Senior Rotax. So here they are then, making their way around for their formation lap in Senior Rotax. And of course, Senior Rotax are oldest category in the Kart Championships. Lots of experience by this point of all of our drivers that have maybe come up through a couple of the categories, couple of the ranks here, particularly in the Kart Championship, in other championships as well. Let's get you a look at your starting grid then for the Senior Rotax final after their super heats. Harrison Crowther is on pole with Hugh Moulton in P2, Joshua Smith and Oliver Liversedge is on row 2. Row 3 is Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Kai Newman. Row 4 is Rory Hinckley and Riley Bishop is on a row there on P8. Row 5, Benjamin Lee, Melissa Adrian, Lewis Sumner and Drew Friesner down to row 6. Jamie Kirkbride, Scott McDowell, Christopher Hughes, Hayden Sherwood, Ross Tyler and James Kell is on P18. Part of the Ultimate R team there, the vice champ in Junior KC last year, looking to build on that. And Senior Rotax, Max Sheldon Hayward, Sam Kelbrick, Dylan Tracy, George Cole, P22, Lewis Holt, 23, and Cassidy Southall, 24th. Connor Tubby, Oliver Lomax, Zach Kane, Elliot Surtees, Joshua Jarvis, and Jack Gillicuddy, and Eddie King and Thomas Ambler rounding off. And Thomas Ambler had to peel off and was out of the previous races, I believe, earlier on in the super heats, if my memory serves me right. So great to see Michael back out racing, getting the karts ready back in one shape, and hopefully can make a few places up in this Senior Rotax final, which we are about to commence here. Who is going to take home the most treasured trophy of all here around Warden Law? And we're going to go racing. Yes, we are go for the Senior Rotax final, and it's a hold of lead out in the front for Harrison Crowther as they come through Brian's Bend and all find their way through the tight and twisty section there, and then a sharp all left. Oh, and a kart going a bit mid-air there, getting caught on another one in the background. Not sure who that was, but hopefully on their way now and not too much to worry about in terms of performance for the rest of the race. You can see Harrison Crowther followed by Hugh Moulton. Hugh Moulton's been up and thereabouts. Oh, and who's that out of the race? That's our number 20 driver. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing any further part in this race. That is Lewis Holt. Oh, so gutted to see a driver going out in the final. The Lewis Holt for the X-Kart team has been doing some wet testing in Rowra, not really coming to fruition sadly today when he wet over testing, and won't want to be seeing this race again. So we come through for Harrison Crowther in P1, Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Rory Hinckley in P5, P6 Benjamin Lee, Oliver Liversedge, Kai Newman, Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner is your top 10. Rory Hinckley is part of the JWR Racing, is aiming for podiums in this season, and as I said earlier on in some of the super heats, Rory Hinckley's first time in owner-driver competition, so doing pretty well up there in P5, if you do say so myself. And going there, then a nice move from Benjamin Lee on Rory Hinckley for P5, and just like that, the midfield starting to take its course and see it shaping up for frenetic action here round this Warden Law circuit, which is the fastest we have of the weekend. Benjamin Lee into P4 as well. And a fastest lap for Joshua Smith at the moment of 53.17, a smidge faster than the competitor out in front of Hugh Moulton. On screen right there, Benjamin Lee leading that charge in P4. Nice dive down the inside there from Kai Newman on Elliot Dalton Ayres up into P6. They won't mind that at all. Kai Newman, the Ultimate R team, hoping to maybe gain back that ground in this race. Elliot Dalton Ayres is looking for an impressive follow-up to his 2025 campaign, P3 in TKC Championship in 2025. So hopefully that's going to push on from P6 where he's sitting currently, but a competitive field right now as we come across the start line. Another fastest lap set now, training of fastest laps for Hugh Moulton in P2. So all setting the pace, throwing tenths and seconds back towards each other. And the gap is about a quarter of a second between him and Harrison Crowther out front in this senior Rotax final. Number 31 diving down the inside. You saw there Lewis Sumner having a look at Riley Bishop for a move there as we come through and out of the two centres into the Dunlop chicane. And you can see Elliot Dalton Ayres, the leader of this pack, trying to keep everything in the right order that he would like and using all the curb and the runoff onto that left side out of Gasworks to gain as much lap time as you can through there. You can jump on board with number 17, Harrison Crowther rather, leading the way ahead of Hugh Moulton. Here we go then for our latest run through the start-finish line, and let's see how Hugh is shaping up. A possible move, but with 8 minutes and a lap to go, might be wanting to hold off on that at the moment. Looking very composed is Harrison Crowther out front as he comes for the, as I say that, comes for this section of the track, and a nice dive down the inside then. Hugh Moulton makes his move to take the lead here, going down towards Gasworks. Will he retain the lead? It's a nice dive up the inside again, but not nice enough because Harrison Crowther has lost out to positions behind him. Joshua Smith getting in on the action now as well, but managing to hold P2. And Benjamin Lee also wants a piece of the action as well. Hugh Moulton then in the lead. Harrison Crowther, P2, Benjamin Lee, Joshua Smith, P4, Joshua Smith with the fastest lap of the race, down to James Kell now in P21. Fastest times being traded right throughout the field. And coming through into the centre sections, there are ample opportunities all over, including that one right there. Joshua Smith up the inside of Benjamin Lee onto the podium then. A great performance and drive from him at the moment. Just had a contact warning there from Harrison Crowther in P2, battling with P1's Hugh Moulton right now. So wanting to be very careful as to how the racecraft goes from here on in, and the stewards have their eye on Harrison Crowther, who's had an impressive weekend up to now through the superheats and into the final. Some adjustments of the radiators on the straights, get some cool air in that go-kart and that engine so it can perform to the best of its ability and give it more performance in these tight, twisty sections here. Great acceleration and giving you the best traction and grip out of the technical, tricky, twisty corners here we have in the second sector. Centre 1, Centre 2, coming through here out of Centre 2 and towards the Dunlop chicane. So we're all sort of settled out a little bit though. As I say that, it looks like a bit of a move. Was having a look at Harrison Crowther there on the back of Hugh Moulton, but nothing doing as we come through in the horseshoe and into the newly created Paddock Bend this year in 2022. It's a warning for Lewis Sumner down the way in P8 as well. Got to watch his contact. And defensive manoeuvres being made. One move being made to defend your racing line and stop your rival behind diving up the inside. Got to be very careful not to leave that too late, but great racing and fair racing out there at the moment. Defending the inside and a nice move round the outside there, it looked like, from Rory Hinckley on Benjamin Lee, trying to make the most of this traffic jam that's starting to form at the start of the field at the moment. Hugh Moulton looks like he's really backing up the pack at the moment, and Harrison Crowther all over the back of Hugh, trying to see if he can spot an opportunity. And meanwhile, that's letting all of these drivers closer into the race, into this top three. You've got Joshua Smith on the back of the front two as well now. It's closed the gap. There is nothing to choose between, tenths of a second between all of them. We come over for another lap and a look up the inside. Is he going to make the move stick? He certainly is. Harrison Crowther takes the lead again from Hugh Moulton for P1 in this senior Rotax final. And it's all change here at Warden Law, and all to play for here as we go into our penultimate final of this weekend at the Kart Championship. Not disappointing at all, or a little bit of a bump into the back there of Harrison Crowther, who is now in P1. Did Hugh Moulton. Got to be careful that that nose cone doesn't take too much of a hit and damage, because you'll be getting that nose cone penalty that we do not want to be affecting things towards the end of the race. The last thing the teams and the mechanics want, with all the hard work that's gone in over the weekend here in the paddock and through qualifying and the practice on Saturday and on the Friday. Here we are then across the line once more. The confirmation that Harrison Crowther is in P1 with Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, and whilst all these three are battling, they're letting a whole gaggle of karts come in behind them. Rory Hinckley, Benjamin Lee, Lewis Sumner, Kai Newman. It's anyone's race at the moment, all within pretty much a second of each other. This is fantastic close racing here at Warden Law into the Senna 1 and Senna 2. Harrison Crowther might want to breathe a little bit here if he can, but it's not going to be any let up for him coming through the Dunlop chicane. And Hugh Moulton trying to sense maybe a move into Gasworks, but Harrison Crowther very wise to that. It looks like a nice move up the inside there. Was that from Lewis Sumner on Benjamin Lee into Gasworks? So he'll say thank you very much, don't mind if I do. Coming again for another lap here is fast and it's furious here at Warden Law. No messing about. Lewis Sumner up into P4 with Rory Hinckley, Benjamin Lee, Kai Newman, Riley Bishop behind, and Oliver Liversedge and Melissa Adrian keeping up your top 10 right now through the dogleg, over the curb. Take as much of a straight line as you can to get a maximisation of that lap time and not leave anything out there on the circuit. Everyone hugging that Senna 1 chicane to get as much as they can. Oh, and a bit of a dive bomb there from the Rory Hinckley JWR, I believe that is go-kart team coming through there, and a very brave move to not try and take out all the rest of the drivers in all of what was going on. Aiming for a podium and wanting to get as close to that as he can, as we have 2 minutes 15 and a lap to go here at Warden Law. 52nd is your lap time, 52 seconds is your lap time. James Kell still with the fastest lap of the race in P16 at the moment. Is there any more left in the tank? Any more of an inch for these drivers in this senior Rotax class to find that extra edge and push forward towards the front of the field? Through Senna 1 and Senna 2 then. It's all kind of calmed down a little bit for this portion, particularly of the race. Famous last words, of course, of a commentator. But it looks like Harrison Crowther has used a bit of this downtime to pull a little bit of a gap. Half a second now out in the lead, asserting the dominance as we see running out wide there. The car of Elliot Dalton Ayres not going to get wide as he can, particularly too much. And we can see further back now we've got some action with Drew Priesner and James Kell down in P15. We're picking up the battle here, I believe, for Elliot Surtees, and a bit further down Elliot Dalton Ayres down in P11 and P12. Battles happening all throughout this field, whilst the 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 scrap at the front, and every point, every finishing position is vital going forward in the Kart Championship in this season of TKC, where we'll be off to PF International in our next weekend very, very soon. But right now we're focusing on Senior Rotax and the final. It looks like they're going to get in 2 more laps around this Warden Law circuit, and they're coming across the line then. Harrison Crowther coming across the line, followed by Hugh Moulton, and Crowther's got a nice gap now of 0.6 of a second that he can play with a little bit, and has a little bit of a benchmark to take victory there. Nearly lost the back end, I want to say, coming into the dogleg section, but managed to keep it going in one straight line. Joshua Smith, Kai Newman, followed by Rory Hinckley, Benjamin Lee, Riley Bishop, Oliver Liversedge, Lewis Sumner and Melissa Adrian. Who can make the moves count as we get towards the final stages of this senior Rotax final? Look at the gap that Crowther has developed for himself. Is he going to hold on to that as we go throughout the rest of this senior Rotax final? It remains to be seen as we get towards the final stages of all of our racing here. We come across then for the final lap, and let's see how the whole field is all going to pan out towards the front of the race. Crowther looking like there's enough of a gap here to claim victory and the senior Rotax trophy here at Warden Law this weekend, but anything can change. Any mistake can let in Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, Kai Newman, and any penalties as well that might come into play from race control. On board here with the 53, Hugh Moulton got Joshua Smith right on his tail for company, and it's looking like these two have let the leader fall away, and it's all about second, third and fourth now. Joshua Smith is hunting that P2, wants to get higher on the podium, but we've got Joshua Smith and Kai Newman all in it as well. But look at the gap that Crowther's built for himself. He's going to come across the line to take victory here for your senior Rotax final at Warden Law. A great performance and a great drive, controlling the pace in that second half of the race with Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, Kai Newman, Rory Hinckley, Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner, Oliver Liversedge, Melissa Adrian in P9 and Benjamin Lee in P10. Melissa Adrian gaining a place there up into P9, so a good performance from her. We do have some penalty warnings, but we've got one penalty for James Kell that we can see here on our screens, a 5-second penalty for James Kell down in P15, who did have the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, so had the pace out there, but just got caught up in the midfield. It might drop James Kell down a little bit into the P20 positions, but here is your provisional result then, and final of the Rotax seniors here at Warden Law. Harrison Crowther brings it home to take the trophy here at Warden Law. Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, Kai Newman and Rory Hinckley are your top 5. Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner, Oliver Liversedge, Melissa Adrian, Benjamin Lee, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Jamie Kirkbride, Ross Tyler and Drew Preisner is your top 14. James Kell in P15, although, as I said, has that 5-second penalty, so could drop down here to close to P20 as we're looking at, with Max Sheldon Hayward in P16, Scott McDowell, Hayden Sherwood, Christopher Hughes, Elliot Surtees, George Cole, Zach Kane, Oliver Lomax, Cassidy Southall, Connor Tubby, Sam Kelbrick and Dylan Tracy is P27. And Eddie King in P28, Thomas Ambler going up a few places, but start at the back of the grid there, making a little bit of a recovery. Jack McGillicuddy is in P30, followed by Joshua Jarvis and Lewis Holt, who sadly didn't make the finish. Well, here we are then. We have gone through a whole day of karting action, and it's been frenetic in here. It's been absolutely crazy, and so many of you have been getting in touch on our live stream. We've got Charlie France, go on Rory, he says. Rory Hinckley was vying for in that race in P5 for the JWR team. I think a very impressive performance in that race for sure. It was great to see him come up a couple of places from P7, so that was really nice to see. We've also got a good fight with Henry and Ansel in the Mighty Cadets earlier on. That there from Beatrix Strangerun 7707. Classy surnames or usernames even for our Kart Championship live stream. And great to see your comments keeping coming in. So we've got our final race of the day very shortly. if you would like to let me know who you think your driver of the weekend has been on the live stream, I would love to know. Get that on the Alpha Live YouTube stream and channel on the Kart Championship as well. Let's go into that final race. Here we are then. There's a Junior Primos. Just like that, we've gone through heats, we've gone through super heats, we've gone through qualifying, and we've gone through all the finals but one. And we're going to finish today a very exciting weekend, which has been great to be with you for all of these different classes. Back to our Junior Primo final for the last race of the day. Jacob Underhill, Jude Putterfoot, Jackson Heath, Aaron Berridge, Layla Berryman in P5. Done well there to get in that final, considering the bad luck she's had with all of those. P6, Arthur Murphy, Lucas Esser, Toby Wortley, Archie Thoman Evans, Morgan Gooney, Zane Perry and Odysseus Hull is P12. Oscar Dillneck in P13, Jerry Dufusy, Ruben Jenkins, Harry Might Waldron, Rebecca Reestall and Hakeem Bart in P18. Shay Laird, Bertie Hodgson and Harvey Everts and Jacob Kent, Alfie Skit and Jack Wykes in P24. Down to row 13, Lily Cantillon, Cora Moore, Ashton Bailey, Elliot Daimlo, Logan Nixon and Jack Smith to P30. And our final places are Liam Dooling, Riley Linnell and Jake Richardson and Luke Jardine, who was in the commentary box with me not too long ago, keeping up with all the racing action, and hope you appreciated his insight and all of the guests we've had in today. So here we go then, Junior Primo. That nice step between two classes before we get into Junior Rotax to give them a bit of a warm-up between all of them, rather diving straight in and being with different competitors in a higher class. Can we make this race as exciting as all the other ones we've had before? Is this going to be the race of the weekend? The Junior Primo, as we had earlier in our Super Heats, had a couple of false starts with lots of people vying to try and get that edge at the start. But hopefully Jacob Underhill will be looking to stick with pole as he goes into turn one, and Jude Putterfoot would be looking to put past incidents in the weekend so far to one side as they all line up into the tram lines. And are we going racing here at Warden Law? Yes, we are. There's a green flag, and here we go. Oh, there's hands up. It looks like, I think that's going to be a false start. So we're not going racing just yet for our Junior Primes. You can see the green chevron flag there, which means you've got to do another formation lap, do a bit of warm-up, and get some more heat into your tyres, particularly as well. Junior Primo category, Primo category has been really great, I think, to be watching all of this weekend. Very, very fiercely competitive and lots of talent out there for sure. Jacob Underhill in the JDR team, Club 100 Cadet champion is worth saying. Dad got experience at Aston Martin F1, so great to hear that sort of Formula 1 experience maybe filtering through to Jacob in his bid for this Junior Primo 2026 final trophy. Is that going to translate? Jude Putterfoot hoping to bring a trophy home for the X-Kart team, won the Saudi Worlds very, very recently in his career, Club 100 as well. His nickname is the Duck. Hopefully he won't be a sitting duck with many people trying to overtake him into the certain corners around here at Warden Law. Of these 12 exhilarating turns in Junior Primo. Giving little head signals, are they just looking ahead? Are they saying, please guys, can we just have the start that we want? Don't mess it up for me. Let's see if they all behave themselves as they go into the tram lines. And we're going racing, are we here in Warden Law? Yes, we are going. No, it's another false start, it looks like. And now we're on to our second false start. If we get towards our third false start, we know the rules in karting, our race director, Dan Ashton, will be pulling our two front drivers onto the grid, Jacob Underhill and Jude Putterfoot, and it will be the last thing that they want to happen. And we'll have to red flag the race and do it all over again. But it looks like maybe that was a false start because of the problem we had with that number 11 car there for Logan Nixon, the Thistle and Rose Racing team. It's the first full season for them, never driven at this kind of level before. So unfortunate to see them out of the race this early. But let's hope that full start was just because of that incident, because if we do get a third full start, we might be heading for a bit of a slap wrists in terms of karting territory, and reminding the drivers of the discipline needed to go in the tram lines and get our race underway here for our Junior Primo final. So we've had 2 bites of the cherry. Is it going to be third time lucky for our drivers to come round Paddock Bend and finally bring home this trophy that they've been vying for all of this weekend? They're coming round incredibly slowly, all in formation. They'll be even more cautious, you'd think, to get this right this time. And let's go again, shall we? Fingers crossed we all get through the tram lines. And are we going racing for Junior Primo? Yes, we are. We have green flag. Oh, we got some karts off in the background there as we're going into this turn 1 with lots of side-by-side action. And who is that up into the lead? I believe that was a move on the inside, and that is, I think Jackson Heath has got up into P1. No, it was Layla Berryman into P1 for not very long. So Layla Berryman, what a great start from her, from P5, now down into P2. Won't mind that too much, but it's got to be very careful on her tail with pressure from there. And then we have, out in the lead now, coming towards Gasworks, it's Jacob Underhill, I think, who's retained the lead around this Junior Primo final. All very close on the back of Layla Berryman. That was some close racing there between Aaron Berridge and Layla Berryman. Aaron coming out on top, some fierce close racing in this Junior Primo class, and not leaving anything to chance out there on this Warden Law circuit. Jacob Underhill then has retained the lead from Layla Berryman. The 8/10 gap now with Aaron Berridge and Arthur Murphy and Lucas Esser is your top 5. And Jude Pudfoot in P7 with Jackson Heath just ahead of and Zane Perry P8. Toby Wortley and Morgan Cooney. Here we are watching Arthur Murphy chasing down then after Layla Berryman, because there's been some change of positions between Aaron Berridge and the likes of Layla Berryman as well. So Arthur, I'm getting all my names mixed up. Aaron Berridge, Aaron's and Arthur's, they're very similar. Aaron Berridge and Arthur, and there's a contact there, an investigation we're seeing with Jude Pudderfoot and Jacob Underhill for the race start on the, I assume, the third and final go we had at starting that race. So they could be under some scrutiny from the stewards, depending on how they perform in this race right now. Jude Pudderfoot, by the way, down to P8 from where he started earlier on in this race. So not a great performance from him where he was so far up. And who is that? I think they've lost power in their engine. Oh, Arthur Murphy. You feel so bad for Arthur Murphy. I think there's been a bit of a crash and a coming together there between the two. I think we just maybe missed that, but there's been a bit of a crash and maybe Arthur Murphy involved in that, as we're watching Lucas Esser leading this group round here with Jackson Heath, I believe, behind, trying to keep that all straight. But hopefully we can keep racing here. That's Jackson Heath with Lucas Esser, Zane Perry, Jude Pudderfoot and Oscar Delenick, and Toby Wortley and Morgan Cooney is your top 10, with Layla Berryman in P3. Aaron Berridge and Jacob Underhill leading the way out front with an 8/10 gap as Jacob Underhill, using all of that experience to his advantage with the Club 100 Cadet Championship under his belt, knows how to bring home a trophy and bring it all in. So they come through the Dunlop chicane and all trying to find their way again, see if they can sniff a move up the inside, and very much fancied there by Oscar Delenick on Jude Pudderfoot, it seems, in through Gasworks and now through the Horseshoe and into Paddock Bend looking like they've made the move stick. Jacob Underhill has got the fastest lap of the race, and a 5-second penalty just popped up on screen for Toby Wortley down in P10. So we'll need to capitalise even more if Toby wants to stay within the top 10 finishers with that penalty to come later. Move up the inside, thrown up the inside there by Jude Pudderfoot on Lucas Esser. However, Lucas keeps ahead as there wasn't enough space really to be playing with. Jude up the inside though, makes it stick out of Senna 1 and closes the door and finishes the move in Senna 2, coming then through to the Dunlop chicane. Nice driving there from Jude, and Lucas though will be wanting to make amends and get right on the back. Maybe into Gasworks. Do you have a look up the inside? No, he stays line astern and comes through into the horseshoe and back towards Paddock Bend. But Jacob Underhill, by the way, building up a great gap out front. 1.2 seconds, 1.4 seconds now, the lead. Look at that gap at the top of your picture up ahead as we battle on and look at this battle for 5th place between Jude and Lucas Esser and Zane Perry and Oscar Delanic. Very close racing here in this part of the field. Trying to go around the outside there as one of the teammates get caught on the curb. That is Zane Perry trying to get around the outside of Lucas Esser. And then coming out of our centres, it's a bit of maybe putting the power down relief. Here is Aaron Berridge though with pressure from Layla Berryman right now. Layla doing all she can to put a lot of pressure on Aaron Berridge, the privateer of a first year in TKC for Aaron, so doing very well up there in P2 at the moment to stave off Layla's charge behind as we come into turn 1 there, and we pick up this group here of 5th again with Jude, Lucas and all keeping each other very honest through the Brian's Bend dogleg section into the first Senna 1 and Senna 2 tight turns we're coming into now. And Zane Perry looking to try and stick with Lucas Esser and Jude at the front of this pack, hoping to bring home some valuable points for his ex-kart team. Closest awning to the dummy grid, not far of a walk for the ex-kart team there. But is it going to come off all of that effort and more relaxing of that awning, particularly going to come to fruition here for Jude, who's working away at the steering wheel there. You can see through Paddock Bend, a very twisty and tricky section now, an adjustment of the radiator as he comes down the start-finish straight to get some air into his Junior Primo go-kart. A nice battle between these two. They're really consistent, not letting up at all, at the pace being kept on firmly by Lucas Esser. If you see behind, you've got Zane Perry also wanting to get in on the action, and Morgan Cooney having a nice look up the inside, maybe nothing doing there out of Senna 2. So with some strong racing going on here between all of our runners. Morgan Cooney at Cato Motorsport, joined by Cato himself, team boss, in the commentary box earlier, talking about a very impressive weekend he's happy with. They've been doing some practice at Warden in the pre-season. Morgan Cooney particularly wants to compete, wants to be up here in the best of these classes, and wants to be finding his way forward in front of P8. And this battle, strong battle we got in the midfield, all close together. As you can see on your screen there, the white helmet, the black race suit, and soaring away at the wheel there into the dogleg section and trying to hustle over that curb as much as you can. Picking up Jude here, and Lucas Esser going through there, back towards Morgan Cooney, towards P8 and P9, and Oscar Delanic, Toby Wortley, all in on this action here at the moment in this midfield. You've got Jacob Underhill, by the way, now with a gap of almost 2 seconds out in front in the lead. Battle for second here, though, with Aaron Berridge, who can't really close that gap down yet to Jacob Underhill, because he's got Layla Berryman for company down in P3, and finding it quite a challenge to activate the human DRS that's might needed to get down this home straight even faster. But Layla is doing a great job here, putting so much pressure under Aaron Berridge, trying to force a mistake through these curbs, through the dog legs, through the Senna. Would he go a bit wide? Would he go defensive here? No, it is as you were. Layla not taking opportunity to have a massive dive yet, with 3 minutes or so on the clock, plus 1 lap left of this Junior Primo final. We've got a mechanical flag for Ruben Jenkins, the number 39. Ruben Jenkins, unfortunately, going to have to retire there. And also Lily as well. Lily Cantillon is going to have to retire as well. Another mechanical flag for her. So they're going to have to pull off into the pits, sadly. That's the end of their Junior Primo final. But we're here in this battle with Jude Pudderfoot for P4, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, with Lucas Esser and Jackson Heath all trying to make their headway up the grid in this Junior Primo final. Coming into the dogleg section over that curb once again, taking as much a straight line as you can. You don't want to unsettle your kart too much as you come through there and into these centre sections as well. Oh, Jude struggling to get on the power there. Lucas sensing that and right on the tail there. Looks like he had a bit of oversteer, a bit of a snap as he come out of the second centre and wanted to get the power down, and that is showing right here because Lucas Esser senses the opportunity that he was struggling out of that turn, and now Lucas Esser up into P4. So that purple pace we were seeing from Jude not really meaning much out in position of the track now, and it looks like Lucas Esser is going to chase after Laylee Berriman if he can and put her under pressure. Now back on board with second and third here. We're seeing Aaron Berridge, the privateer driver, really trying to hold off Layla as best he can and having a little look over the inside. He's gone defensive now, decided to go more defensive, felt like he needed to hold off the charge of Layla Berriman, and that's going to let Layla in for a little bit of a sniff of an opportunity. Coming through the two centre sections and through the Dunlop chicane, it is sort of equalised a bit now, but you can sense Aaron is feeling the heat from Layla as we try and get the cut back, and the switchback goes a bit wide as he tries to carry the speed away from Layla's charge behind as we go now through the horseshoe, through Paddock Bend, and this is a great battle to keep on board with and watch the final couple of laps here for this round of the Kart Championship here at Warden Law in this Junior Primo final. And the concentration has got to be all over the front of their karts at the moment. Full steam ahead, don't get distracted. He's gone defensive though, has Aaron Berridge. Layla Berriman senses that up the inside. She takes second place, and Aaron must be kicking himself inside that helmet because he could sense the opportunity was starting to happen. And look at the gap that Layla has pulled as a result of that move. She has got an absolute C now between Aaron Berridge, who will be looking to close that gap back up. Oh look, and we're back on the battle here for Jude Pudderfoot and also Lucas Esser. This is for P3 now that we're looking at, and P4, P5. It's been a strong battle here for P4 and P5 in the middle. We're going to get 2 laps because we just crossed the line with a handful of seconds to go. So this is the penultimate lap for Jude to hold off the charge of Lucas Esser in that 55 kart, and seeing if we can bring it home. Lucas Esser, privateer driver, up against the challenge of the X-Kart team. So impressive for Lucas to be fighting it in the mix here with Jude as well, and really keeping him, well, under pressure in these final few corners and stages of our Junior Primo final. Thanks to our sponsors Victory Shines, you can see in the top corner, Race Cloud AI and OTM Marketing for always bringing us the action throughout this weekend and supporting us the best that they can. Oh, and we've got a couple of penalties though. Layla Berriman, I've just noticed, as we're jumping on board with Jacob Underhill in control out in the lead with 4 seconds, Layla Berriman has got a 5-second penalty that's just come up on the screen, currently sitting in P2 with Aaron Berridge really close. So that probably means that Aaron Berridge is going to take P2, but let's see how it all folds out. Let's follow Jacob Underhill. Oh no, we're going to cut to Layla Berriman because there is a scrap for the on-track positions going on here between Layla Berriman and Aaron Berridge. Aaron probably doesn't know at this stage that Layla's going to drop down behind him, but he could be conservative and just bring it home for a guaranteed second place. Jacob Underhill too far out in the lead now, but he's going to try for the move up the inside. Oh, and he's got up the back of Layla. That is not what is needed. And now he's going to try and shut off Jude. Jude could have got P3 there, but the door was shut on Aaron Berridge. The checkered flag has waved, though. Jacob Underhill with a dominant victory of 4 seconds. Layla Berriman comes across the line for P2 on the road, but it's not going to finish that way. This is a 5-second penalty to come Layla's way, unfortunately. But great racing from her right throughout there, and just on the edge with racing and racecraft and getting really close in this Junior Primo final. Bound to happen. We've also got a 5-second penalty for Jake Richardson, the number 18 as well in the field, down in P24. But congratulations to your Junior Primo final winner here at Warden Law, and our very final race of the day, Jacob Underhill, with 15 laps on the board. Great performance from him, and will be a very happy dad in the paddock as well, that he can go back to the Aston Martin factory and wax lyrical about how his son has done incredibly well here this weekend at Warden Law. Layla Berriman, P2 on the road, but that's going to drop down, we would think, slightly, possibly even to P8. So your provisional order here, Aaron Berridge in P3, Jude Pudderfoot P4, Lucas Esser and Jackson Heath, Morgan Cooney, Toby Wortley, Zane Perry, Odysseus Hole is your top 10, with Oscar Delonek and Liam Doolin, Jacob Kent and Harry Myatt Waldron in P14. Let's see where Aaron will obviously end up possibly in P2. And there was a little bit of argy-bargy between Aaron and also Jude Pudderfoot in those final few races. Let's see if that gets brought up particularly as well. Ashton Bailey in 15th, Archie Thoman Evans, Arthur Murfitt, Riley Linnell, Rebecca Reestall, Hakeem Bart, Jerry Dufissy, Shay Laird, Harvey Everett, Jake Richardson, Jack Smith, Alfie Skitt and Lily Cantillon is in P27. Ruben Jenkins in 28th and Cormore 29th, and unfortunately no finishes for Elliot Daimlo, Bertie Hodgson and Logan Nixon. Sad to see Logan Nixon peel off earlier on in the race. Well, here we are. Look, we're done. So these notes, hang on, with all of these, yeah, it's fine now. We're done. We've had a good one. I love all the drivers. I'm going to tread on them. That's not going to look good, is it? That's not going to look good. We'll pick them up. You get my point, though. We're done for this first round of the TKC at Warden Law here in the Northeast in Sunderland. I hope you've enjoyed the action today. It's been a real privilege and an honour to join you as part of the Kart Championship coverage and be commentating across all of our action here for 2026. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season, getting to know the paddock even more and all the drivers, and some impressive performances out there today. And that gap that Jacob Underhill had at the end and the 4-second lead, just absolutely commanding out in the front. Really great to see that as well. Great to see Logan Rolfe in the Intermax class. That was great to see. And let's see if you let me know your favourite driver from this weekend on the live stream. We had Harvey Waddy. Is that? Yes, it's Harvey or Harvey Wadey. That says go on Ash. He said, particularly in, I think that was in the particular last couple of races, and also lots of support for Henry and Ansel early on in the mighty Bambinos as well. It's been an incredible weekend of action here for the Kart Championship, and Warden Law with these track changes is always going to throw up some challenges for the drivers, for the teams in the paddock, up and down in all of the awnings. I was doing the paddock show, you might have seen early on at lunchtime today, how it went round the paddock yesterday. They were wondering how that was going to play out. However, I think, they've dealt with all of the changes, and it's been a great racing. It's proven that these track changes have provided great action, and hopefully you've seen that in great abundance here for the Kart Championship first round at Warden Law in 2026. My name's Jake Peach. I will catch you at PF International very, very soon in a few weeks' time for round 2 of the Kart Championship, and I'll see you soon.